Chapter 393. Competing in heat, battle intent, and innate spirit bodies. Rumble. Under the endless fighting spirit and flames, huge waves actually appeared in the sky, causing countless people below to be shocked. An even more terrifying heat than before spread throughout their bodies. Lin Ling's flames seemed to be even hotter than Heng Tianqing's Buddha energy. Don't think that you can be arrogant just because you're from the Sublime Cord Temple. In this world, there are many people stronger than the Sublime Cord Temple. You, Heng Tianqing, are just a pitiful worm. Under everyone's shocked gazes, Lin Ling's left fist surged with flames, battle intent boiling. 9 nether heavenly flames, 7-blade heavenly queen, and war god concept fused together. This was the war god fist. And after reaching the heavenly spirit realm, this war god fist's power was even more terrifying. That's Extermination Flame, Lin Ling's famous martial art, the pride of the Fire Ancient Clan. Looking at the fiery fist in the sky, the crowd's heart skipped a beat. The ancient Fire Ancient Clan's disciples once again shone in the sky today. Extermination Flame. Boom! Sure enough, a deafening sound rang out, causing Heng Tianqing's pupils to constrict. In his eyes, a huge fiery fist was heading towards him. At this moment, he actually felt the heat. Buddha's Fury Heavenly Lotus. Roar! With a roar, the 2 innate spirit bodies behind him combined and a bigger lotus floated out. However, compared to the ancient war god fist, this lotus was much dimmer. In terms of heat and battle intent, the Buddha's Fury Heavenly Lotus couldn't compare at all. Rumble. The huge lotus collided with the ancient war god fist, shattering the martial stage. However, no matter how dazzling the Buddha's Fury Heavenly Lotus was, it was still the fusion of 2 innate spirit bodies. How could it compare to the war god fist with 3 innate spirit bodies? Therefore, the lotus instantly collapsed. This is the war god martial art. Boom! That surging battle intent caused despair to appear in Heng Tianqing's heart. He thought that Lin Ling was just an ordinary early-stage heavenly spirit realm cultivator who had just broken through. He was a genius of the older generation, and with the Sublime Cord Temple behind him, Lin Ling was just an ant to him. But today, the ant taught him a lesson. Could he compare to Lin Ling in terms of passion, battle intent, and talent? The terrifying ancient fist of the divine god of battle had not only destroyed his pride, it had also destroyed his martial heart. Oh no! At this time, an old voice resounded. In the sky, Elder Shengda angrily shouted, "Lin Ling, you win, immediately stop." He could sense that Lin Ling wanted to kill Heng Tianqing. Although the martial dais is broken, the outcome has not yet been decided. A cold voice replied to Elder Shengda, causing Elder Shengda's pupils to constrict. Lin Ling had rejected him. You want to kill Heng Tianqing in front of me? At this moment, on the martial stage in the sky, a figure leaped down and shot straight at Lin Ling. The rolling dark clouds turned into a finger and pointed at Lin Ling with a grand momentum. Everyone saw that the finger was pointed at Lin Ling with surging killing intent. Their eyes flickered as they looked at the person who had come. The one who had attacked was actually the #1 general star genius, Li Xianxiao. He was sneak attacking Lin Ling. And now, if Lin Ling did not stop, then he would be hit by the finger. No one can save him. Feeling the rolling dark clouds behind him, Lin Ling's face became even colder. His left fist was filled with even more fighting intent, and it swept out in a mighty manner. In ancient times, there were divine battle gods who fought the heavens, the earth, and the divine battle gods. Even if they had to fight with their backs against the wall, they would not retreat. Run! In front of Heng Tianqing's eyes, there was a mountain-like fireball. His forehead was covered in cold sweat as he crazily shouted in his heart. That terrifying divine battle fist made his body tremble. Do you think you can escape? A mighty voice rang out, accompanied by the unstoppable war god fist. Lin Ling. Heng Tianqing's pupils constricted. He wanted to retreat, but he didn't know why he was panicking. His martial heart had completely collapsed under the divine battle intent. The pride of the sublime sound temple had disappeared without a trace. At this moment, he realized that Lin Ling, who had reached the heavenly spirit realm, was very terrifying. No! He could only let out a regretful cry. His pupils were distorted with regret and unwillingness. But under the boiling divine battle fist, everything turned into nothingness. Looking at the shocking scene in the sky, everyone's heart was fiercely beating. Lin Ling had created a miracle once again. With the strength of an early-stage heavenly spirit realm, he had killed a mid-stage heavenly spirit realm genius. Moreover, he only needed 2 moves. Tianqing. In the sky, Elder Shengde roared. Tianqing was the proudest genius of the sublime sound temple, but now he was gone. Everything was gone. Lin Ling, die. Rumble. Behind Lin Ling, the mighty giant finger finally shot over. Unfortunately, it was still too late. It still couldn't save Heng Tianqing. Bang! That finger tore the space and caused the clouds to surge. Lin Ling's body exploded with a bang, causing countless people to swallow their saliva. Lin Ling, who wasn't afraid of the sneak attack from behind, was determined to kill Heng Tianqing. In the end, he was struck by the giant finger. Was he dead now? The entire Cloud Sea city was silent. He is dead. A genius of a generation with soaring arrogance, but he still couldn't escape death. In the silence, the Crown Prince's smiling voice could be heard. He seemed to be very happy and satisfied. He finally saw his greatest enemy die in front of him. Lin Ling. Everyone who was familiar with Lin Ling looked at the sky and yelled. They didn't seem to believe that the youth was dead. The number 1 genius of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom is just so. He couldn't even block one of my moves. In the sky, only Li Xianxiao stood proudly. His long hair fluttered like the true number 1 genius of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. However, his mocking laughter was met with a lot of disdain. The number 1 genius general, Li Xianxiao, actually launched a sneak attack. Furthermore, when Lin Ling asked him to fight with Heng Tianqing, he proudly said that he would never team up with anyone. It was an insult to him to do so. But now, where was his pride? Not only did he team up, but he even used the moment when Lin Ling was distracted to launch a sneak attack. Shameless. Even if he is the number 1 genius general among the 30, I will not acknowledge his position. Disgraceful. He is simply a disgrace to our Heaven Mystics Kingdom. Li Xianxiao, do you still have any sense of shame? On the ground, countless curses could be heard, causing Li Xianxiao's expression to turn ugly. However, he pretended to speak, the winner is the king, and the loser is the bandit. I will always believe in this principle. I was able to grow to this day because of my unique foresight. I believe that Lin Ling will not be able to become a great talent, but the 3rd prince will definitely become a king. Then, my foresight is definitely right, and everything I did was right. When they heard this, even more people cursed. It was fine if he launched a sneak attack, but he actually gave himself such a magnificent excuse. Is that so? Then let's see if your choice is correct. Right at this moment, a faintly discernible voice echoed, causing everyone to stop talking. In the sky, a youth bloomed his flaming wings and flew over from a distance. Behind him, there were plenty of afterimages. It was just like an avatar, causing people to be unable to differentiate between the real and the fake. Finally, these afterimages constantly overlapped and condensed into one person. Lin Ling appeared again. This was the 3rd stage of the Elephant Heavenly King steps, the Octagonal Mirror King. Lin Ling is not dead yet. Chapter 394. An existence close to the monarch physique, how can he be so tenacious? Just how many trump cards does he have hidden? The crown prince felt hot blood rush to his head and he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. He'd been happy for nothing. His nemesis was still alive, as if he'd never die. How can you not be dead? I saw you shatter with my own eyes. Li Xuanxiao's pupils constricted, as if he couldn't believe his own eyes. How can I die if you're not dead? The killing intent in Lin Ling's eyes thickened as he looked coldly at Li Xianxiao in the distance. This person was the person he wanted to kill the most apart from the crown prince, because he was too cruel and hypocritical. Li Xianxiao, don't you feel that your actions are the opposite of your previous arrogance? Teaming up is an insult to you, but what's a sneak attack to you? Lin Ling spoke coldly again, his words slapping Li Xianxiao heavily in the face. He'd used the third realm of the heavenly king of mirror aspect steps earlier, the king of 8 paths. The third realm could form 8 lifelike images. The one who'd blocked Li Xuanxiao's finger earlier had been an illusion, and Li Xianxiao had thought that he'd killed Lin Ling. He'd been proud and complacent, but now it was extremely ironic. Strength represents everything. Whether it's a sneak attack or shamelessness, it's fine as long as I can win. I have the strength to kill you, so I'm the victor. Li Xuanxiao's expression was also dark, but he smiled coldly. I agree. Strength represents everything. If you win, you're the victor. If you lose, you'll only be a pitiful wretch. You'll only die with regret. Lin Ling looked coldly at Li Xianxiao. My generals died unjustly. You betrayed and deceived them. You're someone I must kill today. I don't care if gods or Buddhas try to stop me. I'll kill you. Li Xuanxiao's aura surged when he heard this. Lin Ling's words were filled with determination. He wanted to kill Li Xianxiao in front of everyone. Even gods and Buddhas wouldn't be able to stop him. He was extremely arrogant. What a showy display. Unfortunately, you lack the strength. Don't think that you can defeat all mid-sky spirit realm geniuses just because you defeated Heng Tianqing. You're too inexperienced. Let me show you my most perfect 9th grade innate spirit body, 1000 calamity body. Li Xuanxiao's body began to change as a large number of blood bubbles grew on the surface of his body. He became even larger, nearly 10 meters tall and as tall as a giant. A terrifying aura spread out. That's right. The Heaven Mystics Kingdom actually has an astral body that is close to the monarch body. Interesting. At this moment, Sheng Fifan praised from afar. King body? That sentence made many people puzzled, but soon, the pupils of some martial artists with extraordinary knowledge focused. Currently, the innate spirit body was divided into 10 grades. The 9th stage was already very rare, and only true geniuses possessed it. However, above the 9th stage was the 10th stage, and that mysterious 10th stage was known as the King Body in the 100 territories. The King Physique was above the innate spirit physique, and was collectively known as the innate King Physique. Without a doubt, a martial artist with an innate King Body would have boundless potential in the future. He would be able to walk even further and could be called a genius of the 100 domains. Right now, although Li Xianxiao didn't have an innate king body and was only close to the 10th stage, it was enough to prove his strength. The 10th stage is the innate king body. Below the king body, any astral body is just an ant. Lin Ling, any of your attacks are useless against me. Try it if you don't believe me. Wow! Li Xuanxiao's eyes were filled with arrogance as he looked coldly at Lin Ling. He was able to become the No. 1 general of the genius star because he naturally had something to rely on. What an ugly innate spirit body. Do you want to transform into a toad demon? Lin Ling's eyes were filled with disdain. The Li Xianxiao in front of him had transformed into a giant, but his skin was like a toad with blood bubbles. It was extremely disgusting. He then nodded and slashed with his sword. A sword light formed from blue and white flames slashed at Li Xianxiao. Weak! Weak! Li Xianxiao shook his head indifferently and waved his giant palm gently. Rumble. The sword light was smashed into pieces as flames shot out in all directions. When he looked at Li Xianxiao again, he was actually safe and sound. One had to know that Lin Ling's sword and flames could easily kill an ordinary early-stage Sky Spirit Realm cultivator. But now, they were easily defeated by Li Xianxiao. That innate spirit body is what Li Xianxiao relied on to become the #1 general of the Genius Star. The crowd sucked in a breath of cold air. Now, you should know the difference between us. I have hundreds of ways to kill you, but you can't do anything. Li Xianxiao said indifferently. His words made many people look at Lin Ling and sigh. Lin Ling's current brilliance had exceeded everyone's expectations, but he probably wouldn't be able to win against an existence close to an innate king body. You're only close to the 10th stage and haven't reached it. That makes you proud? Lin Ling's expression was still indifferent. His words made Li Xianxiao's smile grow even wider. He just treated Lin Ling as showing off before his death. Just as he was about to speak, a mysterious force bloomed, causing his pupils to constrict. In everyone's eyes, Lin Ling's entire body was emitting flames. These flames were a strange green color and coiled around Lin Ling's body like demonic dragons. They constantly drifted and swallowed, making Lin Ling seem to have transformed into the Fire Demon King. Clearly, Lin Ling had used one of his trump cards, the world-cleansing demonic flames. Now, try taking another strike from me. With an indifferent voice, Lin Ling pointed his sword at Li Xianxiao once again. Green flames? Li Xianxiao's eyes flickered, but he shook his head. Your vision is too narrow. You still haven't recognized yourself. You don't even know what an innate king body is. Sigh, use your sword. Lin Ling nodded coldly and didn't waste any more words. The sword in his right hand gently slashed out. The sword light was green and dazzling like a demonic dragon as it slashed straight at Li Xianxiao. Weak. Your vision is indeed limited to the Heaven Mystic's kingdom. Li Xianxiao raised his hand and wanted to block the sword. However, just as he finished his words, his expression instantly changed. The flames and the sword actually gave him an innate suppression that seemed to come from ancient times. Not good. He yelled out anxiously. That green sword light was like a demonic dragon and had an ancient aura presence that seemed to want to devour him. It made him subconsciously want to dodge. Swish. However, it was still too late. His giant arm was forcefully severed, and a fishy smell of blood flowed out. How is this possible? Li Xianxiao yelled out in horror, which intimidated the entire Cloud Sea city. Countless people widened their eyes. A moment ago, Li Xianxiao revealed his powerful innate spirit body and had an imposing aura that looked down on the world. He wanted to crush Lin Ling's arrogance while standing high above. However, in the next moment, he revealed a panicked expression as his arm was severed. This drastic change was extremely illusory. You have an innate spirit body that is close to the 10th grade, and you have hundreds of ways to kill me, but I am helpless against you? Lin Ling's mocking voice resounded as he slashed out again. The sword was like a demonic dragon, and the green flames were scorching and cold. It swept towards Li Xianxiao, causing him to yell out, "Gui, true body." Arms grew out from his body again, and he looked like an octopus. There was a fishy smell and it was extremely terrifying. Swish. Chapter 395. Everyone below the monarch body was an ant. You said that my vision is very narrow and only exists in the Heaven Mystic's kingdom? The icy cold voice echoed again as Lin Ling slashed again. Swish. Sword wounds appeared on Li Xianxiao's body, and a smear of green demonic fire was burning. It wasn't fatal and just caused Li Xianxiao extreme pain. He was alarmed and said, "This fire can't be extinguished." The most terrifying thing was that he burst out with a tyrannical spirit chi attack, but the demonic fire was still wrapped around his body and couldn't be extinguished. How would he know that this demonic fire was so horrific that even the ghost marshal couldn't do anything about it? Back then, he was struck by a trace of demonic fire and was entangled for several years. If it wasn't for Lin Ling's help, the demonic fire would probably still be entangled in the ghost marshal's body. You said that all my attacks are useless against you? Another sword slash caused Li Xuanxiao's blood to spurt in all directions while his expression turned extremely sinister. Li Xianxiao is being suppressed and can't speak. Right now, the crowd couldn't believe their eyes. Li Xianxiao, the number one of the genius general star, had displayed an innate talent that didn't exist in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. They originally thought that it would be easy to kill Lin Ling. Who would have known that he would be so easily abused by Lin Ling? That's right, they saw Li Xianxiao being abused. The general star was like a stray dog as he lost his pride after being slashed by sword after sword. His previous dominance was completely gone. That fire is so terrifying. When the crowd looked at the youth who was wrapped in the demonic fire, their eyes were filled with even more shock. Every time Lin Ling seemed to think that he would definitely lose, he would turn the situation around and explode with a trump card, causing others to never be able to see through him. Enough! In the sky, Li Xuanxiao's angry roar echoed. He was furious and sullen. He was the number one of the genius general star, but he was being abused so easily. What kind of fire is that? He roared with anger. He truly understood that he had an innate talent spirit body that was close to the 9th grade and was at the middle stage of the heaven spirit realm. Lin Ling should be an ant to him, but the truth was the opposite. Lin Ling's demonic fire seemed to be a natural counter to him. No obstruction could stop that green fire, making him even more like an ant. His words were undoubtedly the same question in everyone's hearts. The sky was silent for a moment, and then they heard a calm voice. World Purifying Demonic Flame, Tier 10 Innate Spiritual Body. 10th grade? One had to know that Li Xianxiao was only close to a 9th grade perfect spirit body, but Lin Ling was a genuine 10th grade spirit body. As for the 10th grade, that was a true innate king physique, which only appeared in the 100 territories. After hearing the news, the crowd fell silent. 10th grade. The crown prince subconsciously stood up and looked at the sky. He felt more and more uneasy. World Purifying Demonic Flame, one of the highest ranked innate spirit physiques in the spirit physique ranking, and it barely makes it into the king physique ranking. This ant, Lin Ling, really surprised me. Up in the sky, Sheng Fifen's eyes flickered as he was shocked. He came from the cloud realm, so he naturally knew about the ranking of innate spirit bodies in the 100 realms. The innate spirit body was divided into 10 grades, and a Tier 1 innate spirit body could be ranked within the innate king body. There were also 10 grades of innate king body, but those top experts only appeared in the 100 domains. No, this must be fake. How can you have the innate king body? Li Xianxiao kept shaking his head, as if he couldn't believe the facts in front of him. He had the most perfect 9th grade innate spirit body, so he arrogantly bullied Lin Ling, but who knew that his pride was laughable and ironic? Ignoring Li Xuanxiao's question, Lin Ling flapped his flaming wings and flew toward Li Xianxiao. You said that you believed in the winner and the loser, and that you thought highly of the third prince, and that I would die without a doubt. You relied on this unique vision to survive until now, but now, do you still dare to say such words? You betrayed me, betrayed those who believed in you. In your heart, these shameless actions are righteous words. Your dog mouth will never spit out ivory. Now, I only want to ask you, do you regret it? Endless flames burst out crazily, and the green flames surged in the sky. The innate suppression made it difficult for Li Xianxiao to breathe. Li Xianxiao had always believed in his own vision, so he betrayed Lin Ling. But this time, he realized that his vision was wrong. It was ridiculously wrong. Lin Ling. Everyone thought that he had lost hope and was about to fall off the divine pedestal, but a genius was still a genius. He had created a legend in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom in the past, and he was still not weak today. He, Li Xianxiao, had stood on the wrong team. Wait, Lin Ling, I can join you. Although many of your generals have died, my strength alone is comparable to 100 of them. Li Xianxiao shouted anxiously. Li Xianxiao is begging for mercy. The crowd looked at the scene in the sky and felt that it was a dream. The number 1 general star was actually begging for mercy in front of countless people. It seems like you regret it. The cold light in Lin Ling's eyes intensified. This person was capricious. When he met someone weaker than him, he would ruthlessly kill them. When he met someone stronger than him, he would immediately bow down. It was very disgusting. I regret it. I regret it very much. I firmly believe that the King of Cloud Sea will ultimately belong to you. Please take me in. Li Xianxiao kept speaking. He was flattering Lin Ling. Then, he knelt down on one knee in the sky. Lin Ling looked down at Li Xianxiao arrogantly. The corner of his mouth curled into a disdainful smile. The number 1 general star is so noble and proud. Not long ago, you didn't put anyone in your eyes, but now, you regret it and even kneel down? You are too strong. You have the innate king body. Everyone below the king body is an ant. Your future potential is endless. I am willing to bow down. Li Xianxiao kept nodding. Although his actions were unsightly, his life was obviously more important. Unfortunately, I don't want you. However, in the next moment, Li Xianxiao heard Lin Ling's cold voice. His pupils constricted. I'm stronger than your dead generals. Can they compare to me? In terms of strength, they can't compare to you. However, in terms of sincerity, you can't compare to them. Therefore, you can only die. Lin Ling shook his head. In his right hand, a wisp of taboo flame bloomed. They handed their backs to you without holding back, but you stabbed them. If you don't die, how can their departed souls rest in peace? Li Xuanxiao's pupils widened. Lin Ling had rejected him and was determined to kill him. Li Xianxiao, die. The terrifying green demonic flame swept over like a flame of nirvana, causing despair to appear on Li Xuanxiao's face. Was he going to die? His eyes were filled with confusion. Suddenly, the regret in his heart became even stronger. Boom! Unfortunately, the surging flames ignored his regret and instantly drowned him. The world-cleansing demonic flame seemed to display its charm as it purified the world. Li Xianxiao disappeared into the flames with deep regret. He's dead. Everyone looked at the figure in the void and felt their hearts twitch. The number 1 general star had fallen, and Lin Ling had defeated by Yunfei, Heng Tianxing, and Li Xianxiao. He had finally become the number 1 general star of the new generation. Did he not have a limit? Countless gazes locked onto Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling's expression was calm as he looked at the last 3 people. He still wants to challenge? Chapter 396. The extraordinary pride of a saint, especially the cultivators from the Stone Saint Nation and the Snake Swamp Nation. Their eyes focused. Lin Ling's name had been deeply imprinted in their hearts today. It wouldn't be long before Lin Ling's name would spread throughout the 3 nations as well. Lin Ling only needed one battle to make a name for himself. Your Majesty, it's your turn. Finally, Lin Ling's voice slowly rang out. As expected, Lin Ling was fearless. He didn't seem to have reached his limit when he challenged again. Amazing. I came from the Stone Saint Nation and thought that no one other than Sir Sheng would catch my eye. But now, I know that I didn't come in vain. Lin Ling, TSK. He's only 18, but he can already defeat a mid-sky spirit realm genius. It's hard to imagine how strong he'll be in 3 or 5 years. He's a genius among geniuses. But the 3rd prince and the 6th knight are slightly stronger than Li Xianxiao. Lin Ling has already fought more than a dozen battles. Does he still have the strength to fight those two? Let's just keep watching. The crowd discussed excitedly. Two figures stood coldly on the third and second martial platforms in the sky. Their faces were gloomy, and they lacked the will to fight. They were the third prince and the sixth knight from the Stone Saint Nation. Both of them were at the mid-sky spirit realm and were very strong. They wouldn't have taken Lin Ling seriously at the beginning, but now, they were very wary. After all, they were only slightly stronger than Li Xianxiao, but Li Xianxiao had been completely thrashed by Lin Ling. Therefore, if they were to fight, the result could be imagined. Sixth Knight, Lin Ling is stronger than Li Xianxiao. It'll be difficult for us to win one-on-one. How about we attack together? The third prince frowned. The sixth knight was dressed in black. His eyes flickered when he heard this. Attack together? That was a bit embarrassing. You've seen Lin Ling's strength. If we don't attack together, we won't have any chance of winning. The third prince reminded again, but he felt very uncomfortable when he said this. Lin Ling had humiliated him several times and made him lose his dignity. He'd thought that it would be time for him to hold his head high when the battle began, but who knew that Lin Ling's strength would exceed his imagination? Even if this youth didn't borrow the power behind him, he was still above him. He was still very weak back then. The third prince thought bitterly. You don't dare? Two pieces of trash. At that moment, Lin Ling's indifferent voice drifted out, causing the third prince's face to turn cold. You dare to call me a piece of trash? Why wouldn't I dare? Lin Ling's lips curled into a cold smile. Not long ago, you thought that I was about to die. At that time, your face was incomparably arrogant. But now, why are you so silent that you don't dare to speak? How? His Majesty the third prince let out a low shout. Don't try to put on airs in front of me. In my heart, you're no different than a dog. If you don't agree, then fight. Lin Ling slashed out with his sword. The sword light fell on the ground in front of the third prince. The third prince's eyes narrowed. Lin Ling had gone too far. He had humiliated him in front of countless people. However, the third prince didn't dare to fight Lin Ling alone. He could only grit his teeth and swallow Lin Ling's humiliation. Alas, the third prince has declined. Seeing this scene, many people sighed. The emperor of a generation had been bullied to the point that he didn't dare to speak. The face of the Cloud Sea imperial family had been lost by him. However, no one sympathized with him. Because before the battle began, the third prince had been so arrogant and domineering. He had trampled Lin Ling under his feet. Now, it was just an eye for an eye. Those who humiliated others would be humiliated by others. Thinking like this, many people quietly looked at the crown prince. Then, they realized that the crown prince's face was also extremely ferocious. Obviously, Lin Ling was humiliating the third prince, but in reality, he was also humiliating him. It was just that it wasn't his turn yet. Yun Yifan, you really don't dare to fight? Lin Ling shouted again. His domineering attitude made it difficult for the third prince to breathe. Your Majesty, let's fight together. Even if it's an unfair victory, we must kill him. On the side, the sixth knight's eyes emitted a cold light. He had finally decided to fight. After all, Lin Ling was too dazzling. He had stolen the glory of the Stone Saint Nation's genius. Originally, he had participated in the battle to become famous. But with Lin Ling here, how could he shine? I've been waiting for you to say this for a long time. The third prince finally relaxed. His eyes were filled with killing intent as he looked at Lin Ling. Clap. 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 Suddenly, a slender figure stood quietly on the first stage. Beside him was a black coffin. At this moment, he was smiling at Lin Ling. It was Sheng Fifan from the Sacred Clan. Lin Ling, you are finally qualified to be my opponent. Sheng Fifan said proudly. Lin Ling's eyes flashed. When he was about to speak, the sixth knight's voice sounded, Young Master Sheng, you are a true genius of the cloud domain. Lin Ling is not qualified to challenge you. Let us fight with him first. Who do you think you are? Do you have the right to interrupt me? Sheng Fifan snorted coldly. His words made the sixth knight's face turn ugly. I want to kill Lin Ling in front of so many people. But Lin Ling has already fought more than 10 battles. If I win, it will be an unfair victory. So, I want Lin Ling to fight with me in his best condition. Sheng Fifan said proudly. He was very confident. Sheng Fifan was very satisfied with Lin Ling's current status. Only with such glory would he be able to kill Lin Ling. Moreover, he wanted Lin Ling to have a good rest. That way, he would be able to prove his strength after winning. Young Master Sheng, this. The sixth knight was still unwilling. After all, if Lin Ling directly challenged Sheng Fifan, then he would be nothing more than a vase, a supporting role. He would not be able to shine. Shut up. Sheng Fifan waved his right hand and a flame shot towards the sixth knight. The flame was golden. It looked small, but it carried a strong pressure. The sixth knight was furious. Sheng Fifan was too arrogant. Although he was a holy son of the cloud domain, he should not humiliate him in front of so many people. Let me see how powerful you are. The sixth knight said coldly. Then, a black light bloomed, turning his body into a shadow. Obviously, his spiritual body was not weak. Then, a dark saber slashed towards the flame. Boom! The saber light and the golden flame collided. What was shocking was that the saber light was instantly burned and the flame did not stop. It fell on the sixth knight's body like fireflies. Ah, no! The sixth knight let out a frightened cry. His body was burned to ashes. Silence. The sky and the ground were incomparably silent. The sixth knight from the Stone Saint country was burned to ashes in one move. Sheng Fifan was very terrifying. The sixth knight's strength was slightly stronger than Li Xianxiao, but he still could not withstand a single move. It was very terrifying. What kind of flame was that? All flames are ants in front of the holy flame. Chapter 397. The Battle of the Brightest Talents. Fire attribute spirit body, and I'm afraid it's also at the king body grade. Lin Ling's face was calm, but he was a little surprised in his heart. This Sheng Fifan really couldn't be underestimated. Yun Yifan, do you have any objections? Sheng Fifan smiled and looked at the third prince. His Majesty the third prince's face paled. Did he dare to object? He didn't dare to do so at all. The other party didn't even see him as a member of the royal bloodline. He only saw him as an ant. Not killing him was only giving face to the crown prince. Not long ago, he had been humiliated by Lin Ling. Now, he was being humiliated by Sheng Fifan. It was as if he had become a laughing stock, a flower vase. In 2 hours, Lin Ling, you and I will fight. Sheng Fifan stopped looking at the third prince with disdain. He leaned against the black coffin and smiled. How arrogant. He seemed to have the arrogance of being in control of everything. The 100 Generals battle was being toyed around by him as if he was covering the sky with one hand. Everything was decided by him. Lin Ling didn't say anything and flew to the ground. He had fought several battles and was indeed a little tired. Since the other party arrogantly told him to rest, then he would rest. Lin Ling, you're amazing. You fooled all of us. After Lin Ling flew down, the second prince and the others all walked up to him. Then, they all spoke in shock. It should be known that although they were very familiar with Lin Ling, they had never thought that Lin Ling would be able to participate in the 100 Generals battle. But who would have thought that Lin Ling would give them such a great surprise? The battle isn't over yet. Let's wait until it's over. Lin Ling smiled at the crowd and said slowly. Sheng Fifan is from the sacred clan. His innate spiritual body isn't any weaker than yours. Moreover, his cultivation level is higher than yours. He's at the mid-heavenly spirit realm. Sovereign King Li and the others reacted and said with a solemn expression. Sheng Fifan was a genius from the cloud domain. Perhaps even the late-stage heavenly spirit realm Sovereign King Li didn't have the confidence to defeat him. Are the people from the cloud domain really that strong? Lin Ling's eyes constantly flickered as he yearned for the 100 regions even more. The cloud region was just one of the regions in the 100 regions, but a mere Sheng Fifan was enough to make all the experts in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom fearful. Wouldn't the 100 territories be even more terrifying? Clearly, the 100 domains were very suitable for nurturing geniuses. If Lin Ling came from one of the domains and had the same cultivation resources as Sheng Fifan, then why would Lin Ling fear Sheng Fifan? Lin Ling, are you confident in this battle? Everyone looked at Lin Ling. Do your best. Lin Ling smiled and sat down cross-legged to cultivate. His words made the second prince and the others even more worried. Although Lin Ling had repeatedly created miracles, the opponent he was facing now was from the cloud realm. Even they had to look up to him. So, could a miracle still happen? Now that things have come to this, we have no way out. If Lin Ling loses, we will all die. We can only hope that Lin Ling can create another legend. After Lin Ling rested, no one dared to disturb him. Instead, they frowned and discussed. Although the chances of winning were low, they had bet their lives on Lin Ling. Naturally, everything followed Lin Ling. Sheng Fifan's strength is enough to kill a late-stage Heaven Spirit Realm expert. There are no more than 5 people in the entire Heaven Mystics Kingdom who can match him. Can Lin Ling win? Far away, the Ghost Commander's eyes flickered constantly. He was also very worried. He knew that the next battle would be a battle of innate king bodies and a clash of flames. At this moment, Lin Ling didn't know what everyone was thinking. He was still cultivating, but he had 60% confidence in defeating Sheng Fifan. This confidence came from his understanding of fire. Sheng Fifan had the innate king body, but so did Lin Ling. Moreover, Lin Ling had more innate spirit bodies than Sheng Fifan. Moreover, Lin Ling had a trump card, the Saber of Nirvana. Therefore, if it was a life or death situation, he would at most reveal this trump card. Time passed quietly as everyone watched. Finally, 2 hours had passed. The entire Cloud Sea city was silent. The battle of the most dazzling geniuses was finally about to begin. Sheng Fifan, 18 years old, was a genius of the Cloud Realm. His strength was unquestionable. He only needed one move to defeat the 6th Knight of the Heaven Saint Empire. Lin Ling, 18 years old, was a genius of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. Although his strength was weaker than Sheng Fifan, he had shown a dazzling brilliance not long ago. Many people had high expectations for him. Both of them were the youngest geniuses. When Lin Ling opened his eyes, the surroundings were silent. The first thing he saw was a beautiful figure looking at him worriedly. It was Yun. Young master, it's all my fault. If it wasn't for me, you wouldn't have fought with young Master Sheng. At this moment, Yun's beautiful eyes were filled with apology. She also knew the key to this battle. If the young man lost, he would die. The young man protected her so much, but she couldn't do anything to help. Therefore, she felt very uncomfortable. Lin Ling smiled and shook his head. Back then, when I was still weak, it was you who helped me. It was you who saved the Fire Ancient clan. Today, you are in trouble. I will definitely help you. Even if I have to go to the underworld, I will save you. He looked into the distance and spoke in a calm voice again. If I can't protect you, who will? His words made Yun tremble. Tears flowed out of her eyes, and she didn't say anything else. The second prince and the others were shocked. They could feel Lin Ling's determination for this battle. This was a battle with his back to the river. If Lin Ling lost, everyone would die. At this moment, they were betting everything on the young man. Lin Ling, you will definitely win. The second prince and the others were determined in their hearts. At this moment, astral winds were whistling in the sky. The arrogant figure was looking at Lin Ling with a smile. There was a touch of arrogance in his smile. My woman is not that easy to snatch. Come up, Lin Ling. The coffin is waiting for you. Swoosh. A black object fell from the sky. It was the black coffin. Everyone was shocked. The battle hadn't even started, but Xing Fifan had already decided Lin Ling's life. Lin Ling didn't say anything. He looked at the sky again. At this moment, everything that had happened since he came to this world appeared in his mind. He experienced life and death in ancient Yen sect and was reborn in Nirvana. In the Fire Ancient clan in the outer city, he relied on his own efforts to rise step by step and protect his home. In the inner city, there were countless experts like the waves in the sea. However, he still relied on his own two hands to stabilize the ship. Now, he was finally going to face the first great enemy in his life. Xing Fifan was the youngest genius that Lin Ling had come into contact with so far. He was also the most mysterious expert. He was so powerful that even the crown prince had to lower his head. However, no matter what kind of strength or background Xing Fifan had, Lin Ling wouldn't back down. All he wanted to do was to protect his home, the people he loved, and his friends. Whoosh! Lin Ling spread his wings and flew up to the sky. Chapter 398. King Physique, Golden Brilliant Sovereign Flame, that's right. I was afraid that you would kneel down and beg for mercy. If that's the case, there's no point for me to participate in this competition. Xing Fifan smiled faintly as he stared at the young man who was flying towards the martial platform. In fact, he didn't challenge Lin Ling for fame and fortune. Because he was already the #1 genius. So, his objective was the satisfaction, the sense of accomplishment, and the satisfaction in his heart. Perhaps, all of this was just a game to him. Cloud Sea City was suffocating at this moment. The battle between the geniuses had finally begun. Not long after, two slender figures stood silently on the first martial platform. They looked at each other. Both of their auras were very calm as if they were welcoming the storm that was about to come. Xing Fifan looked indifferently at Lin Ling and the corner of his mouth moved slightly. It's your honor to be able to fight with me. After all, I'm the #1 genius of the Cloud region. I'm superior to the 3 big kingdoms. I can tell you with certainty that after this battle, even if you die, you'll still be able to make a name for yourself in the Cloud region with my reputation. Looking at the arrogant Xing Fifan, Lin Ling nodded, then I'll have to take advantage of your glory. His words were too calm, which made Xing Fifan frown slightly. He continued, this world isn't as small as you think. The Heaven Mystics Kingdom is just one of the 3 big kingdoms of the Cloud region. However, there are hundreds of other regions. The geniuses there are beyond your imagination. Even I barely qualify to participate in the 100 Regions Genius Competition. 100 Regions Genius Competition? Many people's eyes narrowed. The 100 regions represented the 100 Cloud regions. Naturally, there were countless experts there. The number of geniuses there were also numerous. Being qualified to participate in the genius competition on behalf of a region and compete with people of the same age in the 100 regions was undoubtedly an honor and a source of pride. Xing Fifan, you're really amazing. Many people exclaimed in admiration. Xing Fifan faintly looked at Lin Ling. The truth was that he wanted Lin Ling to feel inferior. He wanted Lin Ling to regret stealing his woman. He wanted Lin Ling to know that he had provoked a powerful opponent. Unfortunately, Lin Ling remained indifferent. Having lived 2 lives, his temperament was incomparably calm. He sneered and said, don't you think this kind of showing off is very childish? Sheng Fifen's eyes narrowed. He was about to say something when Lin Ling's calm voice sounded again, apart from your family background, everything else about you is just so-so. But don't forget, we are now competing in strength, not family background, and not glory. His voice was still calm, but in Sheng Fifen's ears, it was a strong sense of disregard. Facing Lin Ling with his status and strength, not only was Lin Ling not afraid, but he was also calm and collected. This made Sheng Fifen very uncomfortable. Sheng Fifen's face darkened, early stage of the heavenly spirit realm, 10th grade innate spirit body. Your potential and strength are not bad. No wonder you are so arrogant. Unfortunately, defeating Li Xianxiao has inflated your confidence. You don't know that Li Xianxiao is just an ant to me. I can kill him in one move. You are in the middle stage of the heavenly spirit realm, so naturally you can do it easily. But I am only in the early stage of the heavenly spirit realm. Alright, enough nonsense. I hope your strength is as strong as your nonsense. Lin Ling raised his sword. On the blade, blue and white flames bloomed. Boom! The number 1 fire control genius of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom also bloomed at this moment, causing countless people to look forward to it. Are you qualified to play with fire in front of me? Since this is the case, I will tell the world that I will defeat you in 5 moves. Otherwise, I will leave with my coffin and never step into the Heaven Mystics Kingdom again. Boom! Sheng Fifen's aura burst out. Golden flames wrapped around his body, making him look like the Emperor of Fire. As the number 1 genius of the Cloud region, he was about to participate in the 100 Regions Genius Tournament. If he had to use his full strength in a small place like the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, it would be a disgrace to him. Therefore, if he wanted to win, he had to win beautifully. He wanted to kill Lin Ling in 5 moves. 5 moves? Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air when they heard that. Sheng Fifen was very arrogant. Lin Ling had shown his strength not long ago and defeated all the heroes. But Sheng Fifen still arrogantly thought that he could kill Lin Ling in 5 moves. 5 moves? Young Master Sheng is 7 years younger than me, but his strength is close to mine. I am afraid that he will only need 3 moves to kill Lin Ling. The Crown Prince sneered. Lin Ling was very powerful, which made him very afraid. But fortunately, there was still the biggest gate that stopped Lin Ling. That was the gate that Lin Ling could never surpass in his lifetime. That was young Master Sheng. Young Master Sheng could easily kill Lin Ling with a flip of his hand. For a moment, everyone had their eyes on Lin Ling. Some thought that Lin Ling wouldn't be able to withstand more than 5 moves. Some thought the same as the Crown Prince and thought that Lin Ling wouldn't even be able to withstand 3 moves. 5 moves. Be careful not to fail miserably. Lin Ling's battle intent was boiling. The sword in his right hand had 2 great fire concepts while his left hand had the battle god concept. You are not qualified. The coffin is waiting for you. First move, golden flames move heaven and earth. Sheng Fifen struck out with his massive palm, incinerating the clouds in the sky. Endless golden flames burst out and engulfed the world. My astral body is the 10th grade golden brilliance Emperor Flame, which is the Emperor of all flames. It has reached the grade of the astral body. The higher the grade, the stronger the power. What is your flame in front of me? The majestic voice was accompanied by the giant golden flame's palm, which enveloped Lin Ling. Boom! Before the palm arrived, countless buildings on the ground collapsed. Large amounts of golden flames scattered on the ground. How terrifying! The crowd sucked in a breath of cold air as they looked at Lin Ling. Lin Ling held the great sword in his hand and slashed out at the giant palm. Kacha! As the flames collided, a dazzling light bloomed. Fire dance bright sun. The great sword slashed down on the giant golden palm, causing Lin Ling to frown. This slash did not have the effect he expected. It had no effect on the giant golden palm. Then, his left fist blasted out with the fist of Ares. Using the two great martial arts, he finally broke the huge golden palm. However, the explosion of tyrannical power forced Lin Ling to retreat 100 meters away. And at Lin Ling's left fist, there was a wisp of golden flame that kept burning his fist. What a powerful flame! Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. Sheng Fifen's bloodline was not weak. His astral body was extremely terrifying. The flames he controlled were able to drown out the battle god concept. Moreover, the 9 nether heavenly flames and 7 edge heavenly flames were also innately inferior. The golden brilliance emperor flame and the astral body were indeed worthy of their reputation. Lin Ling is at a disadvantage in just one move. I saw that his hand was also burned by the golden flames. Sure enough, Lin Ling's foundation is still weak in a battle between geniuses. Looking at the sky in shock, the crowd discussed animatedly. Can't even block one move. The second move, Emperor Flame moving mountains and rivers, is a heaven-class martial art. Sheng Fifen's disdainful voice sounded again. Boom! In the sky, countless giant flaming fingers appeared. Spiritual chi rippled as they pointed at Lin Ling. Chapter 399. The Clash of Flame's 8 Mirror Kings. 8 figures appeared at the same time and elegantly avoided the giant flaming fingers. However, in everyone's eyes, Lin Ling was at a disadvantage and had no strength to fight back. If this continued, he would definitely be defeated. Do you only know how to run? Do you feel that you can't do anything to me? Bang! After the second move, Sheng Fifen laughed arrogantly. He stood still as if everything was under his control. In his eyes, Lin Ling was like a mouse. In the distance, Lin Ling stopped and looked at Sheng Fifen calmly. Didn't you say that you could defeat me in 5 moves? Now, it's only 2 moves and I'm not injured. But you seem to think that you've won. Bang! Is there a difference? You can't take it head-on. You can only run away. Facing my golden emperor flame, you have no strength to fight back. Sheng Fifen shook his head slightly. Your spiritual body is indeed powerful. But don't forget that I haven't used my 10th grade spiritual body yet. Bang! Lin Ling's voice was still calm. He didn't care about the previous attack at all. He just wanted to see how powerful Sheng Fifen's 10th grade spiritual body was. Now, he knew the result he wanted. Now that the warm-up was over, the real battle could begin. Then, the blue and white flames on his body disappeared. A cold and hot flame quietly appeared. Strange green flames covered his body. Even the cloud-patterned black sword was covered in green flames like a dragon. Purifying demonic flame. By the way, Lin Ling hasn't used his king body before. He's only using his ordinary spiritual body. Bang! Everyone's eyes narrowed and they were looking forward to it again. Sheng Fifen's face darkened. He had been enjoying the pleasure of suppressing Lin Ling. But now, he found that the young man had regarded his previous 2 moves as a warm-up. You're very confident. In this case, you're qualified to make me use my real strength. Bang! Bang! Sheng Fifen's right hand exploded and a terrible golden flame bloomed. The golden light made him look like the Emperor of Fire. Overlord Fist. Bang! The martial arts from the distant divine tribe bloomed again. This fist was obviously more powerful than the previous moves. Silence, fire, and obliteration. Boom! The ground cracked under the influence of the fist, but no one had the time to pay attention to it. Their eyes were locked onto Lin Ling. Before, Lin Ling had been suppressed by 2 moves. Would he be suppressed again? In the ancient times, there was a demonic dragon that swept away everything in its path. Today, I borrow the demonic flames to purify the world. Flaming Heaven // Lin Ling gripped the sword in his hand tightly. The green flames were like a demonic dragon as he slashed out a cross-shaped sword slash towards the fist. This slash was the full power of the world-cleansing demonic flame, which represented the domineering power of the demonic flame. Moreover, this was also a clash between innate king physiques. The golden brilliance imperial flame versus the world-cleansing demonic flame. At this moment, it was time to see whose flame was stronger. Crack! The sword and the fist collided. Light bloomed in the sky and flames erupted. Then, a deafening sound was heard. The huge golden fist cracked open and then the demonic fire cross-slash went straight for the Saint Extraordinary. At this moment, the world-purifying demonic flame finally showed its charm. With the third move, it defeated a Saint's extraordinary martial art. 10th grade purifying demonic flame. Boom! The strong wind caused Sheng Fifen's eyes to narrow. Lin Ling had finally made his move, and the result was beyond his expectations. Although they were both innate king physiques, Lin Ling's world-purifying demonic flame wasn't much weaker than his golden brilliance imperial flame. Bang! When the demonic fire cross-slash approached, Sheng Fifen's entire body erupted with golden flames. In the end, he destroyed the cross-slash, but he was also pushed back a dozen meters. The outcome of the third move was clear at a glance. Lin Ling had won by a narrow margin. The violent change caused the entire city to fall silent. Lin Ling didn't seem to be completely powerless. You have some strength. You're finally qualified to fight me. That was just a warm-up. Boom! Sheng Fifen's cold voice drifted out. He spread out his hands and even more flames burst out. Suddenly, 6 flame emperors appeared around him. You're the first person of the same age in the cloud domain to make me use this move. Remember, this is a 5th grade heaven rank martial art. It allowed me to grasp the concept of the golden brilliance imperial flame. He clasped his fists together as if he was holding a blazing sun. Then, he punched out like 2 dragons emerging from the sea. Instantly, the clouds in the sky were torn apart and the air crackled. The aura of the 6 flame emperors surged towards Lin Ling. The 4th move, Golden Brilliance World, Sovereign Stage Fist. At the same time, a cold shout resounded. Any innate spirit physique has its own great concept, but the higher the innate spirit physique, the harder it is to comprehend the great concept. Especially at the level of the innate spirit physique, it is simply an existence that surpasses everything. Young Master Sheng is worthy of being qualified to participate in the 100 Regions Genius Competition. The Crown Prince revealed a cold smile. With his eyesight, he naturally knew the power of that move. Sovereign Stage Fist. Lin Ling's eyes flickered slightly. Sheng Fifen had used a heaven-rank martial art to display the concept of the flame. It was indeed very strong, but Lin Ling wasn't completely powerless. Through the previous experiment, he already knew that his innate spirit body was not weaker than Sheng Fifen's. Moreover, he had several more innate spirit bodies than Sheng Fifen while Sheng Fifen only had one. This is the first time I've tested the power of this move. The fusion of the 3 flames and the concept of the god of war. Lin Ling withdrew his sword and stood there. He was indifferent in the face of the terrifying 6 Dao Sovereign Stage Fist. What kind of martial art is Lin Ling going to use? The crowd was filled with anticipation. However, at that moment, they sensed a boundless battle intent bursting out. In the sky, the young man covered in green flames seemed to have created an illusion. He had actually turned into an ancient war god. The most terrifying thing was that this ancient god of war had 3 flames: heaven battle, earth battle, and god of war. That is the former emperor's martial art, god of war fist. Compared to the previous fiery annihilation, it now has the additional flame of the world-purifying demonic flame. Everyone gasped and looked at Sheng Fifen with even more anticipation in their eyes. At this moment, it was an emperor against a god of war. Who would be stronger? I haven't comprehended the concept of the world-purifying demonic flame. It's difficult to exert its power when combined with the other two flames. However, the god of war fist formed by the three flames is definitely not weaker than the heaven rank. Lin Ling murmured to himself. His left fist was filled with surging battle intent and it was surrounded by the three flames. This move was one of Lin Ling's strongest trump cards. Fiery annihilation. Everyone heard the deafening sound and looked up. In the sky, the god of war had descended to the mortal world. Your martial art comes from the ancient cloud domain. However, my martial art comes from the ancient god of war. Rumble. A mighty punch struck out, destroying everything in its path. Pop. Pop. In the sky, the six Dao sovereign stage fist instantly collapsed. The terrifying god of war fist swept toward Sheng Fifan with irresistible force. This is a martial art. Sheng Fifan's pupils constricted. He also felt that the mighty punch was terrifying. Golden brilliant emperor flame, saint descends. Roar. Sheng Fifan roared. Then, he was engulfed by the unparalleled god of war fist. The entire sky seemed to have exploded and the clouds rolled. Silence. Chapter 400. The unbreakable spear of holy flame. This battle was too intense. Originally, they thought that Lin Ling wouldn't have the strength to fight back, but after the second move, Lin Ling began to counterattack. Trump cards emerged one after another, making it impossible for others to see through his limits. Not only had Lin Ling blocked Sheng Fifan's monarch fist, he'd even counterattacked. This made Sheng Fifan, who had been so arrogant just a moment ago, feel extremely mocked. You are very formidable. Someone from the tiny heaven mystic's kingdom is actually able to injure me. I admit that I have underestimated you. You are qualified to make me use all my strength. Up in the sky, Sheng Fifan's figure finally appeared. At this moment, his upper body was naked. Golden flames were burning around his body, and mysterious seals could be seen on his body. He seemed to have used his hidden trump card. However, blood was flowing from the corner of his mouth. It was obvious that his previous underestimation had caused him some injuries. That punch was your full strength, wasn't it? Unfortunately, it was still a bit weak. You don't understand the power of the sacred flame, the origin of the sacred flame. His expression was extremely ferocious. The noble holy son had actually been injured. Even he himself could not believe it. Can you stop farting? At this time, Lin Ling's cold voice resounded, causing Sheng Fifan's eyes to narrow. The flames of anger in his eyes burned even brighter. You said you could defeat me in 5 moves, but now it seems you're the one who's at a disadvantage in the 4th move. Lin Ling said coldly, his words filled with endless mockery. Since the start of the battle, how many times have you said that you finally have the qualifications? But now, the blood at the corner of your mouth, where did it come from? His voice shook the sky, causing the pupils of countless people below to constrict, and a trace of mockery rose in their hearts. Sheng Fifan was very arrogant. He thought that since he could participate in the 100 Regions Genius competition, he had been looking down on Lin Ling since the beginning of the battle. It was as if he was looking at ants dancing. However, the scene in front of him was like a silent slap to his face, making him dizzy and disoriented. Where did the blood on the corner of your mouth come from? These words were like a sharp knife, ruthlessly stabbing into Saint Fifan's proud heart. Lin Ling. Sheng Fifan's expression became even more ferocious. You will know how strong I am. If I can't kill you with the 5th move, I will never appear in the cloud domain. Unfortunately, his words were met with Lin Ling's cold mockery. Do you think your words will count? You. Sheng Fifan exploded with a terrifying aura. The flames on his body actually soared into the sky, causing the entire sky to shine with a golden light. The flame of the saint race is not something you can understand. Yours is only a lowly flame. Now, I will show you the power of the golden brilliant sovereign flame to the extreme. That is the power of controlling a great concept. Previously, he'd grasped the basics of a great concept through martial arts, but now, he'd finally displayed a true great concept. Boom! A deafening sound rang out once more. In the sky, a huge golden flame spear appeared. The spear was condensed from flames, and it carried with it a sacred and inviolable might. You will never be able to break this move. Sacred flame spear. Rumble. The golden spear carried a forbidden aura as it swept towards Lin Ling. At the same time, crackling sounds resounded. The air was cut and burned, causing the golden spear to surge even more violently. After that, the martial stages that were floating in the sky were completely destroyed. After all, no one had ever been able to destroy all the martial stages in the history of the Battle of Generals. So, it also showed how terrifying this move was. Even the air is burning. Is there nothing it can't burn? The hearts of the people below shook violently. After that, they noticed that a golden meteor shower was falling from the sky. However, it wasn't rain but flames. When it touched people, they instantly burned madly. Hurry up and leave this place. That golden flame is terrifying. The crowd was in a state of panic, and all of them retreated even further away. For a time, the entire city was in chaos. The strength of that spear was so terrifying. Was that move unbreakable? As for the place far away, countless gazes were locked onto Lin Ling. Everyone seemed to have forgotten to breathe. Lin Ling, who had made a name for himself in the three big countries, was like a dark horse sweeping away thousands of troops and defeating all the geniuses. Now, he had walked to the most dazzling martial stages and was fighting with the geniuses from the distant cloud domain. But, could he win this battle? Great concept, the outstanding performance of the king body. Is it unbreakable? Lin Ling's eyes flickered. The true concept of the king body was indeed terrifying. He noticed that the 9 nether heavenly flames and 7 heavenly flames in his dantian seemed to have encountered an innate king and actually retreated. Facing this move, the only thing Lin Ling could use right now was his trump card, Silent Destruction Blade. However, Lin Ling didn't want to use his trump card so quickly. Since the opponent had used the Golden Brilliance Emperor Flames, what about his world-cleansing demonic flames? Reaching out his hand, Lin Ling looked at the jumping green flame on his palm quietly. This was a flame that came from ancient times. The flame was demonic and cold. It was even more terrifying than the 9 nether heavenly flames and 7 heavenly flames in terms of innate suppression. He might have obtained it, but it obviously wasn't at the level of fusion. World-cleansing demonic flames, great concept. Lin Ling's eyes flickered. Suddenly, an ancient illusion was born in the green flame. It was the ancient ice-fiery dragon. During ancient times, the ice-fiery dragon was just an insignificant demonic beast, but it couldn't stand being bullied. It grew step by step and traveled the 8 desolates, ventured into the divine region, and finally became an existence that couldn't be underestimated in the demon world. Unfortunately, it was heavily injured in a great battle with the demon the Arch. In the end, it broke through space and escaped to the Heaven Mystics' kingdom. It wanted to devour living creatures to recover its life, but it encountered the Ghost Marshal and was besieged by hundreds of thousands of soldiers. In the end, it perished together with the hundreds of thousands of soldiers. Although the ice-fiery dragon wasn't a kind creature, it had an unyielding will. Kid, you have obtained my soul, but if you want to obtain my recognition, dream on. Faintly, Lin Ling heard an ancient and rebellious voice coming from the green flame. It was the voice of the demonic dragon. Unyielding will. Lin Ling muttered to himself. In the depths of his eyes, everything in the past was flowing. The battle between the Gu Yen sect and the heroes, the clash between the 8 great ancient clans in the Cloud Sea City, the turmoil in the outer city, the battle in the inner city, all the battles were displayed at this moment. I may be weak, but I also have an unyielding will. The moment the Gu Yen sect's master was injured, I decided to sail against the wind. No matter how big the storm is, I will face it head-on and will not change until death. The firm will resounded in Lin Ling's heart. His eyes looked at the green flame as if he could see through everything. Through the flame, he actually saw the birth and fall of the demonic flame. The great concept of the world-cleansing demonic flame. Faintly, Lin Ling seemed to understand the quintessence of the world-cleansing demonic flame. Fire had its own life and its own quintessence. Just like the 9 underworld's heavenly flames, its quintessence was explosiveness, the 7 blades' innate skill was sharpness, and the world-cleansing demonic flame naturally had it as well. All of this seemed to be happening slowly, but through Lin Ling's eyes of time, it seemed to have happened in an instant. What is Lin Ling doing? Chapter 401. The demonic flame dragon appeared. Lin Ling. Looking at the young man in the sky, the second prince and the others were extremely worried. The golden flame spear was getting closer and closer, but Lin Ling did not move. Could it be that he could not resist and gave up? Give up? He is not that kind of person. His Majesty the Crown Prince frowned slightly, but he still felt that something was wrong. Based on his understanding of Lin Ling, this young man was tenacious and had an extraordinary heart. Even if he turned into ashes, he would not forget the goal in his heart. So Lin Ling gave up? Was it possible? Could it be? Suddenly, the Crown Prince shouted in fear, "He is comprehending. Young Master Sheng, quickly, kill him. Kill." As soon as the Crown Prince finished his sentence, the Cloud Sea city became silent. The hearts of the people trembled violently. In such a life-and-death situation, Lin Ling actually dared to comprehend? This kind of courage to cut off all means of retreat shocked countless people. Suddenly, they had a feeling that Lin Ling was able to become the most dazzling genius not because of luck, but because of his heart of martial arts. The path of martial arts was never smooth sailing. When a genius encountered difficulties and setbacks, he would turn around and avoid them. In this way, his heart of martial arts would quietly collapse. But there were also geniuses who chose to face difficulties head-on. Even if they were to die, they would die on the way. These geniuses usually crossed a life-and-death crisis and broke out of their cocoons to become butterflies. And Lin Ling was the latter. Of course, all of this sounded simple, but in reality, when facing a life-and-death crisis, there were very few people who could truly give up on life and death and face difficulties with a firm heart. Comprehension. You are comprehending under my flame. Go to hell. In the distance, Sheng Fifen's face revealed a ferocious expression. Lin Ling dared to comprehend his sacred flame spear. This was a great humiliation to him. Rumble. The flame spear's momentum was even more majestic, sweeping through the area and rushing towards Lin Ling at an even faster speed. At this moment, Lin Ling was still standing there quietly, his eyes staring at the dancing flames in his palm. Finally, at a certain moment, his eyes began to shine and 2 wisps of green flames flickered in his pupils. "I see," he said with a smile, which made everyone even more puzzled. However, in the next moment, under countless gazes, the flame in Lin Ling's palm began to spiral. It was extremely beautiful, and then it grew crazily like bamboo shoots after the rain. The fire grew larger and larger, continuously spiraling and blooming with dazzling light. Finally, that wisp of flame transformed into a strange green demonic dragon. How is this possible? Staring blankly at the scene, the crowd was completely silent. To their astonishment, the young man was holding an enormous green flame demonic dragon in his hand, making him look even more extraordinary than a saint extraordinary. The unbreakable spear of sacred flame? A calm voice came from the sky. Lin Ling raised his eyes and stared indifferently in front of him, "Then let me try to break it." He slapped out with his palm, and it seemed to stir up the wind and clouds. The enormous demonic dragon in his palm roared furiously and swept out. The dragon seemed to want to devour the heavens and the earth, but it was surrounded by green flames, making people unable to take their eyes off it. Moreover, their hearts trembled as if they were about to be devoured by the demonic dragon. This was the great intent of the world-cleansing demonic flame. It's time for the final battle. The crowd swallowed with difficulty, afraid that they would miss even the slightest bit of the scene. Rumble. The demonic dragon pierced through the sky, and on the other side was a huge golden spear. The two terrifying king physiques finally collided in midair. The deafening sound seemed to have caused the ground of Cloud Sea City to tremble a little. The spear of sacred flame was indeed terrifying. It could sweep away all mid-stage heavenly spirit realm cultivators, and even kill late-stage heavenly spirit realm cultivators. However, the demonic dragon represented the world-cleansing demonic flame, and its grade was not lower than the golden sovereign flame. In fact, in terms of comprehension of the great intent, the demonic dragon was obviously stronger. Bang! 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 The sound of flames colliding continued to resound. The two types of flames burned each other, one golden and the other green. At first, the golden flame had the upper hand, but not long after, something terrifying happened. The green flame surged, and a huge dragon wrapped around the golden spear. It actually started to devour the golden flames. The spear of sacred flame that had never been terrifying was disintegrated at this moment. What a terrifying aura! In the distance, Sheng Fifen's pupils shrank. He never thought that Lin Ling's concept of fire would be even stronger than his own. But, what angered him the most was that Lin Ling had comprehended it while he was attacking. Did that mean that Lin Ling had comprehended it because he had helped him? Shit! But soon, Sheng Fifen roared. After the green demonic dragon devoured the spear of sacred flame, it grew larger and charged toward Sheng Fifen. At this moment, Sheng Fifen wanted to retreat. He was afraid. With his talent and strength, he was like a king when facing the weak. But when facing a stronger genius, he would still be afraid. In fact, he was just stronger than an ordinary cultivator. Retreat. Sheng Fifen moved and frantically retreated. His panicked look froze the crowd. They had never expected that the saint son of the cloud domain would be in such dire straits. This was completely different from Sheng Fifen's arrogance at the beginning. You said that if I didn't die after the fifth move, you would leave with a coffin and never step into the Heaven Mystic's kingdom again. Why are you running now? A majestic voice echoed in Sheng Fifen's ears. The veins on his forehead bulged. Lin Ling was humiliating him. It's just a moment of pride. Lin Ling, don't be too arrogant. Sheng Fifen roared. He didn't want to be at a disadvantage. But in fact, whether he wanted to admit it or not, he no longer had the will to fight. Arrogant? Lin Ling's eyes flickered. Since the 100 Generals battle, it seemed that Sheng Fifen had been the arrogant one. Moreover, the 100 Generals battle was originally a battle of the Heaven Mystic's kingdom. Sheng Fifen was the prodigy of the cloud domain. He interfered and treated everyone like ants. So, who could be more arrogant than him? However, since the other party thought that he was arrogant, then he would be arrogant. So what if I'm arrogant? The cold voice echoed again. Sheng Fifen, who was retreating from afar, turned pale. In the next moment, he was entangled by the flaming demon dragon. The terrifying flames were cold and scorching, burning him until he screamed in pain. So terrifying. Everyone looked at the scene in the sky and shuddered. Was Sheng Fifen going to lose? He was the saint's son of the cloud domain. He was going to represent the cloud domain to participate in the 100 Regions Prodigy Tournament. Was he going to lose to Lin Ling from the Heaven Mystic's kingdom? Many people couldn't believe their eyes. They felt that everything was like a dream. However, the scene in front of them told them that it wasn't a dream. Sheng Fifen lost. As for the Crown Prince and the others, their faces were extremely ugly. Lin Ling created another miracle. Not only did he not fall from the god's pedestal, but he also rose to the sky in a more dazzling manner. Lin Ling, you forced me to do this. For saints, follow your orders. At this moment, a ferocious roar sounded in the sky. Then, four mysterious experts from the cloud domain looked at each other in the distance. Hesitation appeared on their faces, and in the end, they spontaneously combusted. Chapter 402. A demonic dragon devours its master. Get lost. An earth-shattering roar resounded as the giant demonic dragon was sent flying. In the sky, a bare-chested youth appeared. The flames on his body had already disappeared, leaving only 4 mysterious symbols. Those were the symbols of the Saint Flame, which gave people a feeling of oppression like a volcano. The youth was Sheng Fifan. He hasn't lost yet, and his strength seems to have increased. Looking at the scene in the sky, the crowd was shocked. The heavens' pride from the cloud domain was indeed terrifying. In such a situation, Sheng Fifan was still hiding his final trump card. For Flame's master. I didn't want to use it because it would squeeze out my potential, but it seems like I can't avoid it today. Lin Ling, you forced me to do this. In the sky, Sheng Fifan's voice was low. He gently waved his hand, and flames erupted in front of him, burning the sky. Obviously, the 4 Flames master had increased his strength to another level. Of course, it was a secret technique that could increase one's strength for a short period of time, and the price was very high. However, with the price, the power was naturally terrifying. For Flames master? Lin Ling's eyes flickered. If he didn't guess wrong, the so-called 4 Flames master should be Sheng Fifan devouring the vitality of the previous 4 old men to increase his strength for a short period of time. Those 4 old men must have the bloodline of the sacred clan and possessed golden flames. That was why Sheng Fifan could devour them. Lin Ling, you forced me to this extent. Even if you die, it'll be an honor for you. Sheng Fifan's cold voice resounded again, making the crowd gulp. Without a doubt, the demonic dragon was Lin Ling's final trump card. Unfortunately, Sheng Fifan was still hiding something. You've devoured 4 of your subordinates, which means 4 of your subordinates are also fighting. The 100 Generals battle seems meaningless now. As for you saying that you'll end me in 5 moves, that's a joke. The sacred clan is nothing more than this. Lin Ling said indifferently with disdain in his eyes. The winner is the king, and the loser is the bandit. Shameless or insidious, as long as you die, who in the cloud domain will remember you? Everyone will only know me, Sheng Fifan, as the saint. This time, Sheng Fifan didn't get angry. It was obvious that his arrogance was only aimed at the weak. Now that he was facing an expert who could threaten his life, he shamelessly thought that winning was good enough. The coffin is yours, and your woman is mine. Boom! Sheng Fifan's body trembled. A large number of golden eyes appeared on the surface of his body. A terrifying aura bloomed, seemingly tearing the air apart. Just his aura alone could tear the air apart. From this, it could be seen that the current Sheng Fifan was more than twice as strong as before. The flaming evil dragon earlier was not bad, but I see that your face is pale, so you must have used up all your spiritual energy. So, as long as I destroy the flaming evil dragon, you will definitely die. A cold voice came from Sheng Fifan's mouth. He sneered as his eyes locked onto the flaming devil dragon that was circling in the distance. Earlier, he only managed to scare the demonic dragon away. However, if he could scare it away, he had the confidence to destroy it. Lin Ling, your time of death has come. Whoosh! Sheng Fifan took a step forward, causing ripples to appear in the sky. His body disappeared in an instant, and reappeared in front of the flaming devil dragon. Then, he did not use any powerful martial arts, but used brute force to break the flaming devil dragon. Obviously, he had turned into fire at this moment, and any of his attacks were powerful fire elemental concepts. Terrifying, no one can defeat Sheng Fifan. The crowd looked at the scene in the sky, and they were shocked. Today's battle of 100 generals was indeed a glimmer of hope. Every time they thought that Shang Fifan had won, Lin Ling would suppress him. Every time they thought that Lin Ling had won, Shang Fifan would display the strength of the divine tribe, and the battle would be extremely exciting. Rumble. In the sky, a man was fighting the flaming devil dragon. Lin Ling frowned slightly from afar. Shang Fifan's strength had increased a lot. He was afraid that he had reached the late stage of the heavenly spirit realm, and he was definitely not an ordinary one. Get lost. At this moment, Shang Fifan shouted loudly. The flaming devil dragon was on the verge of collapse, and it no longer had the divine power it had at the beginning. Shang Fifan had forced it to turn around and pounce on Lin Ling. This flaming devil dragon has half of its spiritual intelligence, and it is not a martial art that you can control. Now that you can't control it, it will devour its master. Shang Fifan laughed loudly as he watched the flaming devil dragon pounce on Lin Ling. He opened his arms as if he was the ruler of the world. Devour its master? Lin Ling is playing with fire. Everyone looked at the flaming devil dragon that was flying in the sky and sighed. Fire could destroy everything, and it had absolute power. However, if one could not control the power, he would be playing with fire. Lin Ling had used up all of his spiritual energy after using the flaming devil dragon. He had no power to fight back, and he could only be burned to death by his own flames. Lin Ling frowned under the thousands of gazes. His face was indeed pale, and he could only watch the flaming devil dragon pounce on him. His helplessness made many people sigh. A devil dragon devouring its master was a power that was beyond one's control. The consequences of using it by force were unimaginable. Boom! Then, the flaming devil dragon devoured Lin Ling. Green flames bloomed in the sky, and everything turned into nothingness. It's finally over. The crowd sighed as they looked at the sky quietly. The crown prince and the others were relieved, and they smiled with relief. Lin Ling is dead? The second prince and the others were pale, but they still stared at the sky. Perhaps the young man had created miracles time and time again, so they still hoped that the young man would be able to turn the tide. Are you still looking forward to it? Lin Ling has already created many miracles today. Could it be that he can create another miracle this time? At this moment, the crown prince's mocking voice was heard, and the second prince and the others were furious. However, the crown prince did not care. A miracle can only happen once. Lin Ling has done it 3 times. There can't be a 4th time, right? If there is, then he is destined, ha ha ha. He was gloating, as if he could already see the deaths of the second prince and the others. You are on the wrong side. Believing in Lin Ling is equivalent to digging your own grave. After today, everyone who goes against me will die. The crown prince's voice was heard again, and it was domineering. He had decided to completely reshuffle the cards. As for those who betrayed Lin Ling, they were laughing coldly, their eyes filled with schadenfreude. Fortunately, they betrayed Lin Ling at the critical moment. Otherwise, they would be dead after today. Lin Ling was just a clown. Although he kept shining, he would eventually dim. He was no match for the crown prince. Alas, what a pity. It was burned to ashes, and my coffin was wasted. Lin Ling, can't you let me have my wish before I die? Everything was burned to nothing. Can't you die without letting your woman see your miserable state? In the sky, Shang Fifan laughed arrogantly. In this battle, he was under the most pressure. At the beginning, he looked down on Lin Ling, but who knew that Lin Ling had so many trump cards and almost killed him. Fortunately, he used a forbidden trump card at the critical moment, and finally turned the tables. Chapter 403. The True Secret of the World-Purifying Demonic Flame. I will protect my own people. As for your coffin, you should use it yourself. While everyone was in silence, a faintly discernible voice suddenly echoed. Astral winds were blowing in all directions. That strange green flame that vanished was now burning without any fire. Under the astral winds in the sky, the flame was constantly condensing and quietly condensing into a slender figure. This figure had a calm expression and an ordinary aura presence. It was just like an ordinary person on the street. However, if one took a closer look, one would realize that it wasn't a human but a flame. It was even more like a demonic dragon. World-purifying demonic flame, perfection stage. I see. A soft voice drifted out with the wind, which intimidated the heaven mystic's kingdom into silence. That slender figure was all too familiar to everyone. That handsome young man was even more etched in everyone's minds. If he wasn't Lin Ling, who else could he be? Wasn't Lin Ling burned to death by his own flame? Why was he still alive? The silence didn't last long. Shocked voices echoed like waves. Lin Ling. The crown prince sat loftily on the dragon throne below the city, and he held onto the armrests with both hands. However, at this moment, even the solid dragon throne had been crushed by his grip, and his eyes were staring fixedly at that slender figure. Lin Ling hadn't lost yet. He seemed to have no limit. Impossible. I clearly saw that you were burned to death by your own flame. How can you still be alive? Sheng Fifan stared at Lin Ling from afar and shook his head constantly. He seemed to be unwilling to accept this fact. In his heart, Lin Ling was like the undying fire god. I have 3 types of fire attribute spirit bodies. The first is the 9 nether heavenly flames, which has the characteristic of explosiveness. The second is the 7 blades talent, which has the characteristic of sharpness. The third is the world-purifying demonic flame, which doesn't have the characteristic of a flaming demonic dragon. Back then, I made use of this flame to undergo nirvana and exhausted a lot of effort to open the 8 gates of the human body. Lin Ling looked at Sheng Fifan quietly and spoke indifferently. For some reason, his words made Sheng Fifan feel a strong pressure. It was as if the youth standing in front of him was the Emperor of Flames, the ancient Flame Demon King. Open the 8 gates to contain demonic flames. However, the 8 gates only appeared in ancient times. It is said that it was used to break through the limits of the human body. Some comparatively older cultivators throughout the city exclaimed in succession. The 8 gates of the human body were very difficult to open. If one was not careful, half of one's body would be paralyzed. If it was serious, one's soul would scatter. However, Lin Ling had actually opened the 8 gates of the human body. Furthermore, he had opened the 8 gates just to fuse with the demonic fire. Could it be? Suddenly, many martial artists had guesses in their hearts. Wrong. They had all guessed wrong. They thought that the world-purifying demonic flame was terrifying because of the green flaming demonic dragon. However, the fact was that the world-purifying demonic flame had broken through the limits of the human body. That was the characteristic of the world-purifying demonic flame, increasing the limits of the human body. Sheng Fifan had also guessed the same thing. His body trembled subconsciously. The flame demon dragon. In the beginning, I thought it was a means to attack the enemy. However, later on, I realized that it was actually a flame energy that provided nourishment for the cultivator. Lin Ling stretched out his right hand. A wisp of green flame danced as if the flame had transformed into his arm. Moreover, he could feel that it wasn't blood that flowed in his body but flame. Indeed, the flame demon dragon wasn't an offensive means. It was an auxiliary means to increase the flame energy of the cultivator and provide nourishment for the cultivator. After devouring the flame demon dragon, the cultivator who possessed the world-purifying demonic flame would transform into the flame demon king. That was the true secret of the world-purifying demonic flame. I won the battle of 100 generals. A soft voice floated out of Lin Ling's mouth. The next moment, endless flames erupted from his body. The flames stacked on top of each other, with Lin Ling as the center. They emitted ripples, making Lin Ling look even more dreamy. One could vaguely see a terrifying green flame demon dragon coiling around Lin Ling. The aura of nirvanic extermination bloomed. "I'll leave the coffin to you." Swish! With a light step, Lin Ling appeared in front of Sheng Fifan. Sheng Fifan's pupils constricted. In his eyes, the young man in front of him was covered in green flames. He looked dreamy and ethereal. If the young man in front of him gave him the impression of the Emperor of Fire, then he was now the ancient flame demon king. Like a flame and a demon. "What do you want?" An innate suppression enveloped Sheng Fifan, causing his body to tremble. He didn't know why, but he had a feeling that Lin Ling couldn't win. "I'll kill you." A cold voice came out from Lin Ling's mouth. "Dream on, flame of the Emperor." Roar! Sheng Fifan roared. Golden flames bloomed from his right fist as he punched toward Lin Ling. Pop! 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 The air was torn apart and burned fiercely. That punch was terrifying. Pop! Unfortunately, before the fist could reach Lin Ling gently grasped it. The green flames on his arm bloomed and extinguished the golden flames as if they were natural restraints. "You're too weak." Disdain. Lin Ling's disdainful voice made Sheng Fifan's face turn ferocious. He should be the one to say that. But now, Lin Ling was standing in front of him and telling him that he was too weak. That kind of calmness that looked down on all living beings humiliated him. "I don't believe it." Roar! Sheng Fifan roared again. He was a saint. How could he be humiliated like that? Destroy! Destroy! There wasn't any imposing attack. Lin Ling only threw a light punch. Boom! Under that punch, Sheng Fifan felt an endless flame attack him. It was even more terrifying than his golden brilliant emperor flame. In a flash, his right arm was burned. No golden flames could stop that demonic fire. The world-purifying demonic fire's grand concept had reached perfection. Any flame would be burned, unless Sheng Fifan also had a grand concept that had reached perfection. Unfortunately, it was impossible. Sheng Fifan had only scratched the surface of his flame concept. The sacred flame tribe is great, but I think it's just a so-so. Kill! Lin Ling said coldly. He threw out another punch like a demon king. With a boom, Sheng Fifan's left arm was burned. His face turned pale. Killed. He was killed by Lin Ling. He had regarded Lin Ling as an ant. He had fought with Lin Ling for the sake of a game. But now, he was the ant. Wait, you won. The battle of 100 generals is over. Kill! Sheng Fifan shouted in panic. His panicked voice made the entire city silent. Was this the saint of the sacred flame tribe? The Cloud Domain's Heaven's Pride, who had dominated everything not long ago, had now admitted defeat and begged for mercy. The battle of 100 generals has already ended. Now, it's a battle of life and death between you and me. Kill! Lin Ling's face was indifferent. He lightly shook his head and gently pulled out the cloud-patterned black sword with his right hand. The next moment, green flames wrapped around the sword as if the sword had turned into a terrifying demonic dragon. The world-purifying demonic fire had allowed Lin Ling to break through the limits of the human body. He had turned into a flame and all of his attacks returned to their original state. All of his attacks were based on the world-purifying demonic fire's grand concept. Since you brought a coffin, take it back with you. The sword ruthlessly slashed towards Sheng Fifan. Sheng Fifan's pupils constricted. He wanted to resist but found that he couldn't move. Lin Ling's tyrannical flame restrained his flames. Chapter 404. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios Severed Arm, Peasant, he is the son of the saint race. Do you want to offend the cloud region by killing him? Just as the sword was about to land, a sharp and harsh voice rang out. It was the Empress Dowager's voice. Below the Cloud Sea City, the Crown Prince's eyes narrowed and were filled with anxiety. Sheng Fifen's identity was even more terrifying than his. Furthermore, he was the one who invited Sheng Fifen. If Sheng Fifen died in the Heaven Mystic's kingdom, the Crown Prince would not be able to escape death. Lin Ling, how dare you? The Crown Prince roared as well. Since you dare to treat others' lives as a game, you must be prepared to be obliterated. No one is an exception. Lin Ling's expression was still indifferent as he sneered. In the Battle of 100 Generals, Sheng Fifen had won and easily killed his opponent. But Sheng Fifen had lost and his opponent wanted to kill him, yet he had withdrawn and even used his status as a descendant to protect himself. Was this possible? Sheng Fifen's life was important, but were the lives of other martial artists not? Buddha is merciful. You have already won. Why do you have to kill more? Right at this moment, the sky was filled with golden light. A majestic figure appeared and slammed his golden palm with endless divine prowess towards Lin Ling. It was Elder Shengde. Bald donkey, who do you think you are? The astral wind behind him made Lin Ling's expression turn cold. The sword in his right hand didn't stop and slashed down heavily. Swish! The sword was like a dragon, slashing everything. A sword mark appeared on Sheng Fifen's neck. There was a burning flame. Sheng Fifen's eyes widened as if he couldn't believe what was happening. He wanted to say something, but he couldn't say anything. You said you wanted to participate in the 100 Regions Genius competition. Go to hell. Lin Ling's cold voice rang in Sheng Fifen's ears. This was the last sentence he heard in his life. The 100 Regions Genius competition. That tournament was the tournament that Sheng Fifen was going to make a name for himself. He originally thought that he would be able to participate in the tournament once this matter was settled. He never expected that he would fail miserably at such an easy task and lose to a nameless youth from the Heaven Mystic's kingdom. The Cloud Region Saint's son, the #1 prodigy of the 3 kingdoms, defeated. Bang! Sheng Fifen's figure fell from the sky and landed right on top of the black coffin. The violent explosion made countless people's hearts skip a beat. Sheng Fifen had proudly brought the coffin here. He wanted to leave it for Lin Ling, but he didn't expect that he would leave it for himself. All of this was extremely ironic. Bastard! Above the sky, Elder Shengde's roar came out. Lin Ling, today I will punish you on behalf of Tian Yin Temple in front of everyone. Punish me? Bald donkey, if it wasn't for the fact that I wanted to settle this fair and square, I would have already attacked you. Turning his head, Lin Ling saw that the gigantic palm in the sky was getting closer and closer, but he let out an angry roar. That voice shook the entire Cloud Sea City. Lin Ling planned to attack Elder Shengde. One must know that Elder Shengde was the referee. The most terrifying thing was that Elder Shengde was the representative of the Sound of Heaven Temple. His strength was also extremely terrifying, reaching the late stage of the heavenly spirit realm. He was even stronger than the 4 kings. Junior, you. Elder Shengde's forehead was full of blue veins. This Lin Ling was getting more and more presumptuous. Not only did he kill Sheng Fifen in front of him, he even attacked him now. Die! The terrifying golden palm spewed out rays of light and covered Lin Ling. The strength of the late stage of the heavenly spirit realm was terrifying. It was not something that Sheng Fifen could compare with. After all, Elder Shengde's cultivation was much longer than Sheng Fifen's, so he was naturally stronger. Rumble. Lin Ling's pupils congealed and a terrifying soul force was released. An ancient knife was formed in front of him, then it cut through the space and shot towards Elder Shengde. At this moment, he finally used his strongest trump card. Only the soul force of the Nirvana blade could be seen by others. They were shocked to find that Lin Ling was not afraid of Elder Shengde. Did he think that he could shake Elder Shengde with his strength? Whoosh! The saber of Nirvana instantly appeared in front of Elder Shengda and directly attacked his soul. Elder Shengda's face, which was filled with killing intent a moment ago, changed in the next moment. Not good. He frantically retreated. That mysterious attack was too terrifying. It actually made him feel a sense of crisis. As he retreated, the vast palm that was slapping towards Lin Ling disappeared. Countless people's pupils congealed as they did not understand what had happened. Die. Whoosh. Lin Ling's body moved, and his speed was quite fast. He instantly appeared in front of Elder Shengda and slashed out with the huge green flame sword. Rumble. This slash seemed to be able to cut through the sun and moon. At this critical moment, Elder Shengda was worthy of being a late-stage heavenly spirit realm expert. His right hand shone with golden light and suddenly blocked. Then, his arm was cut off and blood rained down from the sky. Elder Shengda did not care about his right arm and frantically retreated. His face was pale and fearful. It was not until he retreated 1,000 meters that he looked around in horror. That terrifying soul force had disappeared. Earlier, he was afraid of the saber of Nirvana, and that was why Lin Ling was lucky enough to sever his arm. But at this moment, his face was livid, and he didn't dare approach Lin Ling because he was still worried that the saber of Nirvana would suddenly descend upon him. Bald donkey, consider yourself lucky. Lin Ling, on the other hand, was quietly standing in the sky with a slight frown on his face. Obviously, he was somewhat regretful that he didn't manage to kill Elder Shengda in one strike. Moreover, he knew that it would be very difficult for him to attack again. After all, Elder Shengda was an expert at the late stage of the heavenly spirit realm. If he was prepared, escaping wouldn't be difficult at all. Everything happened too quickly. When everyone reacted, they could only look at the sky in shock. Lin Ling was too terrifying. It seemed that even Elder Shengda was not his opponent. How can he be so strong? The Crown Prince's pupils constricted. He did not know how Lin Ling cut off Elder Shengda's arm, but Lin Ling was putting more and more pressure on him. If he did not get rid of this calamity, then he would not have another chance. You even dared to touch the presiding judge. Is the 100 Generals battle just a game in your eyes? Today, you are disqualified. Moreover, you dared to touch the presiding judge in front of everyone. You must die. Boom. A majestic aura bloomed. The Crown Prince took a step forward and flew into the sky as if he was stepping on clouds. Behind him, the image of a golden dragon appeared. This was his true dragon body. Men, capture Lin Ling, disqualify him and hand him over to the cloud realm. Humph. As the Crown Prince moved, the Empress Dowager's sinister voice came from the sky. Obviously, she wanted to use this opportunity to kill Lin Ling. The imperial family of the Sea of Clouds is so shameless. After losing, they immediately attacked. Staring at the battle in the sky, many people frowned and muttered to themselves. Since the beginning of the 100 Generals battle, they clearly saw that Shang Fifan wanted to kill Lin Ling. Of course, Lin Ling fought back and killed Shang Fifan to become the champion of the 100 Generals battle. However, the imperial family of the Sea of Clouds went back on their words. They wanted to capture Lin Ling and hand him over to the Cloud Realm. In this way, not only could they appease the Cloud Realm, but they could also get rid of this calamity. The actions of the imperial family of the Sea of Clouds were getting uglier and uglier. Chapter 405. The Monarch's Descent. Swish. 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 Under the Empress Dowager's voice, a new battle began, and the star of the stage was still the dazzling prodigy Lin Ling. Subsequently, everyone looked again and realized that there were many experts involved, and they were all top-notch figures in the late stage of the Heaven Spirit Realm. Marshal. Grand Elder, Elder He. Sublime Cord Temple. It was obvious that they were planning to kill Lin Ling together and not give Lin Ling any chance to resist. However, They had underestimated Lin Ling. Lin Ling had participated in the Battle of 100 Generals by relying on his own strength. He had not used his rallying power. However, if the Empress Dowager wanted to play dirty, then he would play along with her. "My men, attack!" In the sky, Lin Ling's cold voice echoed, causing the entire Heaven Mystics Kingdom to tremble. "We knew you would be so shameless, so we were prepared. Attack! King Li has arrived. King Sima Zhenshan has arrived." Under countless gazes, Lin Ling displayed his terrifying charisma, and a large number of experts flew to the sky. Apart from the Empress Dowager, everyone on the stage was a Heaven Spirit Realm expert. "All the alchemists in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, listen up. Help my disciple today, and I will repay you in the future." Senior He Yenshan's voice echoed. "Imperial Physician Hall, attack!" Fang Mozhui also flew to the sky. "Flame Legion has arrived. Attack!" Compared to Lin Ling, the Empress Dowager's charisma was extremely small and laughable. "Who dares to touch my brother? 300,000 soldiers from the Sky Fragrance Ancient City have arrived. Brother, Zhang Sanshan is here to assist you. Attack!" An even more terrifying voice echoed, and it came from Zhang Sanshan of the Sky Fragrance Ancient City. Far away in the southeast, 300,000 soldiers were coming, causing everyone's heart to tremble violently. Lin Ling had been keeping a low profile since the 100 Generals battle, but if you bullied him, then he would be angered, and the Heaven Mystics Kingdom would be in turmoil. Like I said, the winner of the Commander's Seal will be decided by the 100 Generals. Lin Ling won in front of everyone. Even if you don't admit it, you won't be able to escape the mouths of millions, much less get my acknowledgement. North Ice's million-man army, hear my command. It seemed that the terrifying event was not over yet. In the sky, the Ghost Marshal, who had been silent all this time, appeared. He took out the Commander's Seal and tossed it to Lin Ling. At the same time, from the distant horizon, a vast and boundless army surrounded them. Millions of soldiers besieged the city. Silence. The city was terrifyingly silent. The Imperial Tutor and the rest stopped flying towards Lin Ling as they looked into the distance in horror. Their previous encirclement was extremely ironic at this moment, causing them to not dare to move at all. Not long ago, Lin Ling was able to summon half of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. Right now, he was able to summon the entire kingdom. This young man had completely risen. In terms of strength, the youth was ranked first, and he was the youngest prodigy. In terms of rallying power, when the youth raised his arms and shouted, the Heaven Mystics Kingdom was in an uproar. That kind of influence had already surpassed the royal clan of the Sea of Clouds. Sovereign's descent. The crowd could only use this word to describe the shock in their hearts. Come on, aren't you all murderous? Why don't you dare to move now? In the sky, Lin Ling looked coldly at the Crown Prince's people. His words carried a hint of dominance and mockery. I will just stand here and let you kill me. If you dare to move, then come. A pity, who dared to move? The Crown Prince and the others all had ashen faces as they were deeply humiliated. They knew that if they were to make a move, they would be obstructed by powerful martial artists before they could even get close to Lin Ling. They were like the sun in the west, and they were no longer comparable to Lin Ling. Even if Lin Ling stood there and allowed them to kill him, they didn't dare to. The royal clan of the Sea of Clouds had become a joke at this moment. They went for wool and came home shorn. Lin Ling was already the number one in the 100 Generals tournament, and it was something that everyone had witnessed. The royal clan of the Sea of Clouds flew into a rage out of humiliation and wanted to put up a final resistance, but they ended up humiliating themselves. Isn't that so? The 100 Generals tournament was originally a matter of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. What right did Shang Fifan have to be so arrogant to make the decision? Now that he is dead, he deserved it. I think it is time for the royal clan of the Sea of Clouds to change its ruler. On the ground, the crowd was in a heated discussion as they looked at the Empress Dowager and the others with ridicule. Lin Ling, you have won. Today's 100 Generals tournament is over. The Empress Dowager had an extremely unpleasant expression as she acknowledged Lin Ling's qualifications. Of course, she didn't have a choice. Is that so? Lin Ling had an icy cold expression as he moved his body and flew towards the Empress Dowager. What are you trying to do? Seeing the indifferent youth flying over, the Empress Dowager frowned and felt uneasy for some reason. However, she believed that Lin Ling wouldn't dare to do anything to her. After all, she was still the mother of the kingdom. Shut up. Are you trying to cover up your previous mistakes with just one sentence? Soon enough, Lin Ling appeared in front of the Empress Dowager and looked at her coldly. Are you qualified to ask this empress to shut up? This Empress Dowager was with the king of Yunhai back then. The Empress Dowager yelled out coldly. So what? The king of Yunhai is truly blind to actually find a woman like you as his wife. The king of Yunhai is truly disappointing. Lin Ling softly said. His words caused the Empress Dowager's eyes to widen. In front of countless people, Lin Ling was looking down on the king of Yunhai. And in the crowd below, everyone's pupils constricted. In the past, the king of Yunhai had conquered the world and no one had refused to obey him. But today, in the mouth of this youth, it seemed that he was nothing more than this. Lin Ling, how frivolous. The Empress Dowager should be the mother of the world, giving off a kind and amiable feeling. But are you like the Empress Dowager? You are sinister and harsh, more like a shrew. I really don't understand why you still have the face to continue being the Empress Dowager and not return to your hometown. Lin Ling lightly said once more. Lin Ling, the Empress Dowager is supported by the masses. Do not slander her. From far away, Elder Shengda's voice echoed out. He had regained his kind and amiable appearance, as if the matter of Lin Ling being killed had nothing to do with him. However, his severed arm was a bit ironic at this moment. Shut up, bald donkey. If you have the ability, then come and speak. Why are you hiding so far away? Lin Ling taunted. At this moment, he did not need to place any referee in his eyes. And far away, Elder Shengda did not dare to approach Lin Ling. His cautious appearance made many people feel that it was very funny. Lin Ling, too strong is easy to break. You are too arrogant. Sometimes, you will capsize in a ditch. Seeing Lin Ling intimidate tens of thousands of people today, the Empress Dowager felt very uncomfortable and coldly said this. Pa! A slap fell on the Empress Dowager's face, causing her expression to freeze. She seemed to not believe that she had been slapped. Arrogant? I should be the one saying this to you. Lin Ling coldly said. You hit me? The Empress Dowager's pupils constricted. She looked up at Lin Ling in disbelief. Pa! Another slap sounded out, causing the Empress Dowager's disbelief to turn into reality. Lin Ling, in front of countless people, slapped the Empress Dowager. Is it strange that I hit you? Lin Ling's eyes were cold. The Empress Dowager said that he was arrogant, but he did not think so. With everything he had now, he already had the absolute right to speak. Could it be that when the imperial family of Cloud Sea controlled everything, their tyrannical actions were not arrogant? But when his strength surpassed theirs, any action was considered arrogant? These people, they only had eyes for him. Chapter 406. The one who started the era ended it. Lin Ling, how dare you hit my mother? In the distance, the Crown Prince stared as Lin Ling slapped the Empress Dowager twice. His heart felt like it was being cut by a knife. The Empress Dowager was his mother. Now that she was slapped in front of everyone, it was worse than killing him. You feel terrible, don't you? When you forced my father to his death, didn't you think that we would feel terrible? Lin Ling glanced at the Crown Prince and spoke in a cold voice. Slap. Another slap landed on the Empress Dowager's face. I did hit you. So what? An even colder voice came along with the slap. The Crown Prince clenched his teeth. He was domineering and dominated everything. Everyone served him. To die for him was a form of pride. But today, Lin Ling was even more domineering than him. He slapped the Empress Dowager's face in front of the Crown Prince. Not only did I hit you, but I also dared to kill you. Lin Ling said coldly. He waved his sword and a dazzling green flame flashed. The Empress Dowager's eyes widened. When she realized what had happened, there was a sword mark on her neck. She stared at Lin Ling obviously. She didn't think that Lin Ling would dare to kill her in front of everyone. At this moment, the entire city was so silent that one could hear a pin drop. Lin Ling had killed the Cloud Sea King's former woman. Mother. The Crown Prince's eyes narrowed and he found it difficult to breathe. Then, he looked at Lin Ling with murderous eyes. If looks could kill, Lin Ling would have been killed 1,000,000 times. Unfortunately, looks weren't that difficult to kill. You are in pain and angry, aren't you? But have you ever thought that when you kill someone else's parents, how could the pain they suffer be any less than yours? Lin Ling smiled coldly. During the Battle of the 100 Generals, the Empress Dowager had tried to kill him many times. If it weren't for the battle, he would have killed this vicious woman. And after the Battle of 100 Generals had ended, this woman still didn't know how to restrain herself. She wanted to make a final struggle and have her subordinates kill him. If that was the case, then Lin Ling didn't need to show mercy. Come, Your Majesty the Crown Prince. The battle between you and me can begin now. Looking at the Crown Prince, Lin Ling softly said. His words made the hearts of the crowd tremble. Lin Ling really wanted to sweep away everything today. He defeated all the outstanding geniuses, killed Sheng Fifan, scared off Elder Shengda, killed the Empress Dowager, and finally challenged the Crown Prince. In today's battle, Lin Ling was the true main character. Off in the distance, His Majesty the Crown Prince's eyes were bloodshot. Everyone thought he would fight, but to everyone's surprise, he remained silent. It was as if he feared Lin Ling. Perhaps in his heart, Lin Ling was truly terrifying. If you don't dare to fight, fine. However, it won't be long before I come looking for you to avenge my father's death. Lin Ling no longer paid any attention to His Majesty the Crown Prince. He tossed the commander's seal in his hand to His Majesty the Second Prince. Yunixuan, the commander's seal is yours. This move made the Second Prince's body tremble. His heart was filled with excitement. Currently, Lin Ling had everything. In fact, he could be the king of Yunhai and the Second Prince wouldn't have any objections. However, Lin Ling had said that he didn't care about the throne and that he would give it up after he won it. And today, Lin Ling did it. The commander's seal was handed over without any hesitation. What made the Second Prince, Yunixuan, most grateful was that Lin Ling was the one who had worked hard to obtain the commander's seal. Thank you. The Second Prince didn't know how to describe his feelings. In the end, he could only say 2 words with deep meaning. Li Junwang and the others were also excited. They had made the right bet. The youth didn't disappoint them. The youth carried everyone's lives on his shoulders. However, the youth won in the end. Lin Ling smiled. His smile was so bright that it made countless people's hearts hazy. At this moment, Lin Ling was truly a cheerful youth. Perhaps, everything he did was for the Heaven Mystic's kingdom. Lin Ling, I admire you. Someone in the crowd finally sighed. Many people nodded. Handing over the commander's seal and giving up on fame and fortune wasn't something that anyone could do. They looked at the boy next door youth in the sky. Their eyes were sparkling. At this moment, the youth was even more dazzling and handsome. He didn't fall off the stage. Instead, he flew further and further. His future is limitless. Today is his stage, Lin Ling, Lin Ling. After a moment of silence, a deafening voice came from the Cloud Sea City. It shook the sky. The youth used his absolute strength to not only become the #1 prodigy of the Cloud region, but he also conquered everyone's heart. Lin Ling of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. At this moment, many people remembered this name. The 100 Generals battle had ended. The #1 prodigy, Lin Ling, didn't fall. Instead, he was like a dark horse. Not only did he become famous in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, but he was also famous in the Cloud region. He became the #1 prodigy of the Cloud region. Besides that, the Heaven Mystics Kingdom situation had finally come to an end. The new Cloud Sea King was born. It was the second prince, Yunixuan. This result made countless people sigh. Back then, Yunixuan didn't even have any chance to become a king. However, after receiving Lin Ling's help, he gradually became the #1 king from the weakest existence. Lin Ling, what kind of youth was he? Countless people were curious about Lin Ling. The Heaven Mystics Kingdom situation was settled. As for those who were waiting to see Lin Ling's failure, they were all regretting it now. Those who betrayed Lin Ling felt that the end of the world had arrived. The world was heartless. The winner was the king, and the loser was the bandit. This was unavoidable in the competition for the throne. If the crown prince won, then the second prince and the others would die. Vice versa. This was a fair bet. They could only blame themselves for underestimating Lin Ling. 3 days later, the Heaven Mystics Kingdom seemed to have regained its peace. Right now, in the Fire Ancient clan, a large number of people were gathered. They were all looking at a youth with burning eyes. Deep in their eyes, there was deep admiration. Lin Ling, back then, we chose you and bet everything on you. It was indeed a good bet. Yes. The second prince, Yunixuan, the 3 kings, He Yenshan, and the other elite experts were all looking at Lin Ling. They then smiled with gratification. The future belonged to this youth. Back then, this youth had unintentionally started the era. Right now, he had also ended the era. However, in the 100 Generals battle, you still made this old ghost tremble with fear. There were a few times when I was afraid that you would lose. Sigh, it is better to have less of such battles. Otherwise, my heart might not be able to bear the burden. Sigh. The ghost commander looked at Lin Ling with admiration and sighed. Everyone agreed with his words. During that great battle, their hearts had been tense all the time. Every time Lin Ling was about to lose, their hearts would beat wildly, and every time Lin Ling broke through his limits and exceeded their expectations, their hearts would be filled with excitement and excitement. If this feeling of being neither up nor down happened a few more times, it would indeed be fatal. Ghost Commander, thank you for your million-strong army. Sigh. Lin Ling smiled faintly and looked at the Ghost Commander. Right now, the million-strong army was obtained by his side. The future of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom was set. You deserve it. The Ghost Commander shook his head and laughed. Chapter 407. Wrong, Irreversible, General Lin, the Yu Clan, Lu Clan, Broken Saber City City Lord, and others request an audience. Yes. At this moment, a guard walked over and reported respectfully. Everyone was stunned for a moment before a cold smile appeared on their faces. The Yu Clan, Lu Clan, and Broken Saber City City Lord were also Lin Ling's people, but because they felt that Lin Ling had lost hope, they betrayed Lin Ling's camp and even betrayed Lin Ling. Now, it was very likely that they were here to plead for leniency. Let them in. Yes. Lin Ling nodded with a smile. Soon, the guard brought in 5 people. These 5 people were of high status. Some were the patriarchs of ancient families, some were city lords, and so on. My lord, you are wise and mighty. As expected of our leader. Yes. I, Lu Yeyun, hope to follow you again and contribute to your cause. Yes. My lord, I am back in your camp again. Yes. The 5 of them had smiles on their faces as they bowed respectfully to Lin Ling. Although there were many important people present, they also knew that the one who had the right to speak was the youngest young man. Lin Ling looked at them quietly and did not say anything. The second Prince Yunixuan and the others also did the same, with smiles in their eyes. This silent scene caused the 5 people's eyes to flicker, but then they said respectfully again, "My lord, His Majesty the Third Prince has already set in the west. We are willing to be the vanguard and fight the first battle for you to suppress His Majesty the Third Prince. My lord, if you have any instructions, just say it. I, Yu Lao, will do my best." They all patted their chests and said, as if they were extremely loyal. Their hypocritical faces made Lin Ling finally laugh. He said indifferently, "His Majesty the Third Prince has indeed set in the west, but what does that have to do with you?" "My lord, what do you mean? We are your loyal and devoted subordinates. Your matters are naturally our matters." The 5 people were all stunned. "Really?" Lin Ling smiled again, but his smile was somewhat cold. "His Majesty the Third Prince's decline is due to everyone's efforts, but what does it have to do with you? Moreover, if it was me who had fallen, I'm afraid you would have attacked me. When I was strong, you joined me, but when I was weak, you betrayed me and left. Are your faces all so thick? Please don't insult the word loyal." Plop. Hearing those words, the 5 people's expressions changed. They all knelt down and begged for mercy. "My lord, we know we were wrong. We are willing to atone for our sins. Our families and subordinates will be your people for the rest of our lives. Who do you think you are? As long as I raise my arms and shout, a large number of people will join my camp. Do I need trash like you?" Lin Ling coldly shouted, causing the 5 people's faces to turn pale. "There's no need to atone for your crimes through meritorious service. Your only fate is death." Lin Ling said coldly once again. "My lord, please spare our lives." The 5 of them finally panicked. They originally thought that if they were to become Lin Ling's disciples again, Lin Ling would forgive them for their mistakes. They only needed to atone for their sins by performing meritorious deeds. Who would have thought that Lin Ling would want to kill them, and there was no possibility of compromise. "Except for the few of you, your families and subordinates will all die." Lin Ling's eyes were filled with murderous intent, causing the 5 people's hearts to thump. One of them fainted from fright. This was 9 familial extermination. "My lord, you can't be so cruel." One of the old men shouted with a pale face. "I'm cruel? If I lose the battle of 100 generals, will you plead for me in front of His Majesty the Third Prince? There are some things where a mistake is a mistake. Since you've made your choice, you have to pay the corresponding price. Sometimes, this world is very fair. If we make a bet, if I lose, all of us will be wiped out. If I win, all of you will be wiped out." Lin Ling's gaze was extremely decisive. Cruel? If he lost, everyone on his side would die. At that time, who would sympathize with him? Moreover, if these people were from the enemy camp, they would have some right to speak. However, they were originally Lin Ling's people. Because they looked down on Lin Ling, they became traitors. Now that Lin Ling had won, they returned like grass on the top of a wall. What right did these people have to say that he was cruel? "Your Majesty, save us." Seeing Lin Ling's decisive decision, the remaining people looked at the second prince and begged, hoping that the second prince would plead for them. "Serves you right." Unfortunately, although the second prince was benevolent, he was no fool. At this moment, he naturally sneered disdainfully. "Back then, when you betrayed me, I said that you would regret it. Now, do you regret it?" Lin Ling gently shook his head, sighing in his heart. In this world of martial arts, human life was indeed very insignificant sometimes. It could be gone just like that. However, he only sighed and did not sympathize with them at all. Plop. The remaining people finally fell to the ground, their faces pale. Their eyes were blank and filled with deep regret. Unfortunately, it was too late for regrets. Take them out and kill them. Wipe out their clans and their subordinates. Lin Ling spoke indifferently. He then pondered for a moment and said, "Those who betrayed us back then should pay with their blood. Clean them up." "All right." The second prince and the others all nodded. There was no doubt that after today, Cloud Sea City would experience a bloodbath. The peaceful Cloud Sea City was surging with huge waves. As for the subordinates of the Crown Prince and the Third Prince, they were all in a state of panic. It was night, and everything was silent. In the Fire Ancient clan, Lin Ling stood quietly at the peak of the volcano. He looked into the distance. The night was as dark as ink, and the stars were extremely resplendent. Unknowingly, it had been almost 3 years since he came to this world. 3 years. Back then, he was an extremely weak existence, an ant that anyone could easily kill. Now, he was already a top-notch monarch of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom and the #1 prodigy. This process was like a dream, and when one looked back, it made one sigh. However, Lin Ling knew that he had put in a lot of effort to be able to reach this stage. When others were hiding in their homes and enjoying the glory and wealth, he left his hometown and went on expeditions. When others relied on their clan's cultivation resources to grow, he tried his best to obtain those cultivation resources from his enemies. Everything he obtained was sweat and blood. Now that he was standing at the #1 position in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, he felt a sense of accomplishment. Ghost Marshal, what is the realm above the Heaven Spirit Realm? A gentle breeze blew across his face, causing Lin Ling's long hair to flutter. He smiled at an elder beside him. That elder was the Ghost Marshal. When he heard Lin Ling's words, his eyes revealed a smear of expectation and yearning. He spoke with a grave voice. King Spirit Realm. Hearing this, Lin Ling's eyes lit up. This was the first time he heard of this brand new realm. At least in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, there wasn't such an expert. The King Spirit Realm is the biggest threshold for martial artists. It has stopped countless martial artists. Some martial artists spent their entire lives and still couldn't touch the door to that mysterious realm. For example, I have no hope. Chapter 408. Vengeance for Father's Death, why? Lin Ling asked curiously. Due to the limitation of the innate spirit body. Currently, most of the martial artists have innate spirit bodies, and very few have innate king bodies. Only the innate king body is the key to entering the King Spirit Realm. Ghost Commander sighed and looked at Lin Ling with intense passion. This youth's innate talent was extremely terrifying, and he was able to complete the journey of others at the age of 18. His future was bound to be limitless. Most importantly, this youth had the qualifications to enter the King Spirit Realm, and he might be the birth of the second King Spirit Realm expert in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. The first was naturally the King of Yunhai. Other than the innate king body, a certain amount of soul spirit power is required. Without soul spirit power, the Heaven Spirit Essence Elixir would not be able to sense the heaven and earth, and it would be very difficult to merge with the elixir. If both conditions are met, then there is hope to enter the King Spirit Realm. Ghost Commander continued and looked at Lin Ling. You have the innate king body and have met one of the conditions, but your soul spirit power might be more difficult. As of now, there are very few martial arts that cultivate soul spirit power. Lin Ling let out a smile and didn't say anything. Soul spirit power? His soul spirit power was probably even more terrifying than the King of Yunhai. As long as he met the requirements, it might not be difficult for him to merge his Heaven Spirit Essence Elixir with his elixir. What kind of martial arts does the King Spirit Realm cultivate? Lin Ling asked again. I have never seen it before, but when I was fighting with martial artists in the Snake Swamp Kingdom, there were experts from the other regions that passed by. When they saw us, they said with disdain that we didn't even have intent and were so weak. Hence, I guessed that the king's spirit realm cultivates martial intent. As for what is the intent, it should be a martial art intent that is above the great intent. Take your fire intent for example. If you can comprehend it more deeply and resonate with heaven and earth, it might produce the intent of fire. Ghost Commander explained slowly. Intent of fire? Lin Ling's heart was filled with anticipation. He was currently in control of 3 fire intents, and he wondered if he could comprehend the intent of fire. After a long time, Ghost Commander left, and Lin Ling walked towards the Fire Ancient Clan's volcano alone. A 10th grade innate spirit body is a monarch innate body. In the 100 territories, there are many geniuses with monarch innate bodies. A moment later, Lin Ling stood there quietly. Green flames appeared on the surface of his body like smoke, making his entire being seem illusory and ethereal. This was the world-cleansing demonic flame. He had comprehended this flame to perfection of a great concept. The innate monarch body's perfection stage was extremely powerful and surpassed all the other innate astral bodies. It was the reason why Lin Ling was able to skip levels and fight. It allowed Lin Ling's current strength to be ranked in the top 5 in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. Even the 3 martial kings weren't a match for him. The 9 Underworld's Heavenly Flames characteristic is explosive, the 7 Blades Heavenly Flames characteristic is sharp, and the world-cleansing Demonic Flames characteristic is to transform into a Flame Demon King. Lin Ling could clearly feel that after swallowing the Demon Flame Dragon, he had become the embodiment of the concept of fire. What remained in his body was not blood, but flames. In the past, the world-cleansing demonic flame didn't comprehend the concept of fire, and it was hard to fuse it with the 9 nether heavenly flames. Now, it is possible to fuse the 3 intents together. I wonder if I can comprehend the intent of fire? Lin Ling's eyes were constantly flickering. On the surface of his body, white flames appeared again, followed by blue flames. The 3 types of flames on his body were constantly swallowing and fusing, making him seem like a fire god. Flames were divided into noble and lowly ones, and they were also divided into different grades. The most ordinary type would be the mortal flames. No matter how deep one's comprehension of this type of flame was, one would only be able to control the mortal flames. If one possessed other types of strange flames and comprehended the concept of fire, one's control of fire would be even stronger. Fire might seem like a single word, but it was extremely complicated and vast like the sea. There was the 9 nether heavenly flames, the world-cleansing demonic flame, nirvana flames, vermilion bird flames, undying phoenix flames, sky-incinerating flames, and many more. Every type of flame was a major world, and it was enough for Lin Ling to search for his entire life. Time passed by slowly. On this day, Lin Ling finally stood up and took a large step forward. At the place where he was cultivating and comprehending, a figure formed from flames appeared. It had the same appearance as Lin Ling, and it smiled before vanishing from the world. During these few days, Lin Ling's cultivation realm might not have any improvement, but his comprehension of fire had greatly improved. It allowed his strength to increase by at least 30%. Currently, he didn't have any fear when facing a martial artist in the middle stage of the Heaven Spirit realm. He could even obliterate a martial artist in the late stage of the Heaven Spirit realm. Of course, this was only applicable to the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. If it was the 100 regions, then Lin Ling wouldn't be so confident. After all, the 100 regions had countless prodigies. There were plenty of people who possessed the innate king body, and there were even more people who had comprehended the terrifying concept. At this moment, outside the underground volcano, an aged figure was standing quietly. He looked at Lin Ling and smiled. His smile was filled with gratification and pride. He was Patriarch Extreme Flame. Grandfather. Looking at the old man, Lin Ling smiled and called out, Master. Ling, Looking at his young grandson who was as tall as him, Patriarch Extreme Flame smiled with gratification again. Today, the name of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom has spread far and wide because of Yan's son. When I am old, to be able to see the glory of the Fire Ancient clan, I can die in peace. He was rather excited. To be able to see the rise of a descendant of the bloodline was the wish of every elder. He, Patriarch Extreme Flame, was no exception. Lin Ling's heart was surging, but his eyes instantly turned cold. Grandfather, that grudge can be avenged. Hearing this, Patriarch Extreme Flame's body trembled. He knew what Lin Ling meant. This was his wish for many years. He originally thought that it would be hard to achieve in this lifetime, but now, he realized that his grandson had unknowingly reached such heights. The hatred of killing my father is absolutely irreconcilable. It is time for Crown Prince Unitian to pay the price. Lin Ling muttered to himself, which made Patriarch Extreme Flame nod heavily. During the previous 100 Generals War, Lin Ling already wanted to make a move on the Crown Prince. However, after considering that the Crown Prince wasn't weak, and it was a personal grudge, he decided to postpone his revenge. Right now, Lin Ling had fused the 3 fire concepts, and his strength was on another level. If he went to kill the Crown Prince, it would be enough to torture him to death. The two of them walked along the volcano and gradually arrived at the ancestral grave. Patriarch Extreme Flame looked at the lonely gravestone absent-mindedly and suddenly smiled. Chen, you have a good son. He could only say this sentence out of thousands of words. Back then, when his son died, it was like a white-haired man sending off his own son. It made his heart feel like it was being sliced by a knife. Every day felt like a year, leaving behind countless regrets and humiliation. But today, this humiliation could finally be washed away. Father, your son will avenge you. Lin Ling softly said. His right hand clenched into a fist. In his previous life, he was an orphan and had never enjoyed familial love. But in this life, when he came to this world, he felt that blood was thicker than water. He cherished all of this. Therefore, he must avenge his father's death. Crown Prince Unitian must die. This was Lin Ling's wish. The two of them quietly stood there. After a long time, Patriarch Extreme Flame slowly said, Ling, when do you plan to do it? Chapter 409. An eye for an eye. Right at this moment, a voice came from behind the two of them. Lin Ling, when are you leaving with me and heading to the Stone Saint Nation? There is someone you really want to meet there. Lin Ling turned around and saw a beautiful figure dressed in white. It was the heavenly concubine. Stone Saint Nation? You are? Patriarch Extreme Flame looked at the heavenly concubine with surprise. He never knew of the heavenly concubine's background. I am senior sister Nianqian's junior sister. I came to the Heaven Mystics Kingdom this time because I wanted to see senior sister's husband. I didn't expect him to have already passed away. However, if senior sister knew about Lin Ling, she would be very happy. The heavenly concubine bowed respectfully to Patriarch Extreme Flame and then looked up with a serious expression. Nianqian. Patriarch Extreme Flame's body trembled while Lin Ling's eyes focused. He knew that his father was in love with someone from the Stone Saint Nation and was forced to his death. His mother was from the Stone Saint Nation, but so was the heavenly concubine. Could she be his mother's junior sister? No wonder the heavenly concubine always wanted him to make a trip to the Stone Saint Nation. Seeing Lin Ling's enlightened look, the heavenly concubine smiled and nodded gently to Lin Ling, acknowledging her identity. Patriarch Extreme Flame took a deep breath and looked at Lin Ling. Once this matter is over, you can go. You have never seen your mother. Lin Ling was excited and nodded heavily. He wanted to see his mother, too. With his current strength, it was time for him to leave the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. Alright, I promise you. Once I settle my grudges, I will go to the Stone Saint Nation with you. Lin Ling let out a sigh and said. His words made the heavenly concubine smile with gratification. The few of them exchanged a few more words and then slowly left the ancestral grave. Before Lin Ling left, he kept the soil in front of his father's grave carefully. This was the only thing he could give to his mother. Furthermore, he deeply remembered his mother's name. Mo Nianchen. 3 days later, the Fire Ancient clan quietened down. Countless figures had gathered in the vast square. Everyone was excited as they watched the young man walk out step by step. Seeing that everyone was looking at him, Lin Ling hung the cloud-patterned black sword on his back and looked into the distance. He smiled and said, "Let's go. Blood for blood." It was just a simple statement, but it caused the blood of the members of the Fire Ancient clan to boil. The pride of the Fire Ancient clan would lead them today to wash away the humiliation of the Fire Ancient clan. Furthermore, in the entire Heaven Mystics Kingdom, the only person who dared to kill the Crown Prince so calmly was this youth. Blood for blood. Everyone was cheering excitedly. Many members of the Fire Ancient clan followed the young man as he strode out of the volcano and headed towards the inner city. It's the Fire Ancient clan. What are they doing today? Earlier, I heard them say that they wanted blood for blood. Could it be? It's for Lin Chen. In the outer city, there were many people discussing. However, they all guessed that the Fire Ancient clan was here for the former prodigy, Lin Chen. It wasn't hard for them to guess who killed Lin Chen. It was none other than the Crown Prince, Yunitian. The Fire Ancient clan has a good descendant. Many of the elders from the great clans were envious. If their clansmen had died in the hands of the Cloud Sea's imperial clan, they wouldn't dare to take revenge and could only swallow their anger. However, Lin Ling from the Fire Ancient clan dared to. Right now, the majestic army arrived at the gate of the inner city. From afar, the royal forest guards looked at them with shock. No one dared to say a word. "I am going to kill the Crown Prince today. Step aside." A cold voice came out from Lin Ling's mouth, which caused the royal forest guards to shiver and subconsciously step aside. Right now, who would dare to stop Lin Ling? Today, Lin Ling was the ruler of the world. Everyone from the Fire Ancient clan puffed out their chests proudly and followed Lin Ling into the inner city. Right now, they were extremely proud. They said in front of everyone, "Kill the Crown Prince." Only the Fire Ancient clan could be so bold. Such courage. The Crown Prince is in trouble. Furthermore, Lin Ling didn't call for anyone else. He just led the Fire Ancient clan alone to take revenge. How domineering. Right now, even the second prince has to respect Lin Ling. Does Lin Ling need anyone else's help? The royal forest guards looked at the departing figure and spoke with reverence. Lin Ling wants to pay blood for blood. Kill the Crown Prince. Right now, the inner city was in turmoil. Countless people's hearts were surging with huge waves. The 100 Generals' War had just ended, and the Heaven Mystics Kingdom had yet to calm down. Lin Ling stirred up the situation again, which undoubtedly attracted the attention of the entire Heaven Mystics Kingdom. Right now, outside the palace gates, there were several figures standing quietly. They had grave expressions and indignant anger. They were the Marshal of the Kingdom, Tian Xuanzi, and one of the 3 pillars, Elder He. Humiliation. Lin Ling had killed his way into the palace for the second time. This was a humiliation to all of them. Lin Ling, don't be too arrogant. You might have the commander seal, but the Crown Prince is still the descendant of the previous emperor. Looking at the young man who was walking over, the Marshal of the Kingdom, Tian Xuanzi couldn't help but speak. One word, get lost. Looking at the pillars of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom with cold eyes, Lin Ling only had one sentence. In the past, these pillars were like the sky to him. Every single one of them could easily obliterate him. Right now, after his hard work, those pillars were just so. Lin Ling, don't be too arrogant, the Marshal of the Kingdom, Tian Xuanzi, and Elder He raised their eyebrows in anger. Lin Ling asked them to get lost in front of so many people. How could they put down their faces? Are you still trying to take advantage of your seniority? If you don't get lost in 3 breaths, I will bathe the palace in blood. Lin Ling's mouth curled into a cold smile. The marshal of the kingdom, Tian Xuanzi, an elder, he shuddered. If it was in the past, they would have thought that it was a huge joke. Right now, Lin Ling had the strength to do so. Lin Ling only brought the Fire Ancient clan here for revenge. Hence, he didn't summon any experts to assist him. However, it didn't mean that Lin Ling couldn't summon any experts. Once they infuriated Lin Ling would summon countless experts. Then, everyone would have to die. Lin Ling, it has been so many years. Why are you still so stubborn? Right now, the Heaven Mystics Kingdom is your world. Be lenient whenever possible. The marshal of the kingdom, Tian Xuanzi, hesitated and finally persuaded. If I were an ant today, would the crown prince be lenient? Lin Ling let out a disdainful laugh. Tian Xuanzi's words sounded nice, but in fact, it wasn't true that the strong ruled. When you were strong, the other party would beg for mercy and try to get you to let them go. However, when you were weak, the other party wouldn't let you go. In the world of martial Dao, the winner was the king, and the loser was the bandit. This was what the crown prince said, and Lin Ling agreed with it. Swish! A dazzling sword light slashed out and tore through the air, slashing at Tian Xuanzi. If you dare to block me, I will kill you now. Lin Ling's unquestionable voice made the marshal of the kingdom, Tian Xuanzi's expression changed drastically. He knew that Lin Ling didn't give him any face. Furthermore, because of what he said earlier, Lin Ling already wanted to kill him. Right now, it was his choice. Chapter 410. Goodbye to the Crown Prince. In fact, Lin Ling's sword slash was just an ordinary attack. Tian Xuanzi was a late-stage heavenly spirit realm expert and could easily block it. However, the consequences were unimaginable after blocking it. I'll take it. Yes. Tian Xuanzi's face turned pale as he finally spoke. The sword slash landed on his body and forced him to retreat, his face turning even paler. Scram! Scram! The cold voice echoed again, forcing Tian Xuanzi to lower his head and make way. Beside him, Elder He had a complicated expression and also made way. They were furious from the humiliation, but there was nothing they could do. Moreover, they knew that Lin Ling was here for revenge, which was why he didn't bother with them. Otherwise, they would already be dead. He has already surpassed the Crown Prince's existence. Tian Xuanzi shook his head as the bitterness in his heart intensified. He vaguely remembered the first time he heard Lin Ling's name. At that time, Lin Ling was just a hero of the Sky Fragrance ancient city. He could kill Lin Ling whenever he wanted and even ordered people to bring Lin Ling back. However, the current Lin Ling wanted him to scram, so he had to scram or die. Lin Ling, you're so powerful. Yes. Outside the palace, countless people were sighing in their hearts as they quietly watched the members of the Fire Ancient clan enter the palace. The palace was completely silent as though it was facing a great enemy. The wind gently blew across the sky and into the hearts of countless people, causing them to feel even more complicated. There were tens of thousands of feathered forest guards, and they all had grave expressions as they watched Lin Ling enter. None of them dared to stop him and even made way for him. At this moment, they witnessed the ruthlessness of heaven and earth. If Lin Ling was weak, then he would die. If the Crown Prince was weak, then he would be killed by Lin Ling. The imperial clan of the Sea of Clouds, the former overlord of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, had actually fallen to such a state. Of course, no one would sympathize with them. After all, they had all witnessed the tyrannical power of the imperial clan. What truly shocked them was that the imperial clan of the Sea of Clouds had fallen too quickly. Because of Lin Ling alone, the imperial clan of the Sea of Clouds was toppled. Unitian, are you here? Lin Ling raised his fist and stopped the fire ancient clan members behind him when he arrived at the palace square where the wedding was snatched. At the same time, a cold voice came out of his mouth. In the distance, a burly figure slowly walked out. It was the Crown Prince. As of this moment, the Crown Prince's heart was filled with mixed emotions. Lin Ling really had come to kill him. In the past, for the sake of your heroic reputation, you sacrificed my father, causing him to die a wronged death. But you shed crocodile tears, as if you were unwilling to let go of someone who had died under your banner. But in reality, all of this was just your hypocritical mask. In your heart, my father was like a slave, like an ant. His existence was only to fulfill your wish. Today, in the name of my father, I have come to seek justice. His cold and indifferent voice resounded throughout the city, and it was like a cold blade that carried a firm resolution that wouldn't waver even if the world collapsed. It caused the hearts of countless people to tremble fiercely. In the name of my father, a debt of blood must be paid with blood. In the past, Lin Chen was once a prodigy of the Cloud Sea City. Unfortunately, he died an unjust and humiliated death. He was forced to death by the Crown Prince in front of countless people. At that time, perhaps because Lin Chen was too dazzling, many people were jealous and even took pleasure in his misfortune. But today, Lin Chen's son came in the name of his father. All the humiliation would end with Lin Chen's son. He wanted those who mocked his father in the past to shut their mouths. He wanted the man who toyed with his father's life to die with regret. In the name of my father. The Crown Prince muttered to himself. He had dominated the world for his entire life and was designated as a man who was only inferior to the king of Yunhai. He was unparalleled in his tyranny and dominated the Heaven Mystics kingdom in the past. However, because of a single underestimation, he sacrificed a prodigy under his banner. In the end, he had to pay 10 times the price. I want to ask you something. If your father was still alive, would you assist me? The Crown Prince couldn't help but ask because of the knot in his heart. Lin Ling's expression was indifferent. He nodded without hesitation and said, perhaps. That sentence caused the Crown Prince to frown. Although Lin Ling said that he might, it also meant that he might. This also meant that if he didn't sacrifice Lin Chen, he would be the one who obtained the position of King of Yunhai today. This thought caused the Crown Prince's heart to be filled with deep regret. Of course, there was also a sense of helplessness. How could he have known that Lin Chen's son was even more arrogant and dazzling than his father? Not only had Lin Chen surpassed his father's achievements, but he had also surpassed the Crown Prince. The youth came from the ancient race, had the flame bloodline, and dominated the profound sky continent. From the first time I saw you, you hid your identity and infuriated me. But at that time, you were like an ant. I was busy every day and didn't pay attention to you. However, at the second cloud auction, I knew that you had completely matured. When you killed your way into the palace, besieged the city, and tyrannically snatched the bride, I knew that you had become a huge threat. At that time, I wanted to kill you, but it was too late. Now, you can pay the debt of blood with blood in front of everyone. The Crown Prince said softly. There was a touch of admiration in his voice. It was a kind of admiration for an enemy. Between the two of us, only one of us can live today. Lin Ling said coldly. The Crown Prince's eyes lit up. He knew that Lin Ling was very determined. Yunitian, where is young Master Sheng? At that moment, the sky was filled with dark clouds and the air was torn apart. 3 silhouettes were approaching from afar. Their imposing manner made countless people in the city open their eyes wide. Yunitian? The person who came directly called out the Crown Prince's name without any hint of respect. He must have an extraordinary background. Young Master Sheng said that he would help you, why hasn't he come back yet? The voice came from afar again. Many people guessed who it was. Those 3 people should be from the sacred clan of the Cloud Realm. They came here to look for Sheng Fifan, but they didn't know that Sheng Fifan had been killed by Lin Ling. Subconsciously, many people looked at Lin Ling. They knew that Lin Ling was in trouble. The people from the Saint clan of the Cloud Realm were not weak. Moreover, their origins were terrifying. They didn't put anyone in their eyes. Sacred clan of the Cloud Realm? The Crown Prince's eyes flickered with expectation. He was about to say something, but at that moment, laughter came from not far away. Young Master Sheng is dead. He was killed by Lin Ling. Several silhouettes came from afar. Among them were the third prince, Old He, and the imperial preceptor, Tian Xuanzi. They all sneered as if they had found Lin Ling's weakness. The dignified old man who spoke was the imperial preceptor, Tian Xuanzi. The imperial preceptor, Tian Xuanzi, is adding insult to injury. The people in the palace were shocked. As long as they weren't idiots, they knew that the imperial preceptor wanted to kill Lin Ling with the help of the sacred clan of the Cloud Realm. Perhaps, this was their last chance to turn the tables. Young Master is dead? Chapter 411. In the name of the Father, how is this possible? They didn't seem to believe the words of the state preceptor Tian Xuanzi. Perhaps in their subconsciousness, they thought that young Master Sheng was so powerful that no one in the three kingdoms could be a match for him. Therefore, they didn't believe that young Master Sheng would die in the tiny Heaven Mystics kingdom. This happened in front of everyone. Everyone saw it. The state preceptor Tian Xuanzi sneered and looked at Lin Ling. Who is Lin Ling? Three figures finally appeared in the sky. They were three old men with white hair. They wore robes with cloud patterns on them, and they emanated the aura of immortals that lived in seclusion. It was impossible to see through them. As they gazed at those mysterious figures, reverence arose in the hearts of countless people throughout the city. I am Lin Ling. Lin Ling said indifferently. He already knew that killing Sheng Fifan would be troublesome. However, in this world, the strong were revered. Even if he didn't kill Sheng Fifan would still kill him. Since that was the case, he might as well cut the weeds and eliminate the roots. You are Lin Ling? Yes. The three old men in the sky stared at Lin Ling. They were very surprised. They did not expect the person who killed young Master Sheng to be so young. One of them was so angry that he laughed. He seemed to feel helpless about Lin Ling's ignorance. You are very bold. You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Now, you only have two choices. 2. Die. Yes. They had to give the cloud domain an explanation for Sheng Fifan's death. Therefore, they wanted to bring Lin Ling back. What if I don't? Yes. Lin Ling looked at the three old men calmly. His sharp soul power sensed that two of them were in the late stage of the heavenly spirit realm. One of them was in the middle stage of the heavenly spirit realm. Perhaps they had an extraordinary background, but their strength wasn't enough to move Lin Ling. You are not qualified to negotiate with us, the three elders of the Saint Mountain. You have no choice. One of them snorted with murderous intent in his eyes. If you don't want to come with us, fine. But we will bring your corpse back. Then, we can report on our mission. These three people were determined to take Lin Ling away, or even kill him. Lin Ling nodded. Then should we make our move now? Or wait until I settle my grudge with Unitian before making a move? The three elders of the Holy Mountain were taken aback when they heard this, and then they burst out laughing mockingly. This young man didn't seem to know that he was about to die. He actually said calmly, "Who should I get rid of first?" Did he have the right to say that? Young people are all so arrogant. However, young Master Sheng was invited to the Heaven Mystics Kingdom by Unitian, which led to young Master Sheng's death. Hence, Unitian had also committed a grave mistake. If you want to make a move on him, then do it. Of course, the prerequisite is that you have to be able to do it. One of the elders said coldly. Another person looked down at the Crown Prince and said, Unitian, you've made a grave mistake. I'll give you a chance to redeem yourself. Capture Lin Ling or kill Lin Ling. Perhaps the sacred race will spare your life. The last elder looked down on everyone as though he was going to vent his anger on the entire Heaven Mystics Kingdom just because young Master Sheng died in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. All of you useless trash, just wait to receive the wrath of the saint race. All of you shall die. If you dare to go against the heavens, none of your filthy bloodlines shall be spared. So domineering. The words floated out, and countless people's eyes narrowed. The three elders of the holy mountain seemed to treat them as slaves. If a slave made a mistake, everyone would be killed. I hope you have the strength. Lin Ling muttered to himself, and then he looked at the third prince and the others. The third prince also noticed Lin Ling's gaze, and he shrugged. Lin Ling, you are very powerful, but in this world, there are many people you can't provoke. Next, you will die, but I will live well. It's hard to say until the end. Lin Ling shook his head. The most important thing now was to kill the crown prince. Pa! He held his sword and walked out step by step. Yunitian, get out here. Yunitian. Get out here. His majestic voice caused endless ripples to spread to everyone's ears, causing them to gulp. Even though the three elders of the holy mountain were here, Lin Ling still seemed to be as arrogant as ever, fearless as ever. His Majesty the Crown Prince's expression was extremely ugly. He had thought that things had taken a turn for the better with the appearance of the three elders of the holy mountain. However, the three elders of the holy mountain wanted him to kill Lin Ling to atone for his crimes. This meant that a battle between him and Lin Ling was inevitable. Are you scared? Lin Ling's mocking voice sounded when he saw the Crown Prince's silence. The Crown Prince's eyes narrowed. Why would the Crown Prince be scared? First place in the Battle of 100 Generals, it seems that you've become arrogant. At best, you can defeat a mid-sky spirit realm cultivator. Although my spirit body isn't as good as Sir Sheng's, my cultivation level is higher. The Crown Prince said coldly. He walked out step by step, and a terrifying aura bloomed from his body. Everyone could faintly see an enormous golden dragon coiling around the Crown Prince. This was a true dragon body, a spirit body that was close to a king body. Rumble. As one of the strongest experts in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, Yunitian does have some skills. The three elders of the Holy Mountain watched from afar like otherworldly experts. Their eyes revealed a satisfied smile. Although the three elders of the Holy Mountain had an extraordinary background, it was undeniable that the Crown Prince's strength had moved them. Come, Lin Ling. Let's fight to the death. Standing quietly in the middle of the plaza, the Crown Prince looked indifferently at Lin Ling. At the same time, many people were looking at Lin Ling. Lin Ling came today to avenge his father and challenge the #1 king of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. However, this king's strength was slightly stronger than Sheng Fifan. Could Lin Ling win? Yunitian. Lin Ling looked coldly at the Crown Prince. He was a little excited. Ever since he found out about his father's murderer, he had been working hard to surpass him. Now, the day had finally arrived. Without relying on anyone, he could wash away his father's humiliation with his own hands. Ling, go. Patriarch Tai Yen was also excited. He looked at his grandson in front of him and nodded. Grandfather, I will win. Lin Ling clenched his right fist and walked out step by step with the big sword on his back. Today, I, Lin Chen, challenge the Crown Prince, Yunitian. Today, I will return the humiliation 10 times. A calm voice came out, which made many people's faces change. Lin Chen. Lin Ling was actually using Lin Chen's name to fight. He wanted to use Lin Chen's identity to wash away the humiliation. This was truly using his father's name. Everyone was shocked, and even their blood was boiling. Lin Chen had a good son. Lin Chen. The Crown Prince's face turned ferocious. In the past, Lin Ling was his subordinate and had to greet him respectfully. Today, Lin Ling was using Lin Chen's identity to fight, which was also a great humiliation to him. He wanted to let him know that the subordinate who used to greet him was looking down on him today and wanted to kill him. Chapter 4:12. Lin Chen's Glory. Is that so? In the past, I, Lin Chen, treated you sincerely and sincerely wanted to help you become king, but you treated me like this. Today, I will make you deeply regret it. I will make you kneel 3 times in front of my Fire Ancient clan to repay the debt I owed to the Fire Ancient clan. Lin Ling walked forward step by step, invisible astral winds swirling around his body. Then, with a boom, green flames bloomed, making him look both demonic and cold. I'll let you have 3 moves. After 3 moves, former master, kneel down and accept your death. A heroic voice floated out from Lin Ling's mouth, shaking the hearts of countless people. 3 moves? Lin Ling, using his father's name, actually dared to let the Crown Prince make 3 moves. He wanted to use his identity to humiliate the Crown Prince. Moreover, if he wanted to win beautifully and heroically. Chen, this is my Chen, Looking at that slender figure, Ancestor Extreme Flame's entire body trembled. Deep in his eyes, tears flowed down. The figure of the youth in the distance somehow overlapped with Lin Chen's figure, bold and unrestrained, wild and unrestrained. Everything about Lin Chen's childhood circulated in his heart. Uncle Lin Chen, defeat him. All the disciples of the Fire Ancient clan cheered excitedly. What they saw was not Lin Ling, but the former generation's genius Lin Chen. Trash, make your move. Lin Ling stretched out his left hand. A wisp of green flame spiraled, emitting a terrifying ancient aura. Then, a demonic dragon condensed from flames appeared. It majestically circled Lin Ling, then rushed into Lin Ling's body. The great concept of the world-purifying demonic flame, the incarnation of the demonic flame king. Chi. Endless waves of energy spread out. Lin Ling's body was terrifyingly hot. The air around him was also burning, causing rings of fire and smoke to appear, making Lin Ling even more dreamy and demonic. That aura is so strong. In the distance, the 3 elders of the holy mountains suddenly focused their gazes. They no longer looked like reclusive experts who were watching a good show. They were shocked. After all, with their experience, they could naturally see that the youth's innate spirit body was terrifying. It seemed to be comparable to the sacred clan's innate king body. No wonder the sacred prince lost to him. He has the innate king body, and has probably comprehended the great perfection of the concept. One of the 3 elders of the holy mountain said with difficulty. At this moment, they were actually somewhat afraid of Lin Ling. After all, even if they were beaten to death, they would never have thought that the tiny Tianxian kingdom would give birth to a genius with a king physique. Now, Lin Ling. However, the difference between the early and the heavenly spirit late stage. The difference between the early and late stage of the heavenly realm and the late heavenly stage of heavenly realm is 2. The difference between the early heavenly realm and the late heavenly realm is to heavenly realm. The Crown Prince was not affected by Lin Ling's aura. Behind him, a golden dragon spiraled out. It was majestic and domineering, making the Crown Prince look like the son of a true dragon. You want to step on my face? Let's see if you have the ability. With a cold voice, the Crown Prince displayed a complicated martial art with both hands and struck out with his palm. Dragon roaming the world. Rumble. The golden dragon swept out with its mouth wide open, pouncing towards Lin Ling. The golden dragon didn't seem to be condensed by spirit chi, but a real dragon. There was an ancient saying that dragons roamed the 4 seas, intimidating a region. Those who had the aura of a true dragon were born with the aura of a dragon. They were the heroes of a region. That's the 5-clawed golden dragon. Someone in the distance was shocked. The five-clawed golden dragon was the king of dragons. No wonder the crown prince stirred up a storm when he was born. If it wasn't for the appearance of Lin Ling, the heavenly mystic's kingdom might have already been the crown prince's world. Lin Ling can defeat those in the middle stage of the heavenly spirit realm, but against the crown prince in the late stage of the heavenly spirit realm? It's hard to win. The crowd was in a heated discussion. Only the members of the ancient clan of flames were still confident in Lin Ling, 7 blades of heavenly fire. Right at this moment, a cold yell echoed. Under countless eyes, the giant sword in Lin Ling's right hand became dazzling and emitted an extremely terrifying aura presence. It was like fire and sword. In everyone's eyes, Lin Ling wasn't just the fire demon king, he was also a swordsman of a generation. 7 blades of heavenly fire, Chen Er's innate talent, astral body. Chen Er's glory. Ancestor Tai Yen stared blankly at the sword and got even more excited. He suddenly understood why Lin Ling wanted to use the 7 blades of heavenly fire. Since it was in the name of his father, he naturally had to use the method that Lin Ling was proud of. Slash. The dazzling sword light slashed out and revealed its sharpness, just like the sharpness of the 7 blades of heavenly fire. Cha! The sword light came from the horizon and seemed to be able to reach the peak, overlooking all the mountains and slashing everything. When the golden dragon clashed with the sharp sword light, it was instantly split into 2. The golden light blossomed and turned into endless radiance. After the world-cleansing demon fire reached the great perfection realm, Lin Ling could also use the 7 blades of heavenly fire at the same time. Therefore, the power of that slash was naturally even more terrifying. What a sharp sword! Looking at this scene, the crowd was shocked. They looked at Lin Ling again. At this moment, Lin Ling's clothes were fluttering in the wind. He held his long sword at an angle, as if he was seeking defeat with a single slash. How is this possible? The crown prince's expression turned ugly. He had used a powerful martial art and was confident that anyone below the late stage of the sky spirit realm would die. However, Lin Ling had cut him in half with a single slash. He hadn't even fought back. To him, that slash was an endless mockery. Your Majesty Unitian, what do you think of Lin Chen's sword? Slash. At this moment, Lin Ling's cold voice sounded. Slash. Lin Chen used to be the crown prince's subordinate, but today, he had offended his superior. This was even more of a mockery to the crown prince. Your Majesty Unitian, when we meet again, do you need me to bow 3 times and kowtow 9 times? Slash. Under countless gazes, Lin Ling gripped his sword and walked forward. 100 dragons contend for supremacy. Slash. The crown prince's expression was ferocious. A large number of golden dragons swam out from behind him. There were at least 100 of them, and they swept towards Lin Ling. Slash. Slash. Before the 100 dragons could get close to Lin Ling, some people around him were entangled and swallowed alive. This is King Yunhai's martial art. Slash. Everyone else was scared out of their wits and retreated one after another. Unitian is indeed stronger than Sheng Fifan. Slash. Lin Ling's eyes flickered when he saw the 100 dragons surging towards him. He moved his feet and used the elephant steps, moving between the hundreds of dragons. Lin Ling wanted to trample on the crown prince's face, so he gave him 3 moves. However, he seemed to be having a hard time dealing with the second move. Slash. Looking at the dazzling figure, many people secretly exclaimed. Huh, Lin Ling, didn't you say you would use your father's name? Why did you dodge? Shame on you. Hide. Let's see how long you can hide. Slash. The crown prince opened his arms, looking mighty and domineering. He seemed to be very happy. Perhaps after Lin Ling's arrival, he had been suffering a lot of humiliation. Only now did he regain some of his dignity. Dodge? Does Lin Chen need to dodge? Cold. At that moment, a cold voice rang out, causing countless people to be slightly stunned. When their gazes landed on Lin Ling, who was entangled by the 100 dragons contend for supremacy, their pupils constricted. There, the sword radiance was as dazzling as the sun, and every ray of sword radiance cut down a golden dragon. Lin Ling wasn't entangled by the 100 golden dragons. Instead, he was using his movement technique to swim in the midst of the 100 dragons. He used his sword to slay every single golden dragon. It was as if he wanted to slay every single one of the 100 golden dragons, not letting a single one escape. Chapter 4:13. The true intent of fire. Lin Ling is truly terrifying. After realizing Lin Ling's intention, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. As for the Crown Prince, the smile on his face had stiffened. He'd witnessed the 100 dragons battle being destroyed before his eyes. He knew that Lin Ling was slapping him in the face. Lin Ling was using his former identity as Lin Chen to trample on him. Lin Ling was going too far. I merely utilized 70% of my strength earlier. I'll use my full strength now. You'll definitely regret not using your forces to kill me. The killing intent in the Crown Prince's eyes grew denser and denser. He had no other choice. Lin Ling was humiliating him in front of countless people, so how could he retreat? So, he had to kill Lin Ling. The energy of the 9 and 5 is born from the energy of dragons. It controls the world and all living beings in the world. An even more terrifying aura was released. His Majesty the Crown Prince's body floated up like an emperor descending upon the world. Behind him was a dazzling sun. Terrifying rays of golden light shot out and floated in the air like ghosts. After that, a terrifying scene occurred. The golden light seemed to have a spirit of its own. It shot towards countless people in the city and devoured their vitality before transforming into numerous enormous dragons that swam back to the Crown Prince. The entire sky was filled with golden dragons, and there were over 10,000 of them. Moreover, these golden dragons were even more terrifying than the 100 dragons battle from before. The Crown Prince is going too far. Ocean of Cloud City was in an uproar. Numerous cultivators had their vitality devoured by the golden dragons, and the remaining cultivators were furious. Using the vitality of others to execute a martial technique? Is this the ability that King Yunhai left behind to control the world? Rumble. Countless golden dragons circled around the Crown Prince and formed a tornado. Lin Ling, die. A moment later, the terrifying golden dragons charged towards Lin Ling. On the other hand, the Crown Prince's face was slightly pale. Obviously, executing this martial technique had exhausted all his energy. However, he stared fixedly at Lin Ling because he wanted to see how Lin Ling would die. True dragon physique, great perfection. This martial art is very powerful. The 3 elders of the Saint Mountain all had grave expressions. They didn't expect Yunitian from the Heaven Mystics Kingdom to be stronger than they imagined. Rumble. The golden dragon storm swept over, causing Lin Ling's long hair to flutter. However, he still stood there like a pine tree, his sword pointed forward. He was fighting as Lin Chen, so no matter how strong the Crown Prince was, he would not back down. In the ancient times, there was a clan that was born with fire. Today, Lin Chen is fighting with fire. The humiliation that Lin Chen has to bear will end. Lin Ling raised his sword, and a blue flame leaped out, fusing into the sword like water. In this way, a flame formed from the fusion of 3 types of flames was born. The 9 underworlds heavenly flame, 7 blades heavenly flame, and world-cleansing demonic flame allowed Lin Ling's understanding of fire to reach unprecedented heights. Boom! A terrifying scorching storm swept out, shaking the entire palace. In everyone's eyes, Lin Ling had turned into an ancient fire god. His body was so dazzling that everyone could see his appearance clearly. Even with their eyes, they could feel the scorching heat. What a terrifying flame! Everyone had the same thought, this was the most terrifying flame they had ever seen in their lives. True intent. In the distance, the three elders of the Saint Mountain were stunned, their eyes revealing the light of fear. What did they just see? In a small place like the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, they actually saw a genius who had given birth to the true intent of fire. It had to be known that after the great concept was the true meaning. That was the essence of martial arts, and it only appeared in the 100 domains. But now, it actually appeared here. Although that true meaning was tiny, the one who displayed it was only 18 years old. It was hard to imagine just how terrifying that true meaning of fire would be in the future. How can he be so terrifying? One of the three elders couldn't help but shout. Slash! At this moment, a cold voice echoed in the sky. Under everyone's gaze, a dazzling sword seemed to have come from ancient times, carrying endless flames that wanted to burn and slash everything. This sword was so terrifying that even a true swordsman would feel inferior. Cha! When the sword slashed at the golden dragon astral wind, there wasn't any deafening sound, only a clear sound like glass. However, the astral wind formed by tens of thousands of golden dragons stopped spinning and stopped moving forward. Time seemed to have stopped at this moment. Everyone held their breaths and stared fixedly at this scene. Pop! 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 In the next moment, there was a deafening sound as the terrifying golden dragon astral wind shattered like glass and was forcefully split into two. The surging spirit energy vanished in the sky. Silence. Cloud Sea City fell into silence. Lin Ling had slashed the Crown Prince's strongest martial art with a single sword. That terrifying martial art came from the King of Cloud Sea, and coupled with the Crown Prince's true dragon body, there was no need to doubt the power of that martial art. There were probably no more than 3 martial artists in the entire Heaven Mystics Kingdom who could withstand that move. However, Lin Ling had slashed it with a single sword. It seemed like compared to the 100 Generals tournament not long ago, Lin Ling's strength had increased again, and he had firmly stepped into the top 3 of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. No, 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 how is this possible? This is fake, it must be fake. The Crown Prince's face was pale as if he couldn't believe his eyes. In fact, Lin Ling had come in the name of his father, and he felt a deep sense of humiliation. However, Lin Ling had chosen to challenge Lin Ling alone, and he was still confident that he could kill Lin Ling. However, the result before his eyes made his confidence become extremely laughable. It wasn't impossible for an early-stage Heaven Spirit Realm to kill a late-stage Heaven Spirit Realm martial artist. Only the 3 elders of the Saint Mountain knew that Lin Ling's strength had long surpassed the Crown Prince, and the reason was the true intent of fire. 3 moves have passed. Your Majesty Unitian, you're trash. While countless people were still in shock, Lin Ling spoke softly, causing the Crown Prince's face to turn even paler. Then, with a plop, he fell to the ground. Countless people couldn't believe their eyes when they saw the Crown Prince's lost and dazed expression. He was a dignified ruler of a generation who used to be able to summon the wind and summon the rain. However, today, he had fallen into such a sorry state, being crushed by Lin Ling without the ability to fight back. Lin Ling had easily broken through 3 moves. Kneel down and kowtow 3 times in front of the Fire Ancient Clan. Lin Ling walked forward step by step, flames rippling on his body. He was as elegant as a sword god and as domineering as a fire god. He was forcing the Crown Prince to kowtow and admit his guilt. Hearing this, the Crown Prince clenched his teeth tightly. He knew that Lin Ling could kill him, but he didn't. Instead, he wanted to humiliate him before killing him. This made him feel aggrieved. Lin Ling was so strong that he could kill him whenever he wanted. Die, Junior. At this moment, a loud shout rang out in the sky. Buddhist chants rippled in the distance as a golden figure shot over from the horizon. When it came closer, everyone realized that it was an old man. He was tall and sturdy, and wore a long robe embroidered with Buddhist chants. One of his arms was broken, and the other was using a powerful martial art to attack Lin Ling. It was Elder Shengde. Many people recognized the person who had come. Chapter 4:14. Who dares to help? Elder Shengde. The Crown Prince's eyes flashed, a desire to live rose in his heart. Since Heavenly Sound Temple has made a move, I will not die. As long as I don't die this time, then the next time I see Lin Ling, that will be the time of Lin Ling's death. Bald Donkey, I wanted to deal with the Crown Prince first and then settle the score with you, but I didn't think that you would come to die first. This time, you won't be able to escape. Staring coldly at the sky, Lin Ling spoke indifferently. His soul force madly condensed and surged like waves. Then, it formed a small knife as thin as a cicada's wing in front of him. The small knife floated, constantly circling, emitting a terrifying soul force. Unfortunately, only people with sharp soul force could discover it. Nirvana Blade. Xiao. The small knife shot towards Elder Shengde in the sky. Its speed was so fast that no one could detect it. After the Nirvana Blade was used, Lin Ling gripped his sword with both hands. The terrifying flames burned once again. 3 types of flames fused together, the true meaning of fire rippled, then he slashed out. Xiao. The terrifying flame slashed out, cutting through the air, ruthlessly slashing towards Elder Shengde. Lin Ling dared to come here today because he was full of confidence. He did not plan to hide anything and used all his cards. His goal was to end everything. End it. A low shout came from Lin Ling's mouth, causing many people's pupils to constrict. They seemed to have seen through Lin Ling's intentions. Lin Ling was not afraid of Elder Shengde. If Elder Shengde dared to interfere, then Elder Shengde would also die. This intention was very terrifying, causing everyone's face to stiffen. End it? You must be dreaming. In the skies, Elder Shengde coldly shouted. Not only did he not dodge, but he actually increased his speed. But at this moment, he sensed that the danger of death had arrived. This feeling was very familiar. Not too long ago, he had also faced this danger in the Battle of 100 Generals. At that time, he had been far away from Lin Ling. In addition, Lin Ling had not pursued him, so he had been able to avoid this calamity. But he knew that this soul attack was terrifying. His soul was trembling. He was sure that if he was hit by that terrifying attack, he would definitely die. But this time, he couldn't avoid it, because Lin Ling's killing intent towards him was incomparably strong. Who is it? Elder Shengde's heart trembled. Suddenly, his gaze fell on the indifferent youth on the ground and a terrifying thought arose in his mind. Could it be Lin Ling? In the last battle of 100 Generals, he had made a move against Lin Ling, and that was why he had encountered this life-or-death crisis. And this time, it was the same again. Lin Ling actually hid such a terrifying trump card. Thoughts flashed through Elder Shengde's mind as his pupils congealed. At this moment, he only wanted to retreat. He regretted coming forward to save His Majesty the Crown Prince because Lin Ling was an existence that could not be provoked. Saint, be careful. Just as the saber of Nirvana was about to break Elder Shengde's soul spirit, an ancient voice echoed in the sky. A white-haired elder with a benevolent face mysteriously appeared and slammed his right hand into the void. Isn't it too cruel for you to be so ruthless? Great Vajra will seal. Along with the elder's clear voice, a mysterious Buddha seal that was condensed from soul spirit power and spirit chi appeared and slammed straight at the saber of Nirvana. What a close shave. Elder Shengde's heart finally relaxed. He knew who made the move. It was the Grand Elder of the Heaven Cord Monastery, Sage Tian Yin. This was also his master, who was ranked second in the entire Heaven Mystics Kingdom. He was at the peak stage of the Heaven Spirit Realm and was only inferior to the King of Yunhai. He was an expert who had the terrifying battle record of battling with the King of Yunhai for 3 months. With such a powerful existence here, Lin Ling was definitely going to die today. Sage Tian Yin has come out from seclusion. The Crown Prince's eyes were getting brighter. The most ancient experts of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom had finally appeared. Lin Ling, even if he had to die, he would die with honor. Countless eyes were locked onto the sky. The crowd seemed to have guessed the identity of the newcomer and were all shocked. Swish! Right at this moment, a sword light slashed across and sliced across Elder Shengda's neck, leaving a sword scar on his neck. Furthermore, the sword scar was still burning with flames. Subsequently, Elder Shengda maintained his complacent smile, but his head was slowly falling off. He was extremely unwilling to accept this as he thought that Lin Ling's terror was his soul spirit power and overlooked that sword slash. He was filled with regret, but it was a pity that everything was gone with the wind. He previously said that Lin Ling wanted to kill him, but everything had become a reality. Dead. A top-notch expert of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom who wanted to save the Crown Prince didn't manage to do so. Instead, he died in front of everyone's eyes. This made everyone feel very upset. They looked at Lin Ling again. Lin Ling was truly terrifying. Shengda! Sage Tian Yin yelled out. He had already blocked the most terrifying soul spirit attack for Elder Shengda, but he didn't expect for his beloved disciple to still die. Junior, you are too savage. Sage Tian Yin's eyes were red as he looked at the youth on the ground. Sage Tian Yin's eyes were also red. You better take care of yourself. Your martial art is the fusion of soul spirit power and spirit chi. It isn't considered a true soul spirit attack. However, Sage Tian Yin's rage was in exchange for Lin Ling's indifferent statement. Bop! 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 Above the sky, a terrifying formless pressure was released as the saber of Nirvana clashed with the great Vajrawill seal. The saber of Nirvana was formed by Lin Ling's soul spirit power, and Lin Ling's soul spirit power was the strongest in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. It even surpassed King Yunhai's soul spirit power. Sage Tian Yin believed that he was the #1 expert below King Yunhai, so he didn't put Lin Ling's soul spirit power in his eyes. However, he had to pay the price for underestimating Lin Ling. Cha! A clear glass-like sound echoed. In Sage Tian Yin's widened eyes, the mysterious Buddha seal in front of him shattered like glass. A similar saber of Nirvana was shot straight at his soul spirit. How is this possible? Sage Tian Yin yelled out with fear. His body shook, and his face turned pale. He vomited a mouthful of blood, which caused the crowd below to fall into a deathly silence. The #2 expert of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom was actually injured. Your body is protected by a mysterious aura presence. If it wasn't for that, you would have already died. Looking at the sky indifferently, Lin Ling spoke calmly. Contempt. This was a type of contempt that was filled with arrogance. The #2 expert of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom was like an ant in the eyes of Lin Ling. Indeed, Sage Tian Yin had an ancient combat artifact, and it was that combat artifact that protected him previously. However, after receiving Lin Ling's saber of Nirvana, that combat artifact had cracks. Lin Ling was only at the initial stage of the Heaven Spirit Realm, while Sage Tian Yin was at the peak stage of the Heaven Spirit Realm. With such a huge difference in Cultivation Realm, Lin Ling might not be able to kill Sage Tian Yin, but the results were already terrifying. Sage Tian Yin glared at Lin Ling. At this moment, he wasn't as arrogant as before. He was afraid of Lin Ling's soul spirit power, and so he remained silent. Your Majesty Unitian, is there anyone who can help you now? Ignoring Sage Tian Yin who was in the sky, Lin Ling looked at the Crown Prince and asked. Help? Who could help? Or rather, who would dare to help? Chapter 4:15. You, commit suicide. Lin Ling's strength wasn't only ranked 3rd in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, but he was also comparable to Sage Tian Yin. Sage Tian had cultivated for many years and had a deep foundation, but Lin Ling was only 18 years old. Horrifying thoughts arose in the Crown Prince's heart. At this moment, he suddenly regretted. He regretted underestimating Lin Chen and sacrificing him. Because of Lin Chen, he had offended an extremely horrifying existence. I've said it before. You can die whenever I want you to. Now, kowtow 3 times and kill yourself. Looking at the Crown Prince, Yunitian, Lin Ling spoke calmly. Commit suicide? The Crown Prince, Yunitian muttered to himself and suddenly let out a bitter laugh. He was a monarch of a generation who looked down on the world, but today, he was forced to commit suicide in front of everyone. What kind of irony was this? In this world, the strong reigned supreme. Lin Ling was stronger than him, and so he had the absolute authority. The Crown Prince's strength wasn't enough to shake Lin Ling. As for helpers, there was no one who could help him now. All monarchs have the pride of a monarch. It is impossible for this emperor to kowtow. But in terms of regret, this emperor does regret. This emperor made a mistake and led to the current situation. The Crown Prince sighed softly and looked at the distant sky. There were rolling dark clouds, and the sun couldn't be seen. It was as though the end of the world had arrived, and even the heavens didn't allow him to see any hope. This scene made his bitter smile even more intense. Lin Ling, you are truly terrifying. From a nameless existence to the elite of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, you only used 2 years. But this emperor knows that the Heaven Mystics Kingdom isn't your goal. Your goal is the 100 regions, but this emperor can tell you that there are plenty of prodigies there. You won't be able to go far and will die in the 100 regions. The Crown Prince spoke indifferently. You don't have to worry about that. Furthermore, you won't be able to see it. Lin Ling looked into the distance as well. There were also rolling dark clouds, but everything in his eyes was different from the Crown Prince. It was the arrival of dawn after the storm. Furthermore, in the hazy sky, he could vaguely see a familiar figure who was smiling kindly at him. That figure was firm and stood proudly in the sky. It was his father, Lin Chen. He seemed to see his father smiling proudly at him and being proud of his efforts and everything. Father, I won. Lin Ling smiled and gently raised the sword in his hand. The sword in his hand bloomed with a dazzling light that shot into the sky like fireworks, forming a gorgeous flower. The Fire Ancient clan has won. In the distance, all the members of the Ancient Flame clan smiled proudly. They released the power of flames one after another, forming dazzling fireworks that bloomed in the sky. Pa pa pa. The crown of the city was crown prince. The crown prince, the crown prince's crown prince, crown prince, the king crown prince emperor crown prince, and crown prince crown prince, Lin Chen. The crown prince muttered to himself and slowly walked back to the highest seat in the plaza. After he sat down, a smear of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. His aura presence was gradually fading away, but his eyes were still looking at the world with unwillingness. A sovereign of a generation had committed suicide. The plaza was silent, and only the explosions of the fireworks could be heard. At this moment, many people had complicated feelings, but they didn't sympathize with him. The crown prince has fallen. The third prince and the others had pale faces. They originally thought that Lin Ling was dead for sure when all the experts came out. However, Lin Ling didn't rely on any faction behind him and was able to go against the strongest combat strength of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom by himself. Right now, the Crown Prince had committed suicide in front of countless people, and no one could help him. Everyone could only watch helplessly. This feeling was very unbearable. Especially Reverend Tian Yin. The discomfort and humiliation in his heart was more intense than anyone else. He represented the Heaven Cord Monastery, but what was the use of it? Even in death, you still don't forget your authority? It seems like you still don't know why you are going to die. Lin Ling looked at the dead crown prince indifferently. When he realized that the crown prince was going to die on the dragon throne, he couldn't help but feel sorrow for him. Such a person would be bound by the imperial ambitions for his entire life and had no freedom. The pitiful thing was that the crown prince didn't realize this until his death. He didn't even realize that any imperial ambitions couldn't be compared to his own strength. The stronger one was, wouldn't the emperor's decision be based on the martial artist's intentions? Reverend Tian Yin, it's your turn. Do you want to fight? Lin Ling looked at Reverend Tian Yin and asked indifferently. Reverend Tian Yin had a complicated expression. In fact, he really wanted to kill Lin Ling, but he wasn't 100% confident. This made him go silent. Seeing this scene, the crowd shook their heads. The Heaven Cord Monastery's #1 expert refused to fight. The Heaven Cord Monastery had declined. The future of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom was undoubtedly the world of this youth. You bunch of bald donkeys. Other than bullying the weak and fearing the strong, you don't seem to know anything else. Lin Ling's mouth revealed a disdainful smile, but he didn't attack Reverend Tian Yin. In fact, he also knew that if he really fought with Reverend Tian Yin, his chances of winning weren't high. At most, both sides would suffer, and he might even lose. After all, Reverend Tian Yin was a martial artist at the peak of the Heaven Spirit realm. However, the older one was, the more afraid of death. Lin Ling wasn't afraid of both sides suffering, but Reverend Tian Yin was afraid. He didn't know that Lin Ling's saber of nirvana could only be used once. After all, the consumption of spirit energy couldn't be compared to spirit energy, and the recovery was very slow. Next, it's time to end our grievances. You guys are the 3 elders of the Saint Mountain, right? Ignoring Reverend Tian Yin, Lin Ling looked coldly at the experts from the Cloud region. Lin Ling, you really want to end everything? The crowd was muttering to themselves. In the Battle of 100 Generals, Lin Ling became the #1 genius. Today, Lin Ling was going to become the #1 king. We refused to fight. It was just a misunderstanding. In the silence, the 3 elders of the Saint Mountain slowly opened their mouths. They were afraid. At the start, they thought that Lin Ling was only a young boy. However, when Lin Ling fought with His Majesty the Crown Prince and easily killed him, they realized just how terrifying this boy was. This also allowed them to understand why Sir Saint had died, and they also understood just who the #1 genius of the Cloud Domain was. Now, Lin Ling asked them to fight. How could they dare to? After all, their strength was only at the late stage of the Heaven Spirit realm. However, the Cloud region won't let the death of young Master Sheng go. You're on your own. One of the 3 elders of the Saint Mountain said indifferently. Then, he looked at the other 2 and nodded, let's go back. Go. Do you think you can leave? Go. However, as soon as they finished speaking, Lin Ling's cold voice sounded. These people thought they were from the Cloud Domain, so they were arrogant and condescending. At the beginning, when they didn't know how strong he was, they threatened to kill him. But after seeing his strength, they were scared and wanted to leave. Was this possible? You won't let us go? Chapter 4:16. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios ruling the world, do you know where we're from? One of them couldn't help but laugh. He seemed to be mocking Lin Ling's ignorance. Although they weren't as strong as Lin Ling, their background and knowledge surpassed Lin Ling's. Lin Ling was strong, but there were countless geniuses stronger than Lin Ling in the 100 territories. What right did Lin Ling have to take their lives? I know, but so what? Lin Ling shook his head and smiled. Young Master Sheng's status is higher than yours, but he died at my hands. Do you think I would be afraid of killing you? Boom. This sentence was like a bolt from the blue, causing the 3 elders of the Saint Mountain to tremble. Yes. This young man was so arrogant that he even dared to kill young Master Sheng, let alone them. They didn't expect that Lin Ling had already killed young Master Sheng and thoroughly offended the saint race. What was there to be afraid of killing a few more? They would have to face it sooner or later, so why not face it now? My men, go ahead and kill them. Lin Ling said softly, causing the 3 elders of the Saint Mountain to be puzzled. Lin Ling's men? What did that mean? The Heaven Mystic's kingdom may be small, but it has its dignity. Since you're here, stay. At this moment, several powerful auras appeared. In the distance, several Heaven Spirit Realm experts slowly walked out. It was the Ghost Marshal and other top experts. These people are all his men. Sensing the arrival of these experts, the 3 elders of the Saint Mountain narrowed their eyes. They came from the Cloud region and didn't know Lin Ling's terrifying rallying power. Now, they sensed that there were close to 7 or 8 Heaven Spirit Realm experts approaching. This made them fearful. Don't get yourself into trouble. The 3 elders of the Saint Mountain shouted with difficulty. Not long ago, you were incomparably arrogant and only gave me 2 choices. One was to die, and the other was to go back with you. You even told the Heaven Mystic's kingdom that everyone had to face the wrath of the saint race. Why are you afraid now? Lin Ling's mocking laughter rang out, causing many people in the crowd to laugh as well. The 3 elders of the sacred mountain were very proud and had treated them like ants, but now they were scared of ants. If you dare touch me, the saints will never let you go. The 3 holy mountain elders had extremely ugly expressions. Their arrogance was actually being mocked by countless ants. Can your stubborn brains change a little? Was what I said just now all nonsense? Lin Ling shook his head. These 3 old men were really used to being arrogant. They had just said that since young Master Saint was dead, there was no need to fear the 3 of them. But now, they wanted to use the name of the Saint clan to intimidate everyone. Kill them all, don't leave a single one alive. Lin Ling couldn't be bothered to waste his breath on people who thought too highly of themselves. Only by killing them would it be clean. If you have anything to say, go to hell and say it to young Master Saint. Die. Sovereign King Li and the others attacked. They had long known that Lin Ling had killed his way into the palace, but they also knew that Lin Ling wanted to use his own strength to settle his personal grudge. So, they didn't step in. But now that Lin Ling had spoken, they could also attack. They knew very well that today would be the day when Cloud Sea City would be completely reshuffled. While Sovereign King Li and the others were attacking, Lin Ling walked towards the 3rd prince. His footsteps made the hearts of the state preceptor Tian Xuanzi, the 3rd prince, and old he tremble. Although there was only one person walking over and he wasn't old, in their eyes, this young man seemed to have come from the horizon. His every move seemed to affect the entire Heaven Mystic's kingdom. Especially that pitch-black sword and the flames that appeared on his body from time to time, it made it difficult for them to breathe. Although the young man's handsome face was smiling, it was a very cold smile. Lin Ling, what are you trying to do? The 3 of them finally couldn't hold it in any longer. Tian Xuanzi was the first to speak. It was too terrifying. If Lin Ling killed them forcefully, they might not feel so pressured. However, Lin Ling didn't. He walked over slowly, and every step he took gave them a terrifying pressure. The unknown was the scariest, especially when they didn't know when they would die. That kind of waiting was even more torturous. Pa! The footsteps stopped. Lin Ling looked at the 3 of them with a smile and said softly, "What do you think?" Lin Ling, there isn't much enmity between us. Your enemy was the Crown Prince. Now that the Crown Prince is dead, and the Heaven Mystic's kingdom is under your control, I hope that we can reconcile. From today onwards, we are all your men. Tian Xuanzi hesitated for a moment and said slowly. Hearing this, Lin Ling nodded slightly. He suddenly laughed and said, "Not long ago, you guys were very proud. You thought that once the 3 elders of the Saint Mountain arrived, would definitely die. Especially you, Tian Xuanzi. You complained to the 3 elders of the Saint Mountain. You volunteered. Tian Xuanzi's eyes froze, and he was speechless. In fact, you had many opportunities to become my people, and you could have turned weapons of war into gifts of jade and silk. Unfortunately, you were all hoping for a fluke, hoping to turn defeat into victory. In the end, you overreached yourselves. Now that everything is settled, you surrendered. Do you think I will accept you? Lin Ling said again. The 3 of them were silent. Indeed, before the Battle of the 100 Generals began, Lin Ling had already surpassed His Majesty the Third Prince. If His Majesty the Third Prince had surrendered at that time, perhaps the outcome now would have been completely different. However, His Majesty the Third Prince did not want to give up at that time and attempted to turn defeat into victory. Now, they wanted to surrender again. How ironic. Third Prince, Yun Yifan, you tried to kill me multiple times. The enmity between us is irreconcilable. Kill yourself. Lin Ling ignored the 3's silence. The Third Prince's eyes narrowed as he stared at Lin Ling. You don't want to? Do you have the chance to resist? Lin Ling said coldly. Indeed, the Third Prince didn't want to, but at the same time, he didn't have the chance to resist. In terms of power, he was weaker than Lin Ling. In terms of strength, he was even weaker than Lin Ling. In Lin Ling's eyes, he was just an ant. Good. I didn't think I would die today. The Third Prince murmured. For a moment, he was in a daze. In the past, Lin Ling was just an ant. He wanted to recruit him, but Lin Ling hesitated. This caused the Third Prince to be humiliated. After that, he ordered people to kill Lin Ling and the Fire Ancient clan. However, he didn't expect that today, Lin Ling would openly ask him to kill himself. He couldn't even fight back. There is a dragon throne next to your big brother. Go there and die. Lin Ling said calmly. Winner takes all. I thought my enemy was my big brother. But in the end, both of our opponents were you. Both of us died in your hands. The Third Prince's expression was complicated. He walked towards the front of the square step by step. His mood was extremely bitter. One wrong step led to many wrong steps. That day, when Lin Ling was weak, the Third Prince didn't seize the opportunity to kill Lin Ling. Now, he must be regretting it. The crowd looked at the figure and sighed. Chapter 4:17. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Everything was over. Plop. Arriving at the side of the dragon throne where the Crown Prince sat, the Third Prince looked at the sky, and the helpless smile on his face deepened. This must be fate. He then sat down, and a trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. The second monarch of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom had fallen again. Tian Xuanzi, it's your turn. Lin Ling looked at Tian Xuanzi, and his cold words made Tian Xuanzi's heart tremble. Bang! Tian Xuanzi knelt down and kept kowtowing. Lin Ling, spare my life. I promise you, as long as you let me go, I will return to my hometown and never step into the Heaven Mystics Kingdom again. Sad. The former marshal, the teacher of countless crown princes, was now kowtowing and begging for mercy. This was a huge irony. It's useless. Unfortunately, Lin Ling's eyes were extremely cold. He didn't believe Tian Xuanzi's words at all. Hearing that, Tian Xuanzi's face seemed to have aged a lot. His eyes were blank. Was he going to die? He was sitting in a high position and was respected by everyone. Was he really going to die today? No, he couldn't die yet. As long as he killed Lin Ling, he could escape. He looked up, and a hidden killing intent flowed out from the depths of his eyes. He wanted to sneak an attack on Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling knew him too well. How could he let him sneak an attack on him? Before Tian Xuanzi could do anything, Lin Ling's cold voice sounded, "My soul spirit is 100 times stronger than yours. Your every move is under my control. A sneak attack is useless." This sentence was like a bolt from the blue, and the hope in Tian Xuanzi's heart was extinguished again. Lin Ling seemed to know everything about him. Tian Xuanzi was resentful, hateful, and helpless. As a teacher, you are respected by everyone. However, you are vicious, cunning, and fickle. Such a teacher will only lead people astray. The soft words were followed by a flash of sword light. Swish! A sword mark appeared on Tian Xuanzi's neck. He wanted to say something, but he couldn't. He could only stare at Lin Ling and finally fell to the ground. Dead. Another elite expert from the Heaven Mystics Kingdom had perished. Everyone had a complicated expression as they looked at the plaza again. All the top-notch experts of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom were all dead, and the one who changed the situation was Lin Ling from the Fire Ancient clan. While they were still in shock, Lin Ling's words floated out again. It seemed like everything wasn't over yet. "Elder He, do you have anything to say?" As one of the three pillars, Elder He used to be one of the Crown Prince's men. But today, he was facing a life-and-death crisis. He opened his mouth, but no words came out. What else could he say? A loss was a loss, and he had to pay the price. Vice versa, if Lin Ling lost, they would also have to pay the price, so there was really nothing to say. Everything is just like a dream. Finally, Elder He spoke softly. Perhaps he wanted to say that he didn't expect that the final decision of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom would be made by an 18-year-old youth. Therefore, everything was just like a dream. "Lin Ling, you have great potential, and you don't want the throne. I just hope that before you leave, you can remind the second prince to treat the Heaven Mystics Kingdom well." Elder He spoke again. In fact, he might be one of the Crown Prince's men, but he had never made a move on Lin Ling. However, the change of the imperial authority was like the rolling wheel of history. His death was unavoidable. Even if Lin Ling didn't kill him, he would be killed by the second prince's men. Since he was going to die anyway, he might as well die under Lin Ling's sword. To die under your sword is also an honor for me. Elder He smiled slightly. Lin Ling nodded. Elder He was a straightforward and upright person. He just stood on the wrong side. "All right, I will give you a quick death." "Thank you, Lin Ling. You are the person I can't see through the most. In the future, I know you will definitely go further. Please grant me death." Plop. Elder He knelt down on one knee and faced Lin Ling with the etiquette of a monarch. Swish. A flame shot out and landed on Elder He's body, burning him crazily. Lin Ling respected Elder He very much, so he gave him a dignified death. At least, unlike the Crown Prince and the others, who were left there to be mocked even after death. Looking at the burning flame indifferently, Lin Ling sighed softly in his heart. His eyes shifted and landed on the elder in the sky. "Perfected Tian Yin, you only have one chance. The next time we meet, I will obliterate you. Now, do you dare to fight again?" Lin Ling didn't have any good impression of the Heaven Cord Temple. Therefore, as long as his strength met the requirements, he wouldn't hesitate to obliterate the Heaven Cord Temple. In the sky, perfected Tian Yin's face was extremely ugly. Dead. Everyone was dead, and he was the only one left. But could he fight? If he fought with Lin Ling, his chances of winning were still 50-50. Moreover, there were many experts on Lin Ling's side. Therefore, even if he won by luck, he wouldn't be able to deal with those experts. "Well, we will fight again when we meet next time. But let me remind you, the next time we meet, it may be you who will die." Perfected Tian Yin said coldly. His body moved and he flew away. Trash. However, not long after flying, he heard Lin Ling's mocking voice. His body trembled and his face became even uglier. Everything is over. After perfected Tian disappeared, Lin Ling looked at the sky. The dark clouds gradually dispersed, revealing the blue sky, which made him smile slightly. The current enemies were all over. Only the Heaven Cord Temple and the Sacred Clan were left. Of course, there was also King Yunhai who had disappeared without a trace. However, the next time they met, these experts who were above him, Lin Ling would surpass them again. The wind quietly blew through the square, but for some reason, many people felt that the wind was very tranquil, making them feel relaxed and happy. When they looked up, the dark clouds in the sky dispersed, and a clear blue sky appeared in front of their eyes. The Heaven Mystics' kingdom was peaceful. A thought appeared in their minds. Then, everyone looked at the slender and handsome figure and sighed in their hearts. This young man started the era. Today, it ended. One battle to decide the world. At this moment, in the distant cloud region, there was a vast ocean. The surface of the ocean was calm, like a giant mirror. Although the surface of the ocean looked calm, the bottom of the ocean was turbulent. Several mysterious mountains were hidden in the ocean. Countless experts were cultivating in those mountains. The experts hidden here were the Sacred Clan. The Sacred Clan, the clan that controlled fire. Their history could be traced back to 10,000 years ago. As for why they lived in the ocean, it was because the Sacred Clan was a natural fire god. If they lived on land, they would burn everything. Clan head, there is news of young master. In a valley, the water rippled. A guard covered in light respectfully reported to a middle-aged man in white. The middle-aged man in white also had a faint light on his body. It blocked the surrounding seawater. His white robe fluttered, and his long hair was tied behind his head. His sharp face had a trace of coldness. Speak. The voice was soft, but it suppressed an unquestionable majesty. Young master died in the Heaven Mystics' kingdom. The guard hesitated for a moment and said nervously. Fan died. Chapter 4:18. Wukongqi Mountain, yes, clan head. After investigation, the one who killed young Master Sheng was Lin Ling from the Heaven Mystics' kingdom. The 3 elders of the Saint Mountain were also killed by him. That guard said anxiously again. He felt that the clan head wouldn't believe him, so he slowly explained. This was the information he found in the Heaven Mystics' kingdom. Lin Ling had the innate monarch body and 2 innate astral bodies, all of which had reached the perfection stage. Innate monarch body. The little Heaven Mystics' kingdom actually has such a genius, and all 3 of his innate astral bodies are at the perfection stage. I'm afraid he is at the initial stage of martial intent. The white-robed middle-aged man was surprised, but he was even more furious. That youth Lin Ling defeated his son and became the #1 genius of the cloud region. Kill. A cold sentence floated out, and the seawater overflowed. Endless flames boiled. If one looked at the sea surface, they would see a giant whirlpool, and a large amount of seawater was evaporating. Horrifying. This was the wrath of the saint race. This was still in the sea. If it was on land, it was hard to imagine how strong the flames would be. Lin Ling has left the Heaven Mystics' kingdom. It is said that he is heading to the Stone Saint Nation. Send someone to the Stone Saint Nation and find him. If he is alive, I want to see him. If he is dead, I want to see his corpse. At the North Ice, it was a land of white rocks. At a glance, it was vast and boundless like a land of ice and snow. That was why it was called the North Ice. After the North Ice, it was the Stone Saint Nation. Giddy up. 2 single-horned horses passed by like a gust of wind, causing dust to billow, which made the bandits hiding in the dark sigh. Those 2 horses were too fast, making it difficult for them to kill and rob. Therefore, they could only watch as the single-horned horses left. However, they were very curious about the 2 people on the horses. The white unicorn was a young girl dressed in white. Although this young girl was far away and her appearance could only be seen vaguely, her figure was slender and graceful. Especially that slender waist that could be held in one's arms, it made one's imagination run wild. As for the black unicorn, one could vaguely see that it was a young man wearing a blue and white robe. The young man carried a huge black sword on his back. He was calm and tranquil, but there was also a kind of aura that made one not to underestimate him. After a long time, one of the bandits said, "A perfect match. Perhaps it's better for us that we didn't stop them." Thump. On the horse, Lin Ling looked into the distance, and a faint smile appeared on his face. Presently, the knot in his heart had been untied, and his enemy was dead, causing his mind and body to be even more relaxed and carefree. It caused him to have the feeling of riding a horse and galloping through the world with his sword in hand. Mother. Lin Ling's eyes flickered. This was his only wish at the moment. Besides wanting to see his mother, he also wanted to tell her about his father. This was also the reason why he came to the Stone Saint Nation. And the one accompanying him was naturally the Heavenly Concubine. Heavenly Concubine, did you notice that there were bandits targeting us earlier? Lin Ling smiled as he looked at the young girl beside him. Oh. The Heavenly Concubine raised her eyebrows. These bandits really know how to pick targets. But do you know why they gave up? Lin Ling asked with a smile. Of course it's because they couldn't catch up to our unicorn, so they gave up. The Heavenly Concubine's eyes widened. She didn't understand why Lin Ling asked this. Lin Ling shook his head with a smile. Of course not, it's mainly because of you. Because you're too ugly, the bandits decided to give up. Sigh, to be able to make the bandits turn over a new leaf and give up their specialty of robbing, Heavenly Concubine, you're really amazing. On the horse, the Heavenly Concubine was stunned. Her fair little face immediately revealed an angry expression. She knew that Lin Ling was joking with her, saying that she was so ugly that the bandits were too lazy to target her. Lin Ling, you're courting death. The Heavenly Concubine moved her horse closer to Lin Ling's horse and kicked it with her slender leg. This Lin Ling always angered her half to death. Damn it, she really didn't understand. Senior sister was so kind and gentle. How could her son be so vicious? Huh. Lin Ling chuckled. Naturally, he wouldn't be kicked by the Heavenly Concubine and galloped away. Bastard, no matter what, I'm still your aunt. How can you treat your aunt like this? Looking at the youth's back, the Heavenly Concubine clenched her fists. However, as the youth gradually disappeared, she also revealed a smile. She knew that the youth carried a lot of burdens. There was the Fire Ancient clan, the second prince, and so on. These people all relied on the youth. If the youth fell, then everyone would die. Therefore, the youth had always relied on his own efforts to support half the sky. Only after the death of the crown prince did the fetters end. The youth in front of her was even more cheerful, just like the boy next door. For some reason, this kind of youth was very attractive. Although North Ice was boring, the two of them would occasionally bicker, so the journey wasn't boring. Heavenly Concubine, why are there so many people there? On this day, the two of them were getting closer and closer to the border. Lin Ling looked at a mountain range in front of him. He could vaguely see many martial artists lingering there. Moreover, the mountain range was very cold, as if it was made of 10,000 years old mysterious ice. Wukong Chi Mountain. The Heavenly Concubine stopped her horse and looked into the distance with a serious expression. Wukong Chi Mountain was a real ice mountain. According to legends, this was the place where an ancient expert fell. Every full moon, it would emit an aurora. Wherever the aurora passed, the mysterious ice would melt, revealing a large number of treasures. It was said that those treasures were left behind by that expert. Naturally, it attracted a large number of martial artists. Interesting. Lin Ling looked at the sky, and the corners of his mouth curled up. His eyes constantly flashed, emitting a mysterious light. The heavenly concubine's gaze froze. Just as she was about to ask something, she heard Lin Ling say with a smile, "Let's go take a look." Then, the two of them walked towards the mysterious ice mountain. At this moment, Lin Ling was curious. Previously, he had used the eye of time to look at the sky. In the long river of history, there had been a battle between kings in this area. That was the battle between the Ice Chi King and the Vermilion Bird Divine Marshal. The two of them were emperors from the 100 territories. Their strength was extremely terrifying. Unfortunately, in the final battle, the two of them perished together. Wukongqi Mountain was the place where the Ice Chi King fell. But what Lin Ling cared about was the Vermilion Bird Divine Marshal. The Vermilion Bird was born from fire. It was also known as the Vermilion Bird Flame. On the last page of the Blazing Flame technique, it was the Overlord physique of the innate King physique. It was also the ruler of the fire innate spirit physique. If Lin Ling could obtain such a terrifying flame, his potential and strength would greatly increase. Nirvana Flame, the Overlord physique of the innate King physique. It's even more domineering than the world-cleansing demonic flame. Lin Ling muttered to himself. He wanted to find information about the Vermilion Bird Divine Marshal in Wukongqi Mountain. Then, he looked at the Heavenly Concubine and said, "Heavenly Concubine, are you familiar with Wukongqi Mountain?" The Heavenly Concubine shook her head. "This is my first time here." Lin Ling helplessly shook his head. He gradually approached the vast mountain with the Heavenly Concubine. After looking at the mountain up close, it was extremely majestic. It was like a sharp sword piercing the sky. This sword was an ice sword, and it was like a dragon roaring angrily. Chapter 419. Suzaku Shinwu. Back then, the Ice Chi King had a lot of bone-forging ginkgo. If I can find them, then I can also forge my bones and increase my innate spirit body. At this moment, a clear voice came from afar, causing Lin Ling to stop. Looking over, he saw 5 people walking in the mountains. The one who spoke was a girl around 15 or 16 years old. She was not tall, and had a small face like an apple. However, her plump buttocks were extremely magnificent. Beside her was a young man in his 20s who followed her with a smile. This young man was handsome, and his white robes fluttered in the wind. He would occasionally speak, but his indifferent eyes would occasionally stare at the young woman's voluptuous breasts. Unfortunately, the young girl didn't seem to notice anything. Instead, her charming face revealed a look of adoration. She seemed to be secretly in love with the young man in white. Bone-forging ginkgo, I didn't expect it to be here. Lin Ling's eyes flickered. With his current knowledge of alchemy, Lin Ling naturally knew what the bone-forging ginkgo was. It was a spirit herb that was used to forge the bones after the 8 gates of the human body were opened. It could be used to refine the bone-forging silver elixir. It was a pity that such a rare treasure didn't exist in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, which made Lin Ling feel extremely regretful. Most importantly, the last page of the Blazing Flame art stated that in order to obtain the Nirvana Flame, one must possess 3 flames in one's body, open the 8 inner gates, temper the blood, temper the bones, and strengthen the organs. Only then would one be able to contain the Nirvana Flame. The flame of Nirvana was an ancient flame. If a person's body hadn't undergone tempering and rashly swallowed fire, then the only outcome would be to burn oneself. Lin Ling was very clear about this point. In order to obtain the world-purifying demonic flame, he had exhausted all his efforts to open the 8 gates. In the end, the world-purifying demonic flame didn't disappoint him. Moreover, the Nirvana flame was even more terrifying than the world-purifying demonic flame, so the difficulty naturally increased. "Excuse me, do you know where I can find bone-forging ginkgo?" After a moment of thought, Lin Ling walked up and asked. He and the Heavenly Concubine weren't familiar with Wukong Dragon Mountain. These people often stayed here, so maybe they knew a thing or two. don't you know the rules? When Lin Ling walked over, the young girl frowned and said with dissatisfaction. Lin Ling smiled helplessly. It's my first time here, so I'm not familiar with this place. That's why I'm asking. Why don't we search together? I'll give you a reward, and we'll split whatever we find equally. The young lady coldly snorted. She was just about to speak when the white-clothed young man beside her opened his mouth and said, "Why don't you take a look at yourself first? You want to join us because you want to share our gains. Unfortunately, you found the wrong person." His voice was calm, but the eyes of the young girl beside him were filled with adoration and worship. It looks like it's his first time coming to Wukongqi Mountain. He probably isn't strong. Maybe if something happens, we'll have to protect him. Trash. The other guards also said. Lin Ling frowned and then looked at the guards. Instantly, the guards wanted to say something, but they all stopped talking. When they met the young man's gaze, they didn't know why, but they felt like they were in a volcano. If that's the case, I'll take my leave. Without paying any more attention to the young girl and the others, Lin Ling turned and left. In the distance, the heavenly concubine was waiting for Lin Ling. She had also seen the previous scene, and it made her smile disdainfully. She and Lin Ling were only unfamiliar with Wukongqi Mountain, which was why she suggested they go together. However, those people arrogantly refused. They didn't know that this refusal would also shut out an expert. If anything happened, they would definitely regret it. Then, the two of them went together. Because it was his first time coming to Wukongqi Mountain, and because no one had warned him, Lin Ling could only rely on the eye of time. There. After a long time, Lin Ling looked at the sky and saw a huge rock protruding from a higher part of the mountain. At a glance, there was nothing special about the rock. However, Lin Ling saw through the eye of time that a long time ago, there was a bright light there. Later, a huge rock appeared and blocked the light. Follow me. Lin Ling was delighted as he led the heavenly concubine up the mountain. Moments later, the two of them arrived in front of the huge rock. After taking a closer look, they realized that the rock was dozens of meters wide. The heavenly concubine's beautiful eyes were filled with curiosity as she looked at Lin Ling. Lin Ling didn't say much as he slashed out with the cloud-pattern black sword. Rumble. This slash seemed to break the seal as the entire Wukongqi Mountain shook violently. The rock cracked as countless beams of light shot out from the cracks. Then, a dragon's roar sounded as an ice dragon rushed into the sky. Soul. Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. He sensed that the ice dragon was a soul that seemed to be sealed under the rock. Breaking the rock would release the seal. I can finally enter the cycle of reincarnation. The ice dragon sitting cross-legged in the sky let out a low voice, causing Lin Ling's expression to change again. He suddenly had a guess. This ice dragon wasn't the ice dragon king's soul. Perhaps it was the soul of the Ice Dragon King's innate spirit body. It was terrifying. The innate spirit body had actually given birth to a soul. This also meant that the Ice Dragon King's ice elemental power was extremely strong. Chi. Snow fell from the sky as the ice dragon slowly flew in a circle. Then, it gradually dispersed as if it had escaped into the 6 paths of reincarnation. However, this wasn't the end. The battle between the Ice Dragon King and the Vermilion Bird Divine Marshal appeared in the sky. On one side was the Ice Dragon, and on the other side was the Vermilion Bird. The battle between the two sides was earth-shattering. It caused the hearts of all the martial artists in the Wukongqi Mountain to tremble. At this moment, Lin Ling was the closest to the illusion of the battle. His eyes were filled with yearning. The two kings were terrifying. Their strength had definitely reached the king's spirit realm or even higher. The fire in my body. Lin Ling also sensed that when the Vermilion Bird Divine Marshal released its fire energy, the 3 fires in his body actually trembled. Among them, the 9 nether heavenly flames and the 7-blade heavenly flames were the most violent. The world-cleansing demonic flame was slightly better. This was an innate suppression. It was like an ordinary fire meeting an emperor. However, this was also normal. Lin Ling's fires, other than the world-cleansing demonic flame, were all at the spirit-body level. The vermilion bird divine martial flame was definitely at the king body level. There was no comparison. A king body could easily suppress a spirit body. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Compared to the battle between the two powerhouses seen in the Eye of Time, the illusion in front of him was clearly more complete. Lin Ling couldn't take his eyes off it. Their battle doesn't seem strong on the surface, but this is only on the surface. In reality, they are suppressing all their strength into their moves. Not a single bit is wasted. Lin Ling's eyes revealed a smile. He also had a preliminary understanding of the stronger world. The true meaning of the sword is a concept martial art that surpasses the sword intent. This is the Ice Dragon King's specialty, 90% true meaning of fire. The power of the vermilion bird divine martial flame is so terrifying. Lin Ling constantly muttered to himself. He yearned even more for the true meaning of martial arts. It was a power that was even more terrifying than a great concept. Moreover, Lin Ling guessed that if he wanted to comprehend the true meaning of martial arts, first, he had to have a king body. Second, he had to have a deep understanding of the king body. Currently, he had a deep understanding of the 3 flames. However, he wasn't too sure if he had comprehended the true meaning of fire. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The battle finally ended. Both of them were heavily injured. The Ice Dragon King came to the Void Dragon Mountain area and died from his injuries. As for the Vermilion Bird Divine Martial Flame, he went to a certain place in the Stone Saint Nation and died. Chapter 420. Extreme Hall, the tomb of the Vermilion Bird Divine Martial has appeared. Many people shuddered as they saw the tomb of the Vermilion Bird Divine Martial. If they could enter, they would definitely reap great benefits. Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. The tomb of the Vermilion Bird Divine Martial. If the Vermilion Bird flame was still there, then he must obtain it. The sky gradually quieted down as many people were excited and looked forward to returning to the Stone Saint Nation to search for the tomb of the Vermilion Bird Divine Martial. Rumble. Right at this moment, the Wukong Chi mountain shook again as the 10,000-year mystic ice quietly melted, revealing a large amount of treasures. They were spirit crystals. The place where Lin Ling broke the rock earlier revealed a terrifying spirit crystal mine. These spirit crystal mines were probably formed by the Ice Chi King's spirit chi or his personal collection, but there was no doubt that there were a lot of spirit crystals. I'm rich. Lin Ling smiled with joy. Spirit crystals were very important. According to what he knew, if a heaven spirit realm martial artist wanted to advance, they had to rely on elixirs made from spirit crystals called the Heaven Crystal Elixir. The Heaven Crystal Elixir required a lot of spirit crystals, and even a kingdom's worth of spirit crystals might not be enough to advance one realm. This was also the reason why there weren't many Heaven Spirit Realm experts in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. Lin Ling, these are mid-grade spirit crystals. The spirit chi in a single spirit crystal is more than 1,000,000 low-grade spirit crystals. The heavenly concubine was also extremely surprised. Subsequently, the two of them quickly kept the spirit crystals at their feet. After a careful count, there were more than 3,000 spirit crystals, which startled the two of them. With this batch of spirit crystals, it wouldn't be difficult to break through the realm. As for the Wukong Chi mountain, it was currently in chaos. The 10,000-year mystic ice melted, revealing a large amount of treasures, causing everyone to frantically plunder them. Of course, compared to Lin Ling's harvest, these treasures were still inferior. Bone-forging ginkgo. Lin Ling's soul spirit extended out like water, and his eyes lit up. Not far away, he saw a shining silver fruit, which made him move his feet and keep the bone-forging ginkgo. If I want my astral body to become the nirvana flame, then the bone forging process is indispensable. The bone forging ginkgo is very important to me. Moving, Lin Ling started to search Wukongqi Mountain again. Treasures like the bone forging ginkgo, the more the better. Bone forging ginkgo is not something you can possess. After collecting the 5th bone forging ginkgo, a tender voice rang out from behind Lin Ling, causing Lin Ling to turn around to look. He couldn't help but smile. Wasn't the person who spoke the girl he met before? That's not something you can have. Ignoring the girl's unruly behavior, Lin Ling put away the bone forging ginkgo. I saw that bone forging ginkgo first. In the distance, the young woman and the white-clothed young man slowly walked over. Their faces were filled with displeasure, as if they were extremely displeased because Lin Ling had overestimated himself and snatched their treasures. According to what you said, if I stood at the top of the mountain and saw all the treasures, those treasures would belong to me? Lin Ling shook his head and smiled. His words caused the young woman and the white-clothed young man to be even more furious. Unfortunately, Lin Ling was indifferent. He said indifferently, I invited you to come with me earlier, but you refused. Since you refused, then the treasures will depend on your own ability. Now that I obtained the bone forging ginkgo first, what qualifications do you have to speak? Although this is the North Ice region of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, it is very far from the Cloud Sea City. We are from the Stone Saint Kingdoms Chen clan and Shanggong clan. We are not people you can offend. Before the young woman spoke, the white-clothed young man spoke. His words caused the young woman to proudly raise her mouth, as if the person she worshipped would solve everything for her. Get lost. However, Lin Ling only had one sentence before he turned and left. You can't see yourself clearly. You're courting death. Courting death. The white-clothed young man released his aura. His cultivation was at the peak of the Earth Spirit realm and was considered a slightly famous genius in the Stone Saint Kingdom. Of course, the most terrifying thing was that he actually revealed killing intent. Brother Feng, go for it. Let him know your prowess. The young woman on the side shouted with admiration, but after she sensed the white-clothed young man's killing intent, she still couldn't bear it. However, that trace of pity was quickly attracted by the white-clothed young man's elegant demeanor. Kill me? Lin Ling stopped in his tracks, and his expression became indifferent. These people were really willful and unruly. The treasures naturally belonged to whoever obtained them first. They didn't obtain them, but they actually wanted to kill and seize the treasures. However, they had the strength to do so. Showing off in front of a beauty is indeed an exciting thing. Unfortunately, you don't have the strength. Lin Ling said calmly. He drew the cloud pattern black sword from his back and took a step forward. In the next moment, he appeared in front of the white-clothed young man. Swish! A sword hung on the white-clothed young man's neck, and a cold voice sounded at the same time, I want to see if being chic is more important, or your life. This. The white-clothed young man's pupils constricted, as if he couldn't believe his eyes. In the blink of an eye, the sword of the young man opposite him was hanging on his neck, threatening his life. On the other hand, the young woman's beautiful eyes widened. The young man she admired had not shown his strength, but not only was he subdued in one move, this was so humiliating. You sneak attacked me? The white-clothed young man gritted his teeth and said. Sneak attack? You don't even know how you lost, and you still have the nerve to say this? Lin Ling shook his head helplessly. He moved his sword slightly, and a wound appeared on the white-clothed young man's neck. However, it wasn't fatal. Instead, it scared the white-clothed young man and made him tremble. You can continue to pretend to be chic and elegant, but I can't guarantee your life. Lin Ling shook his head and looked at the white-clothed young man calmly. The white-clothed young man's legs went soft, and he knelt down with a plop, his face extremely pale. Compared to his elegant demeanor just now, it was a 180-degree change. You can be unruly and willful, but the prerequisite is that you don't kick an iron plate. Glancing at the white-clothed young man with disdain, Lin Ling didn't kill him. Instead, he kicked out and sent the white-clothed young man flying back dozens of meters. After he fell on the ground, he bent over like a shrimp and let out a painful cry. Waving his hand, Lin Ling kept his sword and turned to leave indifferently. He didn't have the mood to bully an ant's provocation. The young woman looked at Lin Ling in a daze. At this moment, she suddenly realized that Brother Feng, whom she admired, was in a dire situation. On the contrary, the young man who kept a low profile at the beginning was extremely dazzling at this moment. On a closer look, the young man's tranquility seemed to be even more attractive than Brother Feng. All the treasures of Wukong Chi Mountain belong to my Ji Hall. Men, surround this place. Right at this moment, a large number of figures arrived and surrounded the entire Wukong Chi Mountain. It was obvious that the unsealing of Wukong Chi Mountain had attracted experts here. Ji Hall. One of the largest forces in the Stone Saint Kingdom, which was comparable to the Cloud Sea Empire of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. Leave all the treasures behind, or you will die. A cold voice came from a young man. This young man was sitting in a wheelchair and seemed to have trouble with his legs. He was wearing black clothes, and his face was a little pale. It was because he hadn't been exposed to the sun for a long time, but his voice was very cold, sharp, and sinister. All the martial artists frowned. The people from Ji Hall were here to seize their harvest. If they didn't hand over the harvest, they would die. Chapter 421. Misfortunes flow to the east, my lord, do you remember me? I'm Shanggong Feng, and my family is also from the Ji Hall. When he saw the young man in the wheelchair arrive, the young man in white from before got up from the ground and ran towards the young man in the wheelchair. I've heard my brother mention the Shanggong clan before, but so what? You still have to hand over the treasure, or die. The young man in the wheelchair said indifferently. Then, he smiled evilly and stretched out his right hand. It turned into a claw that looked like a withered tree and suddenly grabbed the young man in white's neck. It's been a long time since I've drunk human blood. Shanggong Feng, please fulfill my wish. Drinking human blood? Hearing this, the surrounding warriors' hearts trembled. Could this young man in the wheelchair be Fourth Knight's younger brother? After all, only the Fourth Knight had such an insidious martial art. It was said that the Fourth Knight of the Extreme Hall was the most brutal of the 6 knights in the Circle of Geniuses. He killed people like Scything Flax and took lives in the grass camp. Today, he was very unlucky to run into them. Moreover, the wheelchair-bound young man was here, so the Fourth Knight must also be here. Perhaps, even if he handed over the treasures today, he might not be able to live. Sir, please spare my life. If you want to drink blood, I will recommend someone to you. She is the daughter of the Chen clan, and she is also a virgin. Her blood is even more fragrant. The white-clothed youth anxiously shouted. His words caused the young girl not far away to turn pale. She had always worshipped the white-clothed youth, Shanggong Feng, but who would have thought that Shanggong Feng would betray her and introduce her to the wheelchair-bound youth? TSK, not bad. The young man in the wheelchair looked at the girl not far away and licked his lips. Then, he pushed the wheelchair towards the girl. How dare you touch the young miss? You're courting death. The guards beside the young girl all stepped forward to block the attack. However, the young man in the wheelchair smiled slightly. His eyebrows twitched, and a huge head appeared behind him. It looked like the head of a vengeful ghost. It opened its mouth and spat out a blood mist that enveloped the guards. In the next moment, they all turned into blood water. What a cruel martial art! The crowd also began to tremble. Milord, if we're talking about treasures, I met a young man who obtained the bone-forging ginkgo. At this moment, the young man in white caught up with the young man in the wheelchair and smiled. Kill him and take the bone-forging ginkgo. The young man in the wheelchair's eyes flashed with excitement. It was obvious that he was very satisfied with this unexpected harvest of the bone-forging ginkgo. Then, under the command of the white-clothed youth, several martial artists walked towards the distant Lin Ling. The young man in the wheelchair completely ignored Lin Ling and looked at the young girl with a lustful gaze. "Don't touch me." The young female's entire body started to tremble. She suddenly regretted it. She shouldn't have believed Shang Gongfeng, and even more shouldn't have come to Wukongqi Mountain with just a few guards. Suddenly, an image appeared behind her mind. It was the figure of that low-key youth from before. If he hadn't looked down on the youth in the beginning and had agreed to travel with the youth, then perhaps he wouldn't be alone and helpless now. He had actually rejected such a powerful companion. At this moment, tears flowed from her eyes. Unfortunately, there was no one here to help her, and there was no medicine for regret in this world. Bang! At this moment, a loud rumbling sound rang out, causing the young man in the wheelchair to withdraw his gaze. He frowned and looked into the distance. The other martial artists also looked towards the source of the sound. He saw that the few cultivators who had gone to look for the youth had all been burned to ashes. The youth was carrying a large sword on his back and his other hand was holding the white-robed youth's neck as he slowly walked over. What's going on? Everyone's pupils constricted. Hadn't the young man in the wheelchair sent people to kill the youth? Could it be that everyone had died? Wukongqi Mountain was silent for a moment. "I say, do you understand the meaning of the word ant?" Ignoring the gazes around him, Lin Ling lifted the white-robed youth in his hand and looked over with a cold gaze. Earlier, the white-robed youth had lost in one move, but Lin Ling had disdained to kill him and hadn't bothered to make a move. But who would have thought that the white-robed youth wouldn't give up and had wanted to use a strong cultivator to kill Lin Ling? I was wrong, please have mercy." With Lin Ling's hand gripping his neck, the white-robed youth found it difficult to breathe, but his eyes were filled with a thick sense of fear. He'd thought that Lin Ling had heavily injured him with a sneak attack. He'd led people to capture Lin Ling alive and at least wash away his humiliation. But who would have thought that the youth's strength would be even more terrifying than he'd imagined? Several cultivators at the peak of the Earth Spirit realm had been killed in one move. And this time, the youth hadn't launched a sneak attack and allowed him to use his martial arts, but he'd still defeated him in one move. This made him understand that a sneak attack. The youth didn't care at all, he'd just been too lazy to waste time. If apologies are useful, what do we need the police for? Lin Ling frowned slightly, causing the white-robed youth's pupils to constrict. He suddenly had a feeling that the youth wanted to kill him. "No, I'm the young master of the Shanggong family. If you spare me, I'll give you any amount of spirit crystals." The white-robed youth started to regret. "I'm also the king of the Cloud Sea." Unfortunately, the youth only laughed coldly in return, causing the white-robed youth's regret to grow even stronger. Wham! Under numerous shocked gazes, Lin Ling's left hand blossomed with flames as he grabbed the white-robed youth's neck and burned him alive. The surging flames caused the surrounding cultivators to swallow with difficulty. This youth was very strong. Waving the ashes in his left hand, Lin Ling looked coldly at the youth in the wheelchair. "You stole your treasures, and I collected mine. We minded our own business, yet you had someone kill me?" The calm voice caused the youth in the wheelchair to frown slightly. He couldn't see through this youth. And, he'd seen all of the strong geniuses in the Stone Saint Nation, but he'd never seen this youth. Exactly. But thinking of his brother nearby, the youth in the wheelchair smiled faintly. I understand. All right." Lin Ling nodded and slowly drew out the cloud-patterned black sword. "Then, you're next, cripple." Cripple. The indifference on the youth's face disappeared as soon as the words, cripple, were spoken. He was like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, and an icy killing intent exploded forth. Obviously, the word, cripple, was his reverse scale. "I won't let you die comfortably." A cold voice came from the youth in the wheelchair. Wherever the voice passed, the surrounding cultivators trembled in fear. This youth had such a strong sense of resentment. You feel inferior because you're crippled, so you take pleasure in killing people? Humph. However, Lin Ling was indifferent. He held his sword diagonally and walked forward step by step. You deserve to die, 10,000 ghosts cry. Humph. The youth in the wheelchair had a ferocious expression as he drew strange circles with his hands. A terrifying thing happened. Every time he drew a circle, a blood-red demon rushed out and swept towards Lin Ling. Whoa! Countless ghosts circled around Lin Ling. It was extremely terrifying. 10,000 ghosts technique. It said that you can kill people from 1,000 miles away. Humph. The surrounding cultivators felt a chill in their hearts. That martial art was terrifying. Coupled with the fact that the youth in the wheelchair was in the early stage of the Sky Spirit realm, he would have few opponents in the Sky Spirit realm. Innate in spiritual body. Yes. Lin Ling's eyes flickered amidst the ghostly wails and howls. This kind of innate spiritual body was extremely rare. As far as he knew, other than the ghost marshal, there was only the ancient Yin clan of the 8 ancient clans. Chapter 422. The Man in the Coffin, Night 4. Boom! Boom! Flames shot up into the sky. The dazzling blue and white flames made countless people's pupils constrict. In their eyes, all the ghosts were burned into nothingness. From the blazing flames, a slender figure walked out like a flame god. He broke the 1,000 ghost art. How is he so strong? Boom! The young man in the wheelchair also narrowed his eyes. That youth was so strong, why had he never seen him before? Shwa! Using mirror image steps, afterimages flashed and a sword hung on the neck of the young man in the wheelchair. The flames on the sword burned the young man in the wheelchair, causing his neck to be in extreme pain. Don't say that I ambushed you. In fact, I just wanted to save time. Boom! A cold voice sounded at the same time. The young man in the wheelchair narrowed his eyes and looked up. The youth in front of him stood straight and raised his hand. The sword hung on his neck. My brother is nearby. If you touch me, you won't be able to escape. Boom! Inexplicably, a sense of panic rose in the heart of the young man in the wheelchair. Sweat dripped down from his forehead and dripped onto the sword, emitting white mist. When you say this, you are very tough, but your heart is already scared. Boom! Lin Ling shook his head. His eyes were still cold. Unfortunately, even if your brother is in front of you, I will still kill you. Boom! Shwa! The sword light was dazzling. A sword mark appeared on the neck of the young man in the wheelchair. His eyes widened as if he still couldn't believe the reality in front of him. But in the end, he died silently. A ghost floated into the sky with the death of the young man in the wheelchair. At the same time, as if sensing the death of the ghost, Wukongqi Mountain shook. From afar, a cold wind swept over madly. Dead, dead, Night 4's brother died in Wukongqi Mountain. We are all going to die. Feeling the chilling presence, the crowd trembled with fear. Then, they looked at Lin Ling and were shocked by the youth's courage. This youth really dared to kill. My brother is dead. Who? Who is it? In the sky, dark clouds rolled like 100 ghosts crying. Under countless gazes, 4 headless ghosts appeared in the distance. They carried a black coffin and slowly flew over. The 4th night of the 6 nights of the Extreme Palace Genius Camp. The crowd let out panicked voices. The 4th night? Lin Ling's eyes flickered. Naturally, he had heard of the 6th night Genius Camp. During the 100 Generals battle, a genius from the Stone Saint country, the 6th night, participated in the competition. Unfortunately, he was killed by Sheng Fifan in the end. Yes, I am. Lin Ling said calmly as he looked at the sky. Don't you know I'm here? The coffin in the sky jumped violently, and Yin Qi rolled out. Then, the lid of the coffin exploded, and a pitch-black figure stood quietly in the sky. The figure's appearance could not be seen clearly, and only two dark red eyes could be seen. It was extremely terrifying. The martial artists below shuddered as thoughts of fleeing rose in their hearts. It had to be known that the Stone Saint Empire was ranked first among the three great empires. Their geniuses were also above the other two empires. Lin Ling was well aware of this point. During the 100 Generals battle, the sixth knight was even stronger than the number 1 general, Li Xianxiao. If the sixth knight was like this, then there was no need to doubt the fourth knight's strength. Everyone will become my ghosts. As if he knew that the crowd wanted to escape, his cold voice sounded out again, causing the crowd's pupils to constrict. The fourth knight wanted to kill all of them because of his brother's death. You only have one chance to join hands, but you will still die in the end. The voice sounded out again. The crowd's face turned pale. You seem to have forgotten about me. At that moment, a calm voice sounded. Everybody looked over and saw that it was the young man from before. Everybody was astonished. The 6 knights were famous in the cloud region, but that young man was unknown. It seemed like he wasn't afraid of the fourth knight at all. The pitch-black figure in the sky looked at Lin Ling, and his murderous intent became even more intense. Your brother wanted to kill me, so I killed him. As for whether you are in the Wukong Dragon Mountain or not, what does that have to do with me? Lin Ling said again, and then shook his head. All right, no need to show off your aura. Whether you are strong or weak, we will know in a battle. His words stunned the pitch-black figure in the sky, and an even more powerful aura burst out, causing the Wukong Dragon Mountain to shake again. The fourth knight was furious. All the martial artists' eyes narrowed. That youth had killed fourth knight's little brother. Fourth knight had already been furious, but the youth had said, "It doesn't matter if you are at Wukong Chi Mountain or not, I will still kill your little brother." This was a type of disregard. No wonder the fourth knight was furious. It seems that you don't know what the 6 knights' genius camp is. Fine, you will become my ghost head. Rumble. Countless ghosts appeared in the sky, and they were all carrying coffins as they charged towards Lin Ling. 100 ghost coffin bearers. A wave of coldness came from the sky, causing the crowd's mouth to tremble. This kind of coldness was not cold, but gloomy, as if they were in a grave. Demon ghost body, innately able to communicate with souls, and can borrow the power of the underworld. In addition, the fourth knight is in the middle stage of the heavenly spirit realm. Who can be his opponent? Some older warriors said in fear. Woo-woo. At this moment, a weaker martial artist on the ground was entangled by several of the ghosts. Then, he was pulled into the coffin and disappeared into the ground. Quick, stay away. Those ghosts can borrow the aura of living people to get close. The crowd became chaotic and retreated. The fourth knight's ghost controlling technique was indeed terrifying. Boom! Lin Ling's body emitted blue and white flames. Flames also appeared on his sword, and he slashed towards the sky. Ghosts are of the Yin attribute. Fire is a natural counter to them. The sword light was dazzling, like a rainbow sprinkling down from the 9 heavens. Many people's eyes lit up when they saw the burning flame sword slash, and a trace of hope rose in their hearts. That's right, fire was domineering and majestic, and was a natural counter to ghosts. Perhaps this young man could save them all. Early stage of the heavenly spirit realm. It's rare for someone your age to have such cultivation, but do you really think fire can counter ghosts? A disdainful voice came from the sky, causing everyone's pupils to constrict. Then they saw Lin Ling's flaming sword slash being sucked into the coffin by the ghosts. And the flames were all extinguished. Lin Ling's eyes flickered when he saw this scene. The fourth knight's innate spiritual body was quite powerful, and was close to the level of an innate king body. Plus, his cultivation was higher than his, no wonder his flames couldn't take advantage of him. Seal! The fourth knight shouted. Countless ghosts entangled Lin Ling, ignoring the flames on his body. Then they formed a huge coffin, wrapping Lin Ling and slowly pulling him to the ground. That young man won't be able to live. Seeing this scene, the disappointment in many people's hearts was extinguished again. The fourth knight was indeed powerful. His ghosts were not afraid of the flames of the sun, which was extremely rare. You are not qualified to play with fire in front of me. I will turn your corpse into a silver zombie and use it as a sacrifice to my brother. The fourth knight's cold voice came from the sky. He then looked at the crowd and said, "The same goes for all of you." The crowd went silent. Dead, they were all going to die. Chapter 423. Under the king body, everything is just an ant. Rumble. At this moment, the huge coffin that was slowly being pulled to the ground suddenly jumped up, causing everyone's heart to tremble. Even the fourth knight, who was in the sky, was shocked. This was the first time he had seen something like this. What was going on? Fire, there's fire burning the coffin. Suddenly, someone noticed something different. From the huge coffin's crack, a strange green flame rippled out. Then, the flame gradually grew stronger and burned crazily. How is this possible? My ghost body is not afraid of any lightning or fire. The fourth knight muttered to himself. At this moment, an even more terrifying flame bloomed, as if it came from ancient times. The ghosts around the coffin all let out strange cries and were burned. The smell was incomparably foul. Rumble. Then, the coffin exploded, and a dreamy figure walked out step by step with fire ripples all over his body. You're not qualified to play ghost in front of me. At the same time, a cold voice rang out. It was the fourth knight's words. However, the fourth knight had said that Lin Ling was not qualified to play with fire in front of him. Now, Lin Ling was saying that the fourth knight was not qualified to play ghost in front of him. Lin Ling. This is the ghost that you're controlling? Unfortunately, it's still afraid of fire. Under everyone's gaze, Lin Ling stretched out his left hand and grabbed a black ghost. Then, with a boom, flames bloomed. The ghost screamed in fear and was gradually burned into nothingness. You! In the sky, the fourth knight's body trembled. That young man had slapped him and told him in front of his face that his ghost was not afraid of fire? Afraid, equally afraid. What kind of fire is this? The fourth knight roared. He could not understand at all. You're not qualified to know. Lin Ling's wings unfolded behind him. Those were strange green wings. Together with the fire ripples on the surface of his body, it made him look like an ancient demon king. Flame Demon King. At this moment, Lin Ling borrowed the power of the world-cleansing demonic fire to increase his strength again. Looking at the dreamy figure, the crowd's pupils constricted. Then, they saw the young man charging towards the fourth knight. Inexplicably, a thought appeared in their minds. The battle between the Demon King and the Ghost King. The Stone Saint Kingdom's 6 Knights Prodigy Camp. You don't even know what that represents. 6 knights means that the enemy must not be killed for more than 6 nights. Those who are able to enter the 6 Knights Prodigy Camp must be below the age of 30, and their strength must be above the 3 kingdoms' true prodigies. Just like the Heaven Mystics Kingdom's 108 prodigies, when facing the 6 Knights Prodigy Camp, they are nothing. Looking at Lin Ling shooting towards him, the fourth knight's eyes turned cold. An aura that was different from before began to spread out. Corpse Chi. Previously, it was Yin Chi, but now, it was a kind of rotten corpse Chi. You are very young, but you have a bit of skill. You were able to make me use my hidden innate spirit body. You will die a worthy death. The dark clouds that had covered the fourth knight dissipated, revealing a withered body. It was glowing with a purple light, and did not look like a person at all. Instead, it looked more like a corpse. Zombies. Looking at the terrifying figure in the sky, everyone's expression changed drastically. Legend has it that after 100 days of death, the corpse would not decompose, and the resentment would not be resolved. Zombies would not enter the sixth Tao of reincarnation, would not be afraid of fire and water, and would be invulnerable to swords and spears. Furthermore, they were as old as heaven and earth and were extremely terrifying. Every time a zombie appeared, heaven and earth would be in a drought. Heaven and earth would also send down thunderbolts in an attempt to destroy the zombies. However, the zombies were not afraid of the thunderbolts and remained safe and sound. This proved how powerful they were. No one expected that the fourth knight's innate spirit body was actually to transform into a zombie. I have two types of innate spirit bodies. The second is the 100 zombies body. This body is invulnerable to swords and spears, immune to fire and thunder, immune to the sixth Tao of reincarnation, and coexisting with the sun and moon. Now you know how terrifying I am. As the stinky corpse spread out, the fourth knight let out a hoarse voice. Lin Ling frowned slightly. As expected, after leaving the Heaven Mystic's kingdom, the innate spirit bodies that he had seen were all over the place. There were even more prodigies and experts like carp crossing the river. Take the fourth knight for example. If he was placed among the 108 general stars, Li Xianxia would not even be a match for him. This 100 zombies body was obviously close to the level of the innate spirit body. It was a pity that the 100 zombies body might be powerful, but he had encountered Lin Ling. Did Lin Ling have to be afraid of him? Even Sheng Fifan was not a match for Lin Ling. What was a mere 6 knights prodigy camp? Immune to fire and thunder? Very powerful. Let me try if I am truly unafraid. Swish. The demonic green flames blossomed as the wings on Lin Ling's back spread out. He shot towards the fourth knight like an ancient demon king while the sword in his hand slashed out like a dragon. After transforming into the fire demon king, any of Lin Ling's attacks were extremely powerful. It was the concept of fire, and it was at the perfected stage. It didn't matter if he executed ordinary martial arts or not. You will understand. Swish. The fourth knight spoke softly and shook his head. He reached out his shriveled hand as though he wanted to crush that sword slash. Swish. However, the sword light flashed and was as sharp as the moon. The fourth knight's arm was forcefully severed, and the wound was burning with green flames. What? The Wukong prison mountain was silent. Everyone stared with their eyes wide open. They could not believe what they were seeing. That mysterious youth had severed the fourth knight's arm. What was going on? Impossible. My 100 zombies body is not afraid of fire and thunder. How could you defeat me? Swish. The burning green flames in his hand made the fourth knight cry out in fear. He could feel that the flames were very strange. They were both hot and cold, as though they were not supposed to exist in this world. He could not believe what he was seeing. After all, the 6 knights prodigy camp was extremely powerful. It could be said that they stood at the top of the pyramid of the 3 big countries. There were only a few people who were qualified to fight with them. However, today, a strange youth had severed his arm. This was unbelievable. I don't know how powerful your innate spirit body is, but I know that under the king body, everything is just an ant. Swish. The cold voice floated out of Lin Ling's mouth. The demonic fire bloomed and he slashed again. The speed was as fast as lightning, leaving the fourth knight no time to dodge. Swish. Another arm was severed. The green demonic fire burned the fourth knight's body, making him even more terrified. Innate king body? It was said that the cloud domain only appeared in the sacred clan. This youth actually had a king body? You said before that the 6 knights prodigy camp was very powerful. Unfortunately, last time, I almost fought with the sixth knight. However, he was killed by Sheng Fifan. Now, I will fight with you. However, the sixth knight's prodigy camp's name is undeserved. Swish. Lin Ling's body floated forward. Circles of green flames bloomed like ripples. His sword was hanging on the fourth knight's neck. The fourth knight's strongest point was his 100 zombies' body. He was not afraid of fire and thunder, and was invulnerable to swords and spears. However, this advantage was broken. The sixth knight died in the 100 generals battle. You want to fight with him? The fourth knight's pupils constricted. Suddenly, a terrifying thought arose in his mind. During the 100 generals battle, a youth rose like a comet and swept through the crowd. In the end, he defeated the number 1 genius of the cloud domain, Sheng Fifan. Chapter 424. Extreme Ice Palace. You are Lin Ling? Yes. Fourth knight said something that even he couldn't believe. Swish. Without answering fourth knight's question, Lin Ling's sword was the answer. The green flame flashed, and fourth knight's head fell off. A large amount of corpse aura gushed out from where his head was severed, and his body fell from the sky. Plop. That dull sound caused everyone in Wukong Dragon Mountain to tremble violently. The fourth knight had actually perished here. This was like a dream. If they didn't see it with their own eyes, they would definitely think that it was a dream. Countless eyes looked at the figure in the sky that looked like a demon king. For a moment, they were speechless. Furthermore, they realized that compared to fourth knight, that youth was even younger. He was probably not even 20 years old. This also meant that sixth knight's genius camp was not qualified to be called a genius in front of this youth. I thought that the zombie would revive and was prepared to use another trump card. A pity that my head was severed, and I still had to die. Yes. Staring at the zombie on the ground, Lin Ling shook his head. The flames on his body receded like a tide. In this battle, he saw the geniuses of the outside world. Compared to the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, the geniuses of the Stone Saint Kingdom were indeed stronger. Of course, this strength was just that. After all, Lin Ling still had a few trump cards that he didn't use. He only used 50% of his strength. I am looking forward to seeing the geniuses of the 100 regions. Yes. Muttering to himself, Lin Ling floated to the ground. He looked at the surrounding martial artists and didn't pay much attention to them. He then slowly left. In the distance, the heavenly concubine walked over with a smile. She didn't seem to be surprised by what happened just now. Lin Ling was the number 1 genius of the cloud region. If he had to use all his strength to fight fourth knight, then his reputation as a genius would be undeserved. The two gradually left, and Wukong Dragon Mountain was still silent. Everyone was shocked. Plop. Suddenly, there was the sound of someone kneeling on the ground. It was accompanied by a regretful voice. Sorry. Yes. The young lady knelt down with tears in her eyes. She knew that if it wasn't for that youth's help, she would have died today. Not long ago, she rejected the youth's companionship and instead worshipped the white-robed youth, Shanggong Feng. Looking back now, it was all extremely laughable. The difference between Shanggong Feng and that young man was like heaven and earth. Most importantly, because she had underestimated him, she had missed the opportunity to get acquainted with a powerful expert. One had to know that in this world, the strong were revered. To have a powerful cultivator protecting her, whether it was an individual or a family, it would be of great help. Furthermore, that young man was handsome and was in his prime. Perhaps she would have the chance to walk together with him. However, all of this was gone with the wind. The seal of Wukong Chi Mountain has been lifted, the tomb of Vermilion Bird Divine Marshal has appeared in Stone Saint Country. It seems that the trip to Stone Saint Country was correct. Lin Ling smiled faintly as they walked. With his current strength, he wasn't afraid of any cultivator in the Sky Spirit realm as long as they weren't at the peak of the Sky Spirit realm. Therefore, the previous battle had only been used to broaden his horizons. The Vermilion Bird Divine Marshal came from the 100 Territories, so the appearance of his tomb will definitely attract many experts from the 100 Territories. At that time, the Cloud Territory will probably be in chaos. Heavenly Concubine analyzed with a frown. As expected of the strategist. Lin Ling praised, but his eyes were still burning. No matter what kind of genius comes, I must obtain the inheritance left behind by the Vermilion Bird Divine Marshal. Yes. He was very clear that his current strength was very strong in the Cloud Territory, but his foundation was still a bit weak against the geniuses of the 100 Territories. However, if he obtained the Vermilion Bird's flames, then he would have the Nirvana flames. Lin Ling couldn't imagine how strong the Nirvana flames would be, but he was looking forward to it. Of course, before that, Lin Ling wanted to see his mother even more. The Stone Saint country was ranked first among the 3 great kingdoms. However, it wasn't ruled by the imperial court, but by the Extreme Ice Palace. The Extreme Ice Palace was divided into 2 main palaces, the Extreme Palace and the Ice Palace. Lin Ling's mother was the Ice Palace's Hall Master of Inheritance. Unfortunately, Lin Ling's mother was seriously injured after leaving the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. When she returned to the Ice Palace, she was stripped of her position as the Hall Master of Inheritance. The new Hall Master in name was Heavenly Concubine. After chatting for a while, Lin Ling had a rough understanding of the situation. Mother and father loved each other openly and openly. They weren't afraid of the rumors in the world. Although they were under a lot of pressure, they had no regrets. Lin Ling's heart surged. Although he hadn't seen his mother, he knew that his mother was definitely someone who dared to accept what she loved. Senior Marshal Sister is the best. You will be able to see her soon. Speaking of Lin Ling's mother, Heavenly Concubine was also a little excited. She seemed to treat Lin Ling's mother as her own elder sister. After another 3 days, the two finally arrived at the core of the Stone Saint country, the Extreme Ice City. Looking from afar, this place looked like an ice city. Its vastness wasn't any weaker than the Cloud Sea City. In fact, it was even slightly stronger. Looking at the huge ice wall, Lin Ling's eyes flickered. Although the Stone Saint country was slightly stronger than the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, with his current strength, he didn't have to be afraid of many people. The two of them directly entered the city gate and headed towards the vast Extreme Ice Palace. The Extreme Ice Palace was like an imperial palace. It was majestic and domineering like an ice dragon lying on the ground. Only people with a certain status could enter this place. Stop. The Extreme Ice Palace is sacred. Strangers and dogs are not allowed to enter. Right at this moment, 2 guards stopped Lin Ling and Heavenly Concubine. Lin Ling frowned. From what Heavenly Concubine said earlier, he had a rough understanding of the Extreme Ice Palace. These 2 people were wearing black robes, which meant that they were from the Extreme Ice Palace. The Extreme Ice Palace had always been at odds with the Extreme Ice Palace. Especially when Lin Ling's mother was the Ice Palace Master, the Extreme Ice Palace would often pick fights and wanted to swallow the Ice Palace. What are you doing? Can't you see that I am Heavenly Concubine? Heavenly Concubine frowned and shouted angrily. These guards were too arrogant. They actually said that strangers and dogs weren't allowed to enter. Were they calling Lin Ling a dog? We saw it. So what? The 2 Extreme Ice Palace guards smiled faintly. They knew that Heavenly Concubine was the Ice Palace Master in name, but they still didn't give her face. It was obvious that Heavenly Concubine didn't have a great reputation in the Extreme Ice Palace. Don't you know the rules? The Extreme Ice Palace is an existence of the Extreme Ice Palace and the Ice Palace. It isn't the world of the Extreme Ice Palace. If Elder Extreme Ice knows about this, all of you will have to die. Right at this moment, several figures walked out from the depths of the palace. Heavenly concubine, you are the Ice Palace master in name. It is our extreme Ice Palace's fault for stopping you. Let me apologize to you right now. A youth wearing a green robe smiled faintly. His words seemed sincere, but his attitude was extremely arrogant. If one took a closer look, this youth had a handsome appearance. His long hair was tied behind his head, which gave people a feeling of elegance. Wind. That's right, he seemed to be as elegant as the wind. Late stage of the heaven spirit realm. Lin Ling's eyes flickered as he was shocked in his heart. This youth was only a little over 20 years old, but he was already at the late stage of the heaven spirit realm. In the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, the former number 1 general star prodigy, Li Xianxiao, was only at the middle stage of the heaven spirit realm. Among the prodigies of the younger generation, only the Crown Prince was at the late stage of the heaven spirit realm. Chapter 425. Why wouldn't I slap his face? 6 Nights Genius Camp. Second night, Wind Blade. Heavenly concubine whispered, which made Lin Ling nod slightly. He was speechless. Not long ago, he killed the 4th night. Now, he encountered the 2nd night. Compared to the 4th night, the 2nd night seemed to be even stronger. Heavenly concubine, Lord Polar Ice is very unhappy about your disappearance. He seems to be considering whether to strip you of your title as the honorary palace master. The green-clothed youth smiled. In the extreme ice palace, Lord Polar Ice was the strongest. He was comparable to King Yunhai of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. Humph. Heavenly concubine snorted and led Lin Ling into the main hall. She knew that they were from the extreme palace. They looked like they were helping her, but they were actually suppressing her. Tsk, such arrogance. But after not seeing her for a long time, this little girl is getting more and more interesting. That slim waist is especially alluring. If one hugs her, it will definitely make one forget to leave. But Heavenly Concubine's taste is really strong. She actually likes this kind of immature young man. No wonder she has been indifferent to us. Hee, early stage heavenly spirit realm. Not bad. In order to gain Heavenly Concubine's favor, this young man seems to be working hard. Looking at Heavenly Concubine who walked in without a care, the green-clothed youth smiled faintly. Their words were very unpleasant. They were insulting Heavenly Concubine verbally. Heavenly Concubine stopped in her tracks. Her charming face was a little pale, but when she thought of the Ice Palace's current situation, she finally endured it. You can endure this? Right at this moment, Lin Ling's calm voice came from behind her. What can I do if I can't? Heavenly Concubine smiled bitterly. The Ice Palace had declined, and she couldn't do anything about it. Sorry, I can't. Lin Ling shook his head, turned around, and walked towards those youths. Why? Are you unhappy? Looking at Lin Ling walking over, those youths smiled. Not only were they not afraid, but they were curious about what Lin Ling wanted to do. At the same time, there were many people in the main hall who were watching, and all of them were smiling. Previously, they also saw that the people of the extreme hall had insulted the Heavenly Concubine of the Ice Temple, but the Heavenly Concubine had no choice but to grit her teeth and swallow the insult. However, the young man brought by the Heavenly Concubine seemed to be unwilling to accept it. He also seemed to want to show off in front of the beauty, so he wanted to regain his face. However, this was very funny. This was probably the first time that the young man had left home, so he didn't know how terrifying the extreme hall was. Not to mention, the 2nd night of the 6 Nights Genius Camp was also there. 2nd Night's strength was unfathomable. His strength was almost on par with young Master Sheng of the Sacred Region. Of course, this was also because 2nd Night's cultivation time was longer. After all, young Master Sheng was only 18 years old while 2nd Night was 24 years old. But no matter what, the 2nd Night's strength was obvious to all. In the Cloud Domain, the Sacred Prince was ranked first. Next was the 6 Knights Genius Camp. Brat, don't think that you can be arrogant just because you managed to get the heavenly concubine. You can be arrogant outside, but in the extreme ice palace, it's best if you restrain yourself. Looking at Lin Ling walking over, the young men smiled and didn't show any fear. On the other hand, Second Knight's expression was calm. He didn't put Lin Ling in his eyes at all. Not to mention that Lin Ling was only at the early stage of the heavenly spirit realm. Even if he was at the late stage of the heavenly spirit realm, he could still easily kill him. Hee, brother Shi, why do you have to make him realize the reality? It's rare for him to show off, so you should let him show off a little. That's right, brat. My face is right here, I'll let you hit it. Do you dare to hit it? One of them even moved his face closer to Lin Ling and patted his own face lightly, as if telling Lin Ling, come on, let's fight. Fight if you have the guts. If it was someone else, they would have left in humiliation after calming down. They wouldn't dare to hit him at all. After all, Second Knight was also present. Who would dare to be arrogant? However, there were exceptions among the trillions of people in the cloud domain. Perhaps Sheng Fifan was one of them, but above him was Lin Ling. Did Lin Ling need to be afraid of him? Slap. The crisp sound of a slap instantly rang out, silencing the laughter in the main hall. Everyone looked at the young man who moved his face closer. A clear palm print appeared on his face, and there was also a strange green flame, as if it was burned with iron. Ah! The young man was stunned and let out a squeal like a pig being slaughtered. The rest of the people's pupils constricted, especially Second Knight. He couldn't believe his eyes. This young man really dared to hit him. You dare to hit brother Shi? After a while, the rest of the young men shouted angrily. I'll hit your face. Why wouldn't I? And I'll hit you all the same. Lin Ling's face was calm. He took a step forward, and a flame appeared on his right hand. He slapped a few more times. Slap. 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 The young men's faces were all hit by Lin Ling, and there was a looming green flame on their faces. That was the world-purifying demonic flame. It could be said that although Lin Ling seemed to be slapping their faces, he actually poisoned them with the demonic flame. Back then, the ghost marshal was entangled by the demonic flame for dozens of years, and he couldn't get rid of it. This showed how terrifying the demonic flame was. Unfortunately, those young men didn't know that at all. They were all howling in pain. Do you not want to live anymore? At this moment, Second Knight's cold voice was heard. His clothes fluttered, and everyone could hear the whistling of the wind. They only have cheap mouths. If they want to humiliate others, then they should be prepared to be humiliated. Lin Ling looked at Second Knight, and his face was still calm. The heavenly concubine was his mother's junior sister. How could he just stand by and watch when she was humiliated today? As for how strong the extreme ice palace was, Lin Ling didn't care at all. So what if they were strong? They dared to humiliate his family, and he still dared to fight back. They only said a few words, but you slapped their faces. Do you not want to live anymore just to please the heavenly concubine? Second Knight was so angry that he laughed. He couldn't understand why this puny young man dared to slap the people of the extreme ice palace in front of him. Was he trying to show off before his death? Or was he just ignorant? Or was it because he wanted to be a hero and save the damsel in distress? I only slapped their faces, but they hurt my pride. A girl's innocence is very important. If you insult her casually, you can make her live in infamy for the rest of her life. Lin Ling slowly walked towards Second Knight, and then quietly stood in front of him. The two looked at each other, and Lin Ling's actions shocked everyone in the main hall. The young man hit the people of the extreme ice palace, but he didn't retreat. Instead, he dared to confront Second Knight. So it's for a girl's pride. Not bad, you're angry for a beauty. However, have you never thought about who you're hitting in front of? Second knight said coldly. I don't know. Lin Ling shook his head. Second knight suddenly wanted to laugh. It seemed that this young man really didn't know about the 6 knights genius camp. He sneered and said, then I'll let you know. I'm second knight. Silence. The main hall was incomparably silent. Second knight announced his name. Clearly, he was angry. He wanted to see the young man's regretful expression, and then slowly kill him. With the 6 knights genius camp's reputation, this was indeed enough for the young man to die from regret. However, in the silence, Lin Ling's expression didn't change. His calm expression stunned the crowd, and at the same time, it made second knight frown. You've announced your name, right? Then it's your turn. Chapter 426. Extreme Ice Elder Pa. The applause was crisp and clear. This. Everyone's pupils constricted as they looked at second knight's face. The palm print was clear and there were even flames burning on it. It was extremely ironic. After this youth learned of second knight's background, not only was he not afraid, he even came to second knight to give him a slap. Without any hesitation, he slapped everyone who insulted the heavenly concubine. The crowd was stunned. Even second knight was stunned. He was ranked second in the 6 knights genius camp. It could be said that he was ranked third among the geniuses of the cloud domain. He was only below Sheng Fifan and second knight. In the 3 large countries, there weren't many experts that could enter his eyes. The Cloud Sea King was one, the Snake King was another, and Lord Extreme Ice was another. The others were all ants. But now, an ant slapped him in the face in front of countless people. You shouldn't have attacked. Second knight's voice was even colder. It was as ethereal as the wind and as oppressive as a volcano. His voice reached the hearts of everyone in the hall, making them feel as if they were in a cold wind. You mean, I can only watch you humiliate my family and I can't fight back? Lin Ling said indifferently. You are stronger than me, so you can fight back. But you are weaker than me, so you should swallow your anger. Second knight reached out his right hand. Endless astral winds swept out and turned into a tornado saber. He held it in his hand as if he was holding the eye of a terrifying storm. Battle weapon, Sky Wind Saber. It is said that with one slash, the terrifying tornado can travel from the Stone Saint Nation to the Snake Swamp Nation. Looking at the battle weapon that was like the eye of a storm, everyone in the hall swallowed their saliva. Second knight's strength was not only because of his high cultivation and spirit body, but also because he had a powerful battle weapon from the 100 territories. Dead. That youth was dead for sure. He would probably be torn to pieces by the wind. To be able to slap me, you should be proud of your entire life. Shatter. Ignoring the envious voices, second knight stabbed out with his spear. It was as if a terrifying astral wind was stirred up. The entire Extreme Ice Palace shook violently and countless cracks appeared on the ground. The wind shot straight at Lin Ling. Late-stage Sky Spirit Realm and a powerful battle weapon. Looks like I have to use 70% of my strength. Bang! Lin Ling's eyes flickered. With a quick flick of his right hand, the cloud-pattern black sword appeared. Then, with a loud boom, green demonic fire rippled out. Circles of flame rippled out, emitting an ancient aura. Everyone in the hall was stunned. This youth actually dared to fight back. Die. The wind stirred the heavens and the earth as it shot towards Lin Ling. As for the flames, they were like the roar of a dragon. A sword and a spear collided in midair. A deafening sound rang out as a terrifying power erupted. The main hall swayed, and soil fell like rain. Everyone in the main hall felt a gust of astral wind assault them, and they were all blown dozens of meters away. When they looked at the center of the hall again, they were instantly overwhelmed with shock. Everyone's heart trembled violently. Second knight's pupils constricted. He thought he could kill the youth with a single spear. Who knew that the youth was unharmed and even blocked it with a single sword? Second Knight, you're just so. While the second knight was still in shock, Lin Ling smiled from behind the great sword. Smile? This youth was actually smiling. This meant that the youth blocked second knight's powerful attack with ease. You're courting death. The second knight's angry roar, that sentence, and that smile, to him, was a great humiliation. Enough. At this moment, an ancient voice echoed. A terrifying aura was released, causing everyone to kneel down. The aura was very strong, as if a king had arrived. An invisible air wave rolled over and appeared in the middle of the sword and spear. It separated Lin Ling and Second Knight. Lord Extreme Ice. Second Knight immediately knelt down on one knee with a fearful expression. Lord Extreme Ice was the strongest existence in the Stone Saint Nation. He was comparable to the King Yunhai of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. It was said that this old man's cultivation was at the peak of perfection and had already entered the legendary King's spirit realm. An old man in a white robe slowly appeared. He had white hair and a youthful face. His eyebrows were extremely long, and his square face gave off an extremely solemn feeling. Such a strong aura. If I use all my trump cards, I'm afraid I won't be a match for him. Lin Ling's eyes flickered. He finally saw a stronger martial artist. He guessed that this person's strength should be comparable to the King Yunhai. However, this didn't make him fearful. Instead, it made his martial Dao heart even more determined. The martial Dao world outside was indeed vaster. Everyone was kneeling, and only Lin Ling was standing. This was extremely conspicuous. Even Lord Extreme Ice looked at Lin Ling indifferently. Who are you? Lord, he is my senior sister's son. He is here to see my senior sister. At this moment, the heavenly concubine quickly ran over and spoke respectfully to Lord Extreme Ice. Her son. Lord Extreme Ice's eyes flickered slightly as he sized up Lin Ling. However, he could vaguely see the shadow of that person on Lin Ling. This matter ends here. Lord Extreme Ice said indifferently. Everyone in the hall narrowed their eyes. That young man wasn't from the Extreme Ice Palace. He had slapped someone from the Extreme Ice Palace in the face, but Lord Extreme Ice said that this matter would end here? Lin Ling was also surprised by this outcome. Lord, this. Second Knight raised his head unhappily. Did this mean that he had been slapped in the face for nothing? Didn't you hear what I said? Lord Extreme Ice said calmly. Second Knight lowered his head again, not daring to say anything. Everyone, disperse. Lord Extreme Ice looked deeply at Lin Ling, then turned and left. In fact, if it wasn't for the incident a few months ago, he would definitely punish this young man for his actions today. However, a few months ago, Mo Nianchen was taken away by someone. The person who came was extremely powerful, and he noticed something. Mo Nianchen's background was not simple. Therefore, before he figured out everything, he didn't want to complicate things. Kid, you're lucky. I underestimated you and didn't use my full strength. The next time we meet, I'll kill you. Second Knight stood up, looked coldly at Lin Ling, then turned and left. Are you the only one who didn't use your full strength? After taking a few steps, Lin Ling's mocking voice came from behind, causing Second Knight to stop. Veins popped out on his forehead. He was at the late stage of the heavenly spirit realm, and the young man was at the early stage of the heavenly spirit realm. He should have been able to kill the young man in one move, but he failed. What angered him the most was that he didn't use his full strength, but the young man said that he didn't use his full strength. This sentence was a thick humiliation. Facing a late stage of the heavenly spirit realm, the young man didn't use his full strength? Was he looking down on him? What terrifying strength! Who is he? I said earlier that he's the son of Lord Mo from the Ice Palace. Second Knight underestimated him, so he got away with it. But the next time we meet, he'll definitely die. Discussions broke out in the hall. Some were shocked by Lin Ling's strength, and some were disdainful, thinking that Lin Ling would definitely die. Chapter 427. I must see her. The Extreme Ice Palace Hall was huge like an imperial palace. There were also mansions, green hills, and gardens in the palace hall. The Ice Palace Hall was located within. Just like the Extreme Hall, it controlled the entire Stone Saint Nation. These two halls were like ancient sects that were always fighting for the top position. Lin Ling wasn't interested in all of this. He just wanted to see his mother. Her son is here? Hall Master Mo's son? No, he should be called Elder Mo now. Her position as the Hall Master has been stripped. If it wasn't because of that man from the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, Hall Master Mo wouldn't have been stripped of her position and even injured by the Extreme Hall Master. Lin Ling's arrival quickly spread throughout the Ice Palace Hall. A large number of people from the Ice Palace Hall appeared in the vast plaza. They looked at the youth with the heavenly concubine with disdain and indifference. That youth was the son of Hall Master Mo and that man? Was it because of that youth and that man that Hall Master Mo was severely injured and her position plummeted? Lin Ling noticed the unfriendly gazes as well. He frowned slightly. Lin Ling, senior sister, has a high reputation in the Ice Sculpture Hall. She was the idol of all the disciples in the past. Unfortunately, after returning from the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, senior sister was injured for unknown reasons. In a battle with the Extreme Hall Master, she lost to him and was stripped of her position. On the side, the heavenly concubine wasn't surprised by everyone's attitude. She slowly explained, hence, in the eyes of many people in the Ice Palace Hall, you and your father are trash and burdens. You caused senior sister to end up in such a pathetic state. Lin Ling frowned even more. His father ignored the opposition of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom because of his love for his mother. In the end, he was forced to die. However, his mother also carried a lot of burdens. Elder Mo has already left. You can leave now. Right at this moment, an aged voice came from the front. Looking over, there was an old woman who was around 60 years old. She was wearing a purple robe and a pearl crown. Her aura presence was extremely powerful. She was actually at the peak stage of the Heaven Spirit Realm. So strong. Lin Ling was secretly shocked. In the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, there was only one peak stage Heaven Spirit Realm expert, and it was the Supreme Elder of the Heaven Cord Temple. In this short period of time in the Xianxia, he had already seen two martial experts. But Elder Mo had already left? When did mother leave? Senior sister left? Grandma Wu, when did that happen? Heavenly concubine exclaimed. Clearly, she was also very surprised. Half a year ago, experts from the 100 territories came and took Elder Mo away. I don't know who they are, but I know that they are very strong. The old woman said indifferently as she looked at Lin Ling, your father is not worthy of her, and you are not qualified to be her son. Leave. Lin Ling's pupils constricted. His mother had been taken away. His hands subconsciously clenched into fists, and in his left hand was a bag of soil. It was the soil from his father's grave. He had wanted to give it to his mother. At the side, Heavenly Concubine shuddered and said softly, Lin Ling, I am sorry. I didn't know it would turn out like this. She came to the Xianxia with Lin Ling and knew that the youth was about to see his mother. She was very excited, but when they arrived, everything was gone with the wind. Senior sister had left the Xianxia. She could feel the disappointment in the youth's heart. I want to see where mother lives. Lin Ling muttered to himself as he gripped the bag of soil even tighter. Get lost. In the next moment, the old woman's cold voice echoed, which caused Lin Ling's eyes to freeze. If it wasn't for the fact that you are her son, you might not be able to leave here alive today. The old woman spoke coldly. The surrounding people also had cold expressions and didn't have any sympathy. Beside the old woman, there was a handsome youth standing there. He spoke with disdain. The former hall master Mo was so mighty and was the idol of everyone in the ice hall. If it wasn't for you and your father, these two trash, how could hall master Mo fall from the god pedestal? Asking you to get lost is the greatest gift to you. Jianghu, stop talking. The old woman shouted coldly as soon as the youth finished speaking. There was a hint of reluctance in her eyes, but there was also a trace of anger. Everyone in the ice hall seemed to hate Lin Ling and his father. They thought that they were a burden to hall master Mo. What if I don't leave? Voices came from all around, causing Lin Ling to raise his head. His eyes were even colder. Then you will die here. Before the old woman could speak, the youth called Jianghu shouted coldly. All right, let's see who can stop me. Lin Ling said word by word. His words were filled with determination. Not only did he come as a son to see his mother, he also came as a representative of his father. The grave in his hand also represented his father's heart. Although they were separated by life and death, at least he could reunite his parents' hearts. Lin Ling, don't do anything to Grandma Wu. The heavenly concubine anxiously shouted from the side. She stopped Lin Ling and said, Grandma Wu was very good to senior sister in the past. She treated her as her own daughter. However, her love was deep, and so she hated you and your father. Hearing that, Lin Ling looked at the old woman again. His eyes were not as angry as before. If the old woman was looking for trouble, he would have barged in here even if she was at the peak of the heavenly spirit realm. Although the peak of the heavenly spirit realm was strong, if he used all his trump cards, he might have the ability to fight back. However, the old woman doted on his mother as if she was his grandmother. This made Lin Ling not hate the old woman so much. Seeing that you are very good to my mother, I won't be calculative. Lin Ling withdrew his aura and spoke softly. Huh, who does he think he is? Everyone in the square was stunned for a moment. Then, they burst into laughter. Hall Master Mo's useless son actually said that he would not be calculative. Did he have the qualifications to be calculative? Did he know that he was facing the third strongest person in the Stone Saint Kingdom, Elder Wu? Hall Master Mo is an expert that we juniors worship. Who knew that her son is so useless? He doesn't even know how to speak. The youth named Jianghu shook his head and laughed, as though he was a senior looking at an ignorant junior. Everyone was mocking Lin Ling and felt that Lin Ling didn't know his limits. Only the heavenly concubine didn't. She knew that Lin Ling's strength was very terrifying. He might not be a match for Grandma Wu, but if it was a real battle, Grandma Wu might not have the upper hand. You want to see where she lives? Sure, I will agree to it. The old woman was still looking at Lin Ling. In her heart, this youth had the same stubbornness as Mo Nianchen. This made her sigh in her heart. However, whenever she thought of that man from the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, she couldn't suppress her anger. If it wasn't for that man from the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, Mo Nianchen's current achievements would be immeasurable. Alright, I will be there. Ignoring the surrounding voices, Lin Ling nodded and walked forward step by step. At the same time, a terrifying aura was emitted from the old woman's body, blocking in front of Lin Ling. Then, a crane cry echoed. In front of Lin Ling, a huge white crane illusion appeared. This crane was like the king of all cranes, emitting a domineering and elegant aura. This aura was very terrifying. It had the domineering aura of the king's spirit realm. It was obvious that if Lin Ling wanted to move forward, he would have to face the old woman's terrifying aura, the psychic feathered crane. This was the old woman's innate spirit body. Chapter 428. In his mother's room, back off. You may be her son, but I won't give you any face. The old woman's cold voice came out at the same time. The aura of a peak stage heavenly spirit realm martial artist, and her innate spirit body belongs to the beast category. Lin Ling's eyes flashed. This was the first time he saw such a terrifying innate spirit body. It was probably close to the level of a monarch body. However, although the aura was terrifying, Lin Ling wasn't too afraid. It wasn't like he hadn't faced a peak-stage heavenly spirit realm martial artist before. He even used his trump card to scare away the Supreme Elder of the Sublime Cord Temple. Therefore, he was only surprised, but not afraid. Seeing Lin Ling's silence, the youth called Jianghu laughed disdainfully. "Kid, you're here to suck up to Hall Master Mo, right? Unfortunately, Hall Master Mo has already left, and the Ice Palace won't take you in." Elder Jiang is right. Hall Master Mo has already left, but this trash son is still here. He must be trying to suck up to our Ice Palace. Despicable. Could it be that he couldn't survive in the Heaven Mystic's kingdom, so he came here? Don't worry, those who can't see themselves clearly will lose face someday. Elder Wu's aura will make him see himself clearly. Disdainful voices came from all around. They indeed didn't have a good impression of Lin Ling and thought that Lin Ling and his father weren't worthy of Hall Master Mo. Now that Hall Master Mo had left, Lin Ling actually didn't leave. It was obvious that he wanted to take advantage of the Ice Palace and was greedy for benefits. Take advantage of the Ice Palace? From afar, the heavenly concubine heard the voices and couldn't help but shake her head helplessly. Lin Ling was the #1 prodigy of the Cloud region and was fully qualified to be Senior Sister Mo's son. Furthermore, Lin Ling was the #1 monarch of the Heaven Mystic's kingdom. Did he need to take advantage of the Ice Palace? Therefore, the heavenly concubine found these people's disdain very funny and very ironic. "If you weren't my mother's elder and treated her well, I wouldn't give you any face today." Lin Ling couldn't be bothered with the sneers. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly as he looked at the old woman and took a step forward. However, his words were met with even more angry voices. This young man was too arrogant. Even now, he was still putting on airs. "Make him vomit blood," someone angrily shouted. The young man called Jianghu frowned and waved his hand. "Men, after he faints, throw him out of the Ice Palace and chase him out of the Stone Saint country." Everyone was waiting for Lin Ling to be stunned by that aura and return in disgrace. Bang! Right at this moment, a crisp sound like glass rang out. Lin Ling's footsteps did not stop. He took a big step forward, and like a war chariot, he rammed into the white crane illusion. In an instant, the white crane illusion turned into countless pieces of crystal before dispersing. The aura of the peak of the sky spirit realm had been shattered. Silence. Everyone present was absolutely silent. Even the old woman's eyes were wide open. She was at the peak of the sky spirit realm, and unless one was at the peak of the sky spirit realm, anyone who faced her aura would be so intimidated that their blood would surge and they would lose their will to fight. However, the young man didn't stop and broke her aura with a single step. Could it be that he had the power to fight against a peak of the sky spirit realm? Dream, this was extremely dreamlike. Even with the old woman's vast knowledge, she couldn't guess what the reason was. "Can you all shut up now?" While the crowd was still in shock, Lin Ling's calm voice rang out, causing everyone to open their mouths, but no words came out. "Where is my mother's room?" Lin Ling looked at the old woman and asked faintly. The old woman frowned and looked at Lin Ling. In the end, she slowly pointed to a room behind her. Lin Ling nodded and strode over without saying anything. "How is this possible? Elder Wu, did you go easy on him?" The crowd was still silent. After a moment, Jianghu's voice rang out, causing everyone to look at the old woman. They knew that the old woman doted on Hallmaster Mo. Now that his son had arrived, it was possible that she had gone easy on him. The old woman didn't say anything. She was still in shock. She really didn't go easy on him. She did dote on Mo Nianchen, but she hated Lin Ling and his father. Therefore, she vented her anger on the young man and didn't restrain her aura at all. She went easy on him. Elder Wu must have gone easy on him. Seeing the old woman's silence, the crowd thought to themselves. Only the heavenly concubine shook her head in disdain. Without saying anything, she chased after Lin Ling. Going easy on him? Lin Ling was a genius who had forced the Supreme Elder of the Sublime Cord Temple to back down. That Supreme Elder's strength was on par with Grandma Wu. Therefore, even if Grandma Wu didn't go easy on him, she wouldn't be able to stop Lin Ling. Mo Nianquan's room wasn't far from the square. After arriving at the room, Lin Ling took a deep breath and gently pushed the door open. There was a faint fragrance in the room. Layers of bookshelves were neatly arranged. Mother's room. Lin Ling mumbled to himself. His heart was filled with ripples. There was the scent of his family here. It was very familiar. It was a familial relationship where blood was thicker than water. Although he had never seen his mother before, ever since he came to this world, he had taken over the body of the original owner. Therefore, he treated everything of the original owner as his everything. He would also fill in the regrets left by the original owner. Lin Ling gently sprinkled the grave soil on the table. Then, he sat down in front of the window sill. He knew that compared to him, his father wanted to see his mother more. However, it was a pity that they were separated by life and death. Therefore, the only thing he could do was to place the things his father had left behind in his mother's room so that they could reunite again. Mother, Mo Nianquan. It seems that I'm not thinking, but I'm actually reminiscing. Lin Ling said softly. His eyes focused and the eye of time appeared again. In the room, the passing time started to flow again. A woman in a blue palace dress appeared before Lin Ling's eyes. She was about 30 years old, but she was very beautiful. Time had not left many traces on her body. Moreover, she was very gentle and kind. The room was filled with all the qualities of a woman. Seeing his mother for the first time, Lin Ling was undoubtedly very excited. Now that his mother had left, he could only see her through the eye of time. At the same time, he was familiar with everything about his mother. Just like that, he sat quietly. 3 days and 3 nights passed quietly. In these 3 days, Lin Ling had seen everything in Mo Nianquan's room countless times. What surprised him was that his mother was actually a powerful alchemist. She was also the #1 alchemist in the Stone Saint Nation. Here, he saw many alchemy pills that he had never heard of before. There were even books. For example, the refining of the heavenly crystal pill, the bone-forging silver pill, and the 7 transformations awakening pill. Chapter 429. Provocation. Mother knows a lot of things and she's very powerful. She's ranked in the top 5 in the cloud region, but the mysterious person was still able to take her away. It seems like he invited her away. Lin Ling vaguely saw the people who took his mother away. They were cloaked people, but they did not forcefully take his mother away. Instead, they were respectful. Lin Ling guessed that his mother's identity was not simple. After all, those cloaked people were very powerful. The 100 territories. It seems like I have to go to the 100 territories after obtaining the Vermilion Bird's flames. Lin Ling had a rough plan for his future. First, he had to obtain the Vermilion Bird's flames after the Vermilion Bird's tomb appeared. Then, he would be able to go to the 100 territories. Moreover, the news of the Vermilion Bird's tomb had probably spread. Many powerful cultivators from the 100 territories would probably come. Before that, he had to increase his strength. In the following days, Lin Ling did not leave. Instead, he stayed in his mother's room. He picked up a broom and a rag and cleaned his mother's room. So far, this was the only thing he could do. As he quietly settled down, an old pair of eyes looked at him from time to time. After seeing Lin Ling's every move, the old woman could not help but feel less resentful towards the young man. The old woman was Elder Wu. Of course, that was all there was to it. Every time she thought about how her beloved Immortal's status had plummeted because of Lin Ling and his son, her heart was filled with indignation and anger. Melody of Ice, Alchemy Method without a cauldron. 18 Divine Alchemy Method. 7 Transformations Awakening Elixir, 6 Transformations Bone Forging Silver Dragon Elixir. Then, through the eye of time, Lin Ling continued to learn the alchemy knowledge that his mother had left behind. This allowed his alchemy skills to increase crazily. At the same time, a strange feeling rose in his heart. In the past, he had learned knowledge from ancient powerful cultivators through the eye of time. Today, he had become his mother's disciple and had his mother personally guide him in alchemy. All of this was very dramatic. Time passed quietly. Lin Ling did not leave the Ice Palace. Instead, he stayed at Hall Master Mo's residence. This news had also spread out in the Ice Palace, causing many people to feel disdain. As expected, Hall Master Mo's son came to take advantage of the Ice Palace. However, to their surprise, Elder Wu did not stop them. Instead, he gave Lin Ling the status of an elder. This caused even more people to become dissatisfied. This meant that Hall Master Mo, this trash of a son, was now above their heads. On this day, Lin Ling finally left the room. Outside the door, the heavenly concubine had been waiting for a long time. When she saw Lin Ling, she immediately told Lin Ling what had happened during this period of time. I became an elder. Lin Ling was very surprised. Grandma Wu is tough on the outside but soft on the inside. In fact, she loves senior sister very much. You are senior sister's son. Although she doesn't like you, she will still take care of you. Heavenly concubine Dao. Lin Ling shook his head helplessly, but it didn't matter. His current goal was to wait for the appearance of the vermilion bird divine martial tomb. At the same time, he could increase his strength. The position of an elder was dispensable. Oh right, heavenly concubine, there is a pill that is very suitable for you. However, I lack the ingredients to refine it. So I want to ask you, where does the Ice Palace refine pills? Lin Ling suddenly smiled. The 7 Transformation Awakening pill was prepared by his mother for the heavenly concubine. Unfortunately, due to an accident, his mother left before the pill was successfully refined. Now, Lin Ling could also help his mother finish her unfinished business. Other than that, Lin Ling also wanted to refine the 6 Transformation Bone Forging Silver Dragon pill. This was a necessary step for him to devour the vermilion bird's flames in the future. Pill? Don't tell me you're giving me poison. The heavenly concubine narrowed her eyes and joked. It's poison. Do you dare to eat it? Yes. Lin Ling also smiled, causing the heavenly concubine to pout. Then, she heard Lin Ling say, a pill that won't disappoint you. Yes. For some reason, this sentence made her look forward to it. The place where the Ice Palace refined pills was called the Ice Pill Hall. The heavenly concubine led Lin Ling forward. The two of them didn't notice that in the distance, there were several dissatisfied eyes looking at them. Why should that country youth become our elder the moment he came? Why do we have to bow to him? Elder. If he didn't have the elder position, would really want to teach that trash a lesson. Trash. Trash, trash. Apart from using his mother's glory, he doesn't know anything else. A few of the Ice Palace disciples said coldly. The Ice Palace Hall was like an ancient sect, and those who were able to enter this sect were all people with high expectations. Right now, a country youth who couldn't make a living in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom had become their leader. How could they be willing to accept this? Furthermore, this youth was the descendant of Hall Master Mo, whom they worshipped. They were even more unwilling. That youth had simply blasphemed Hall Master Mo's reputation. The elder position has the responsibility to guide the disciples and pass down the Tao. You can look for him to guide you. Just then, a faint laugh was heard. They turned around and saw that it was Jianghu. Jianghu was also an elder. In the past, he was also Hall Master Mo's personal disciple. He had quite a reputation in the Ice Palace. However, after Hall Master Mo fell in love with a man from the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, he was extremely jealous. He even resented Lin Ling and his father. Now that Lin Ling dared to come to the Ice Palace, Jianghu naturally wanted to teach him a lesson. He couldn't wait to chase Lin Ling out of the Ice Palace so that he wouldn't embarrass himself. In his heart, his master was perfect. If one wanted to be his master's son, he had to be a true prodigy. Elder Zhang's words are very reasonable. A few of the Ice Palace disciples heard Jianghu's words and laughed. Lin Ling, what elixir are you going to refine for me? Right now, the heavenly concubine and Lin Ling were still moving forward. The heavenly concubine asked curiously. She believed that Lin Ling wouldn't harm her. She was just curious. Did Lin Ling learn something after staying in her senior sister's room for such a long time? I will finish the things that my mother didn't finish. Lin Ling smiled and said. Kid, please hold on. Right at this moment, a large number of figures blocked their path. Furthermore, they didn't seem to know Lin Ling's name. Or rather, they disdained to guide him and directly addressed him as Kid. Their impression of Lin Ling was that this youth couldn't survive in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom and was here to hug Hall Master Mo's thigh. Huang Wei, Li Yunshan, what are you doing? The heavenly concubine instantly yelled out when her path was blocked. The heavenly concubine's status in the Ice Palace wasn't small as she was a right-in Hall Master. Hence, these disciples didn't dare to offend her easily. They all spoke respectfully. This kid has become an elder. It is reasonable for him to guide us. This is imparting knowledge. That's right. As an elder, it is equivalent to half a master. In the past, it was Hall Master Mo who guided us in martial arts. Now that Hall Master Mo isn't around, it should be him. Elder Mo, please guide us. Voices echoed one after another, which made Lin Ling shake his head. He couldn't be bothered with them and replied indifferently, I'm not free. Chapter 430. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios preaching and imparting knowledge, so be it. What's the big deal? Lin Ling shrugged nonchalantly. His words stunned all the disciples. The position of Ice Hall Elder was a position that was above everyone in the Stone Saint Nation. However, this youth just said he wasn't going to do it and threw away the position that was in high demand. This was rather shocking. This youth was so thick-skinned and refused to leave the Ice Hall. It was obvious that he wanted to climb up the Ice Hall's coattails. He must be pretending. All the disciples thought in disdain. Without the time to bother about these clowns, Lin Ling brought the heavenly concubine and continued to move forward. He might not care about the position of elder, but the title of elder still existed. Hence, if Lin Ling didn't agree to give them pointers, none of the disciples dared to make a move on Lin Ling. Hall Master Mo's husband is a trash, and his son is actually a trash as well. Back then, that trash from the Heaven Mystics Kingdom must have used despicable methods to obtain Hall Master Mo's body. That is why he left behind this bastard. Right at this moment, a cold voice came from the disciples. Then, another voice came out. Pitiful Hall Master Mo, who has been brilliant all his life, was dragged down by this useless father and son. Don't go overboard. The heavenly concubine stopped and yelled out coldly. These disciples' words were very unpleasant. They actually said that Lin Ling and Lin Ling were trash and trash. Lin Ling was even a bastard. Lin Ling's expression turned cold. He stopped and looked at those disciples coldly. Originally, I didn't care about the provocation of trash like you. You want me to give you pointers? You are still not qualified. But now, you have successfully infuriated me. The Ice Hall was ultimately his mother's sect. These disciples were also his mother's disciples. Hence, he had to give them some face. However, if they didn't want it and even insulted him and his father, then there was no need to give them any more face. Huh, not qualified? Do you really think you are an elder? All the disciples were stunned for a moment before they burst out laughing. This youth really thought he was Hall Master Mo and actually called them trash. Furthermore, this youth said that he could give them pointers. That was a huge favor. Did this youth really think he was a powerful elder? You have said so much. Do you dare to accept it? A disciple asked in a strange tone. Since you all are looking for a fight, why don't you accept it? Lin Ling. His eyes as. This is my first. How my mother used mothers. And I will teach you how to be what? How my mother. How my mother's God. Ha. The crowd finally couldn't hold back their laughter. Back then, Mo Nianchen was a true expert. When he gave them pointers, everyone believed in him and worshipped him. But did this young man have the strength to do so? It sounded nice, but it was a pity that it was useless. Calm. Brother. Looking at the youth, many people laughed. This youth was a genius of the Ice Temple. He was in the middle stage of the heavenly spirit realm. He was ranked among the geniuses of the Stone Saint Nation. After he walked out, everyone looked at Lin Ling mockingly. This youth wanted to teach them how to be what? Let's see how proud he is now. Lin Ling nodded. You are in the middle stage of the heavenly spirit realm at such a young age. You are worthy of my attention. Ha. Everyone laughed again. His words made the crowd laugh again. This youth was only in the early stage of the heavenly spirit realm. He must have stolen some pills to forcibly increase his cultivation. But brother Yu Chen was already in the middle stage of the heavenly spirit realm. He was a true genius. How dare this youth say that he was worthy of his attention? I'm dying of laughter. The crowd laughed louder and louder. Hall Master Mo used to be the idol of my generation. Unfortunately, his son is only good to look at but useless. He is full of big talk. Yu Chen couldn't help but laugh. As a genius of the Stone Saint Nation, he had fought tens of thousands of battles. This was the first time he had seen someone so arrogant. Since my mother taught you in the past, I won't bully you today. I'll let you make the first move. However, Lin Ling's even more arrogant words made the crowd speechless. Did this guy understand what was going on? Right now, everyone was using the opportunity of teaching to teach him a lesson. Was he so stupid that he couldn't see it at all? Instead, he kept putting on an act. I don't know what to say anymore. Forget it. I just want to vent my anger today. It doesn't matter who wins. So, Elder Mo, please give me some pointers. Yu Chen shook his head. He didn't show his aura. His body disappeared as his right hand grabbed at Lin Ling like a snake. This martial art was ethereal, dreamy, and unpredictable. Moreover, because he was imparting Tao, he did not use a powerful realm or great concept. He only used pure martial arts to make a move. Of course, this was also the foundation of teaching. It was to let the disciples know that martial arts had returned to its original state, and the exquisite use of moves. A powerful martial artist could use a huge amount of spiritual qi to split mountains and seas. But what if he met a martial artist who was on par with him? Then the exquisiteness of the moves would be the key to victory or defeat. Ice Snake capturing Moon Hand. Senior brother, you didn't hold back. That move is ever-changing. Even we can't see its essence. That young man is going to suffer for his pretentious act. The crowd sneered, waiting for Lin Ling to lose face. Who taught you martial arts? You're so slow. Do you want to wait for your opponent to finish a cup of tea before making your move? At this moment, a disdainful voice floated out from Lin Ling's mouth. He stood quietly and didn't move. He gently held the branch in his hand. A steady and calm wind rippled out from his body. Then, when the ever-changing palm attacked, his right hand suddenly slapped gently. Whoosh! The branch carried a strong wind and fiercely slapped the palm. Slap! This slap was like hitting a snake at its weakest point. Yu Chen's body was revealed. He rubbed his palm, feeling a burning pain there. He was extremely surprised. This young man actually broke his move. Moreover, that slap of the branch seemed ordinary, but it contained the power of fire that could not be underestimated. Again, myriad snake transformation. Slap! He took a step and disappeared again. The sound of footsteps could be heard all around Lin Ling. There were footprints on the ground, but he was nowhere to be found. This move was extremely strange. It could kill the enemy invisibly. Slap! However, before the strange figure could get close to Lin Ling, the sound of the branch slapping was heard. Lin Ling didn't even look behind him. He casually waved the branch in his hand, but it miraculously landed on Yu Chen's face. A bloody scar appeared on Yu Chen's cheek, and the pain pierced his heart. Running around randomly? Is there any use? Hiding your head but not your tail. Your movement is strange, but the sound of your footsteps can be heard. Are you telling your opponent where you are hiding? Sigh, after my mother, which trash taught you martial arts? Slap. Chapter 431. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios 100 times more ferocious than Hall Master Mo. This scene caused the crowd to stop laughing. All the disciples stared with wide eyes, as if they couldn't believe what they were seeing. Senior brother Yu Chen was being beaten by a tree branch? The youth was arrogant, but he had the right to be. A distance away, a youth had an ugly expression. He was Jianghu. After Lin Ling's mother disappeared, he was in charge of teaching. But now, Lin Ling actually said that a piece of trash was teaching his disciples martial arts. Wasn't he scolding him? How can you see through my martial arts? Stop! Stop! Yu Chen was being beaten up, and he roared in anger. He was a prodigy of the Stone Saint Nation, but he was being beaten. Because you are trash, I saw through your martial arts. Now you want me to stop? Dream on. Stop. Lin Ling laughed coldly. Not only did he not stop, but he became even crazier. He knocked Yu Chen to the ground and whipped him like a father teaching his son a lesson. Ah, you dare to hit me? I am a prodigy of the Stone Saint Nation. Stop. Yu Chen was rolling on the ground as he shouted. What terrified him was that he had already used all his strength, but the youth's tree branches were still like rain, suppressing him. This made him extremely shocked. In fact, Yu Chen did not know that his moves were like child's play to Lin Ling. Lin Ling had a strong soul spirit and could see through any movement technique. Not to mention that Lin Ling was the #1 prodigy of the Cloud region. Apart from the elites of the 3 big kingdoms, who in the younger generation could be a match for him? But other than the heavenly concubine, no one knew. They were all looking at Lin Ling in shock. It was like a dream. They did not know that Lin Ling was Mo Nianqian's son. How could he be embarrassed for Mo Nianqian? Mo Nianqian had endless glory in the Stone Saint Nation, but her son was not weak either. He also had endless glory in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. Prodigy? You are beating a prodigy. My mother used to be your master. Today, as her son, I will teach you how to be a person on behalf of my mother. Stop. Under everyone's shocked gazes, Lin Ling's cold voice sounded, causing everyone's heart to tremble. After that, the storm-like tree branches hit Yu Chen's nostrils until she could only breathe out, not breathe in. Moreover, the blood on her body had traces of being burned, causing Yu Chen's entire body to be in intense pain. A mouthful of blood rushed to her head along with humiliation, and then she completely fainted. Your senior brothers are useless. Now, it's your turn. Stop. Lin Ling stood up and looked at the other disciples with a cold gaze. Us. Stop. The disciples swallowed their saliva with difficulty as fear rose in their hearts. This was terrifying. Not saying anything means you agree. Stop, Lin Ling said coldly and dashed into the crowd of disciples with a single step. No. Elder Mo, Elder Mo. Heaven Studios Dragon Mu Chun Lu Studios NN, the disciples to Lu. They were unhappy that Lin Ling was using their mother's name to become the elder above them. Hence, they wanted to teach Lin Ling a lesson. But now, they realized that they were the ones being taught a lesson. The funniest thing was that they were mocking the youth's arrogance. Now, who could still laugh? Is there such a thing as giving up halfway on the path of martial Dao? Lin Ling's eyes flashed. He smiled. That smile was like the devil's smile, causing everyone to have difficulty breathing. It's too late to learn now. The tree branches were like dragons whipping at the disciples. They sucked in a breath of cold air. They realized that when the branches landed on their bodies, the pain was heart-wrenching. It was as though they had been burned by fire. This is too much. Fight it out. A few disciples were furious. They wanted to suppress Lin Ling. I love to make a move on people with integrity. But what they got in return was Lin Ling Li's cold smile. Pa, pa, pa. The sound of wind breaking rang out, accompanied by painful howls. With their strength, how could they stop Lin Ling? In fact, when Lin Ling decided to teach them martial arts, it was the beginning of their nightmare. The disciples who had joined forces were taught an even more miserable lesson by Lin Ling. The other disciples secretly felt lucky that they hadn't tried to show off. Of course, their situation was only slightly better. Your punches are too slow. Weak. 15 lashes. The attack hasn't even come close, but you're already panicking. Who did you learn martial arts from? 30 lashes. Not bad. You're brave, but you lack intelligence. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you'll be victorious in every battle. Courage alone isn't enough. Learn to find the flaws in your opponent's moves. 50 lashes. You were the most arrogant before, but unfortunately, you don't know how to act or speak. You even dared to call me a bastard. Very bold. 100 lashes. You're so useless. If you were in my flame core, I would have kicked you out already. I really don't understand how Mother has the patience to teach trash like you. Pa, pa, pa. In a short hour, a bunch of people were sprawled on the ground. There were quite a few mid-sky spirit realm cultivators, with the majority in the early sky spirit realm and earth spirit realm. They all sucked in a cold breath, and no longer looked at the youth with disdain. There was only fear. The young man's strength was only in the early stage of the sky spirit realm, but it was only after fighting him that one realized how terrifying he was. The young man could predict any of your moves in advance. That branch looked ordinary, but every wave of his hand was accompanied by intense flames. The youth's teacher was terrifying and ruthless, 100 times more ruthless than Hallmaster Mo. This lesson is over. We'll continue tomorrow. Lin Ling tossed the branch aside and left with the heavenly concubine. We'll come again tomorrow. Elder Mo, we won't dare. All the disciples were stunned for a moment before they started shouting crazily. If there was such a terrifying Dao teaching tomorrow, would they still be able to live? In the distance, Jianghu's expression was ugly. He'd wanted to see Lin Ling be taught a lesson, but the result was the complete opposite. Lin Ling had easily taught all the disciples a lesson with his strength in the early sky spirit realm. This was like slapping the ice palace in the face. Elder Jiang, are you interested in teaching as well? At that moment, a light voice drifted over, causing Jianghu to tremble. He looked at Lin Ling again, but the young man had already disappeared. This made him realize that the young man seemed to know his intentions. He wanted to use the disciples to teach the young man a lesson, but the disciples were not qualified to do so. Just who is he? Jianghu murmured to himself. He realized that if he'd been in the shoes of the previous disciples, it would have been very difficult for him to block the youth's branch attack. As he thought of this, he looked to the front again. There, the disciples were howling in pain and rolling on the ground. Was he smashing his own foot with a rock? Lin Ling, although Grandma Wu doesn't like you, she gave you the position of elder because she didn't want you to be bullied by the ice palace. Who would have thought that it would bring trouble instead? The heavenly concubine smiled as they walked. However, Lin Ling, they are still your mother's disciples. Although they were a bit rude, I hope you won't take it to heart. Chapter 432. Third time is all that counts. The Ice Pill Palace was vast and magnificent. It was one of the biggest medicine halls in the Stone Saint Nation. It was as famous as the Extreme Palace's Extreme Dan Hall. Naturally, there were countless spirit herbs here. As long as it was a spirit herb that had appeared in the Stone Saint Nation before, it would have everything here. Lin Ling's first objective on this trip was to refine the 6th Revolution Bone-Forging Silver Dragon Pill. The second was to refine the 7th Cycle Awakening Pill for the Heavenly Concubine. The third was to refine the Celestial Crystal Pill. The Celestial Crystal Pill was the most commonly used pill of the Heavenly Spirit Realm. It was refined with mid-grade spirit crystals and could increase one's cultivation. Lin Ling, on the other hand, was qualified to break through to the early stage of the Sky Spirit Realm now that he had accumulated enough martial arts. At this moment, the Ice Pill Hall was bustling with noise. A large number of disciples were walking in and out. They were chatting as they walked. However, when two figures appeared in the distance, they subconsciously stopped talking and looked over. The son of the Heavenly Concubine and Hall Master Mo. In fact, most of them were looking at the handsome young man. Previously, many disciples had taken the opportunity to teach the young man a lesson, but in the end, they were taught a lesson by the young man instead, which made the Ice Temple lose face. However, they knew that this was not the end of it. After all, the young man's mother was too dazzling. Therefore, if the young man did not have a certain level of strength, he was not qualified to be her son, and no one would believe in him. One must know that in this world, strength reigned supreme. Relying on his mother's halo, he would not be able to go far. Stop. Right at this moment, a figure blocked Lin Ling and the other person. As expected, someone from the Ice Temple made a move. The crowd looked at the person who walked out and sneered. It was Elder Jianghu. This elder's position in the Ice Palace was only below Elder Wu and Hall Master Mo. Furthermore, he was the former disciple of Hall Master Mo. As Hall Master Mo's disciple, he had always been arrogant and worshipped Hall Master Mo. When this youth came from the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, he wanted to borrow his mother's influence to seek refuge with the Ice Hall. Jianghu was obviously the first person to object. Ice Pill Palace, trash and trash are not allowed to enter. Jianghu looked at Lin Ling indifferently. Then, when he saw that the Heavenly Concubine wanted to speak, he continued, Heavenly Concubine, you are the honorary Hall Master of the Ice Palace. Why do you keep helping this trash? Don't you know his purpose? He's here for the benefits of the Ice Palace, such as entering the Ice Pill Palace to search for spirit herbs. You better stay away from this kind of person. Jianghu obviously looked down on Lin Ling. He believed that Lin Ling had joined the Ice Palace to plunder their cultivation resources. His words caused the crowd to be stunned for a moment. Then, disdainful voices could be heard. They didn't like this young man from the beginning, but who knew that this young man was not only trash, but also greedy. He came to the Ice Pill Palace just to get cultivation resources. Elder Jiang, don't talk nonsense. The Heavenly Concubine couldn't help but say. Her heart was filled with anger. After all, being rude to Lin Ling once was fine, but a second or third time was too much. Lin Ling only came to the Ice Palace to see his senior sister, but after she left, Lin Ling decided to stay in the Ice Palace for a short period of time. What was laughable was that they actually accused Lin Ling of being greedy for the Ice Pill Palace's cultivation resources. Lin Ling, do you need to be greedy for those little treasures? No matter what, today, you and he can't enter the Ice Pill Palace. Jianghu was unmoved. He coldly said, "And heavenly concubine, you're still too young, you don't understand the ways of the world. You don't know that some people only know how to use their mother's halo, they don't know how to do anything else. However, I'll only say this once. It's up to you whether you want to listen or not. Alright." After saying that, he looked at Lin Ling and said like a senior, "Your mother is my master. Although I don't recognize your identity, I won't bully you. If you want to enter the Ice Pill Palace, you can, but use your pills to defeat me. Alright. Your mother used to be a top alchemist in the Stone Saint country. As her son, if you don't have the strength, you should leave the Ice Palace and stay away from the Stone Saint country. Your mother's honor is not something you or your father can compare to. Alright." His words were very harsh. Although he respected his master, he humiliated his master's son. Perhaps in his heart, his master was too perfect, so he wanted to be even better. At least, he wanted to be his master's son. He wanted to be the #1 genius in the Cloud Realm. Grandma Wu said that Lin Ling is now an elder of the Ice Palace. What qualifications do you have to stop him? Stop! Heavenly Concubine shouted when she saw Jianghu's overbearing attitude. Jianghu, you've gone too far. You're just a piece of trash. What qualifications do you have to be an elder of the Ice Palace? Jianghu sneered. He looked at Lin Ling, who had been silent all this time, and shook his head in disdain. Enough. Stop. At this moment, a cold voice finally sounded. Lin Ling finally spoke. Perhaps in your heart, my mother is a perfect woman, but in my heart, she is my mother. I just want to see her and let my father reunite with her. Lin Ling said calmly. Jianghu sneered, reunite? You and your father, that trash, are qualified? Shut up. Shut up. Shut up. Lin Ling interrupted and angrily shouted at Jianghu in front of everyone. Jianghu's expression became somewhat unsightly. It doesn't matter if I'm qualified or not, the blood that flows in my veins is her blood. That's enough. When I came to the Ice Palace, your elder Wu stopped me from entering. Then, he used the excuse of teaching to make things difficult for me. Now, he's even stopping me. Do you really think I'm afraid? Lin Ling looked at everyone coldly. I am only giving face to my mother and heavenly concubine. That is why I didn't make things difficult for you. However, the same thing cannot be done more than 3 times. Yes. Indeed, since Lin Ling came to the Ice Palace, he has been tolerating him. Because these are his mother's disciples, he gave them face. But some people don't know how to cherish it and humiliate him again and again. Lin Ling. Yes. Heavenly Concubine's eyes flickered as she softly shouted. She knew that this youngster is very good to his family and friends. However, to his enemies, he is like a cold winter blade. The reason why Lin Ling is tolerating them is because he treats the Ice Palace as his friends. But now, the Ice Palace is continuously testing Lin Ling's patience, forcing Lin Ling to treat them as his enemies. You guys, enough is enough. Heavenly Concubine looked at everyone with cold eyes. These people's standards are too high, they consider everything beneath them. Heavenly Concubine, this is none of your business. However, Jianghu interrupted her and sneered at Lin Ling, you don't seem to recognize yourself. You think you are some big shot? You actually said that you are tolerating us. Since that is the case, you don't need to tolerate anymore. If you want to enter the Ice Pill Palace, then use pills to defeat me. Otherwise, scram. Fuck off. I gave you face, but you don't want it. Fuck off. Lin Ling's eyes turned cold as he nodded. Alright, if you lose, leave your life behind. Fuck off. Silence. The entrance of the Ice Pill Palace became incomparably quiet. This youngster's courage is extraordinary. After angering him, he will cut off all means of retreat and gamble with his life. You. Jiang Hong's eyes narrowed. His gaze met the young man's, and he realized that the young man's eyes were filled with determination. He wasn't joking at all, but rather, he was fighting with his back against the wall. He had the courage to fight to the death. Suddenly, he found that this youngster is not as weak as he imagined. He is also not a soft persimmon that can be bullied by anyone. Sorry, the update is late. Originally, I wanted to write more, but I saw a lot of comments urging me to update, so I can only post it now. Here, I thank Chu Junfeng, Ye, Shui Yu, I promise you a lifetime of gentleness. Feng Xiao, be serious, learn to listen to your classmates' tips, thank you. Chapter 433. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios 6th Grade Bone Forging Green Gold Elixir. The path of alchemy is the same as the path of martial arts. One must forge ahead bravely and face death to survive. Only then will one be able to break out of the cocoon and become a butterfly. Otherwise, if one only pursues stability and tranquility, why would one step into the path of alchemy? Since we have to gamble, then let's gamble with our lives. Lin Ling's voice was a little hoarse. I don't care how you humiliate me, but you are not allowed to humiliate my father as a trash. You are not allowed to say that my father is not worthy of my mother. So, I will gamble with my life. I will gamble with my mother's foresight and my father's pride. Everyone thought that he and his father were burdens, trash, and trash. He wanted everyone to know that his father and mother were a match made in heaven. His mother gave up everything to marry his father. Her foresight was not wrong. Silence. The surroundings were still silent. When the crowd heard the youth's words, their hearts rippled. They just realized that this youth was the same as Hall Master Mo and had a hidden pride in his heart. You are ultimately her son. Although I don't like you, I will not let you lose your life in the ice hall. Otherwise, when she returns, the ice hall will not be able to answer to her. So be it if you gamble with your life. Right at this moment, an aged voice echoed. From afar, an expressionless old woman walked over slowly. It was Elder Wu. You think that I will lose? Hearing that, Lin Ling looked at the old woman indifferently. He knew what Elder Wu meant. She meant that he, Lin Ling, would definitely lose and eventually lose his life. Therefore, Elder Wu did not allow Lin Ling to gamble with his life. This was for Lin Ling's own good. Exactly. The old woman walked into the crowd and looked at Lin Ling expressionlessly. Do you know who Jianghu is? He is the third best alchemist in the Stone Saint Nation. He inherited your mother's legacy and is only second to your mother. Perhaps you don't understand how powerful he is. Let me give you an example. You came from the Heaven Mystics Kingdom and should have heard of the Imperial Physician, Feng Mohui. Jianghu's strength is on par with him. Although he is not as good as Grandmaster Dan Ding, He Yanshan, he is not far off. Of course, you might be a nobody in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom and have never heard of Feng, but you can ask around. Elder Wu's attitude, she was arrogant and full of contempt for Lin Ling. Her words caused the ice hall's Jianghu. However, the heavenly concubine shook her head and found it laughable. Feng Mohui. Feng Mohui. As far as she knew, this esteemed senior had addressed Lin Ling as little teacher. As He Yanshan? Elder Wu actually said that Lin Ling did not have the chance to meet him. This was simply sarcastic. He Yanshan was Lin Ling's master. Furthermore, if there were many alchemy problems that even He Yanshan could not solve, he would definitely help Lin Ling. Alright. You don't have to emphasize how powerful your ice hall is. Since we are not betting with our lives, the loser will have to kneel and apologize. Lin Ling said indifferently. Other than apologizing, the loser will have to be slapped 3 times by the winner. Of course, if you feel embarrassed, you can choose not to slap yourself. But you will have to get out of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom forever. You are not allowed to use my master's name to show off. Jianghu said indifferently. His goal was to chase Lin Ling away. Alright then. Let's begin. Lin Ling didn't say anything else and nodded. Subsequently, everyone walked forward and entered the ice pill hall. They arrived at a giant plaza. There were many elixir furnaces stacked in layers. It was the place where the ice pill hall refined elixirs. Why bother? Isn't it good to be an ordinary person in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom? Why are you so stubborn? Is the position of Ice Hall Elder and endless cultivation resources very important to you? When Lin Ling and Jianghu walked towards the elixir furnaces, Elder Wu sighed and said. She had a huge prejudice against Lin Ling. If I don't even dare to acknowledge my mother, then I am not worthy of being called a son. Lin Ling didn't even look at the old woman and said indifferently. He then walked in front of one of the elixir furnaces. The old woman shook her head and said, Nianchen, you won't blame me, right? I just want him to know his true colors. After sighing, she said slowly, the elixir contest is very simple. Whoever can refine the elixir of the higher grade wins. Once she said this, Lin Ling and Jianghu both nodded. They then wrote down the spirit herbs they wanted and asked someone to prepare them. Each person only had one set of herbs. If they failed in refining the elixir, it meant that they had lost. As for the 2 contestants, one was the 3rd-ranked elixir refiner in the Stone Saint Nation. The other was a nameless youth who borrowed his mother's name and came to the ice hall to plunder resources. In fact, many people already knew who was stronger and who was weaker. Hall Master Mo is so holy and noble. Who knew that his son would be so lowly? How sad. More and more people gathered. Many people shook their heads. They knew that Elder Jiang would let the youth know his true colors. The elixir I want to refine is a 6th-grade bone-shaping green gold elixir. As everyone knows, if an Earth Spirit Realm cultivator wants to break through to the Sky Spirit Realm, their innate spiritual body and comprehension of great concepts are the key. However, if one wants to refine a heavenly spirit origin elixir of a higher grade, then one's own foundation is also very important. At this moment, a loud shout rang out, causing the square to fall silent. Jianghu looked indifferently at Lin Ling and continued, the stronger the body, the more spirit energy it can contain. The 6th-grade bone-shaping green gold elixir is an elixir that strengthens the bones. It has the effect of turning bones into green gold. Amazing! I finally understand why some geniuses can fight above their level. It is because their foundation is more solid. The bone-shaping green gold elixir is also one of the factors that allows geniuses to fight above their level. This 6th-grade elixir is priceless. After a moment of silence, the crowd exclaimed one after another. Jianghu was indeed capable to become the 3rd-ranked elixir refiner in the Stone Saint Nation. Come out, 9-hole dragon flame cauldron. Boom! At this moment, Jianghu gave a low shout and waved his right hand. A ray of purple light floated out from his rune pouch and a cauldron floated in front of him. It was a cauldron about the size of a small stone plate. 9 dragons were carved around the cauldron, continuously circling and spitting out clouds, as if they had come to life. That is a battle weapon. It is said that Elder Jiang spent a lot of money to buy it at the cloud auction. It can actually turn ordinary fire into dragon flames and is of great help to elixir refiners who don't have innate spiritual bodies of the fire attribute. Boom! Many people revealed looks of admiration as they stared at the mysterious cauldron. Cauldrons had a great influence on elixir refiners and were related to the formation of the elixir. Now that Jianghu had displayed the 9-orifice dragon flame cauldron, he had an innate advantage. Although I don't know what your level of elixir refinement is, I'm guessing that you've learned some superficial knowledge from some unknown elixir refiners. Therefore, I don't want to waste time and will refine first. Jianghu glanced at Lin Ling from the corner of his eyes and then waved his hands. His movements were like moving clouds and flowing water. His hands were like fluttering butterflies. In front of him, the lid of the 9-orifice dragon flame cauldron floated open. The 9 orifices emitted white smoke and the roar of a dragon could be heard. Green love stone, golden cauldron flower, agate horn. Chapter 434. My turn. Everyone knew that the first step to refining pills was to refine the ingredients, removing the impurities and preserving the essence. Although this step seemed simple, it was a test of one's control. The refining of each ingredient was related to the success rate of the pill. But Jianghu was refining more than 30 ingredients at the same time. His skill was terrifying. As expected of Elder Jiang. The crowd exclaimed. Some alchemists even studied without blinking. This is what Hallmaster Mo taught me, the 18 methods of spirit tempering. However, only 1 in 10,000 people can learn it. After all, only those with sharp soul power can do it. Jianghu explained as he refined. His words were full of arrogance, as if he was saying that he was the only one in the world who could inherit Hallmaster Mo's mantle. After he finished speaking, he looked at Lin Ling, who was not far away. At this moment, Lin Ling was ignoring everything in the square. Instead, he took out an ancient book and began to read slowly. Trying to make a last-ditch effort? Ha! Jianghu shook his head and said disdainfully. He took it as Lin Ling giving up. Of course, this was normal. He had shown off his expensive furnace and mysterious techniques. It was not easy for Lin Ling to still be standing in the square and not give up in shame. The 18 methods of spirit tempering. Are there really 18 types? If I remember correctly, there should be 99 types. As if sensing Jianghu's gaze, Lin Ling said to himself. His eyes were still looking at the book in his hand, but his calm words made Jianghu's pupils dilate. Lin Ling did not panic. Instead, he was very calm, and even ignored him calmly. This made Jianghu very uncomfortable. Didn't my mother teach you that when refining pills, you must not let your mind wander and concentrate wholeheartedly? If you have the time to laugh at others, why don't you pay attention to your own pills? Your soul power can control the 18 methods of spirit tempering. That's the limit. This time, the words caused Jianghu's expression to change. Lin Ling seemed to be very familiar with the 18 methods of spirit tempering. He even knew how to refine materials. In fact, he could reach 99 methods. However, this mysterious method could only be taught by example. When Lin Ling came to the Ice Palace, Hallmaster Mo had already left. So, how could Lin Ling know the methods of spirit tempering? You must have heard about it. Jianghu's lips curled into a disdainful smile, and he began to concentrate on refining spirit tempering pill. After a long time, the alchemy furnace in front of him made the heavens and earth. A pill was about to appear, and it was a 6th grade pill. As for Jianghu, his face was solemn. Sun Jianghu's alchemy. But at this moment, Lin Ling's calm voice sounded, as if he was talking to himself. The moment the grade 6 bone-forging green gold pill comes out of the furnace is the most crucial moment. You're despicable. How dare you interfere with my mind? Jianghu was stunned for a moment, then he said coldly. Many people in the crowd nodded. That young man saw that Elder Jiang was about to succeed, but he dared to interrupt him. Was he going to do anything to win? I'm just saying it to myself. If you focus on refining pills, you won't be affected even if the heavens and earth shatter. Lin Ling was still looking at the book, but he shook his head. Did he interrupt? He was just saying what he thought. It's done. At this moment, someone shouted in a low voice. The alchemy furnace shook violently as if it was suppressing a dragon. Then, Jianghu made a complicated seal with his hands and shouted, "Open." A pill shot out, releasing a green light in the air. 6 ripples spread out, causing everyone's eyes to narrow slightly. They were excited. The pill was a success. 6 ripples represented 6 pill patterns. That was the characteristic of a 6th-grade pill. Good, good, good. Our ice palace has another rare pill. Congratulations, Elder Jiang. Not far away, Elder Wu sat on a chair and drank tea. She put down the teacup happily and waved her right hand. The fragrant pill floated to her. She looked at it carefully and nodded in satisfaction. Although it hasn't reached the Earth class, it's still a rare 6th-grade pill. Elder Wu said again. What? A 6th-grade pill refined to the Earth class? Elder Jiang really knows the essence of Palace Master Mo. The crowd exclaimed in shock. As everyone knew, every grade of pills was divided into Heaven, Earth, Mystic, and Yellow. Heaven rank pills were the last and Yellow rank pills were the worst. As for 6th-grade pills, very few people were able to refine Mystic rank pills. Most of them were Yellow rank pills, but even so, they were still able to make countless martial artists admire and respect them. That was why Jianghu's 6th-grade Yellow tier medicinal pellet shocked everyone to the core. I was just lucky. Jianghu didn't care about the admiring gazes. He looked at Lin Ling and said, "You can leave by yourself." He seemed to have won, so he asked Lin Ling to leave on his own. Get the hell out of the Stone Saint Nation. This is unavoidable. But one of the previous bets was to kneel down and apologize. Elder Jiang, you can't let him off so easily. All the disciples sneered and looked at Lin Ling. Under all the gazes, Lin Ling's face was still calm. He finally closed the book in his hand and raised his head slowly. He glanced at the crowd and said, "It's my turn." His words stunned everyone. This young man didn't give up. Even Elder Wu was surprised. Only Jianghu smiled faintly and said, "You didn't give up right away. That's good. It's your turn. Make your move." 6th-grade bone-forging green gold pill. If I want to win, I must refine a 6th-grade pill, or even a 7th-grade pill. Ignoring Jianghu's voice, Lin Ling mumbled to himself. The reason he read the book before was to familiarize himself with the 3 types of pills. 1. 7 Transformations Awakening Pill. 2. Bone-forging Silver Dragon Pill. 3. Heavenly Crystal Pill. This was the reason why he came to the Ice Pill Palace. As for the 3 types of pills, he naturally needed a lot of spiritual herbs. Luckily, he had prepared all the herbs for the bone-forging Silver Dragon Pill and Heavenly Crystal Pill. Only the 7 Transformations Awakening Pill that he prepared for the Heavenly Concubine needed the herbs from the Ice Pill Palace. Now, the herbs were taken out by the Ice Pill Palace and placed on the table for Lin Ling to examine. Then, he nodded and took out the spiritual herbs that he had prepared. What kind of pill is he going to refine? Why does he need so many spiritual herbs? As the herbs were laid out, the crowd was shocked. There were almost 100 spiritual herbs on Lin Ling's table. No one could tell what Lin Ling was thinking. He's just trying to be mysterious. He prepared so many herbs in advance. If he fails, he can refine the pill again. Jianghu was also surprised, but he had a guess. However, this was the only explanation that made sense. Wait, look. He took out a lot of spiritual crystals. Just then, the crowd exclaimed again. Lin Ling wanted to refine the Heavenly Crystal Pill. The main ingredient of this pill was spiritual crystals, and they had to be middle spiritual crystals. Chapter 435. Shock. Wait, that's the bone-forging ginkgo. Before the crowd could recover from their shock, another person exclaimed. Lin Ling took out another rare treasure, the bone-forging ginkgo. It was said that this treasure only appeared in the 100 territories and was the best spiritual herb for martial artists to forge their bones. We thought he wanted to suck up to the Ice Pill Palace and rob them of their cultivation resources. But the situation now seems to be the opposite. In the midst of the silence, someone suddenly spoke up. The square became even more silent. Everyone's heart trembled and they suddenly felt that it was ironic and even embarrassing. They were mocking the young man for being greedy for the Ice Pill Palace's treasures. But the young man seemed to have more than the Ice Pill Palace. The young man didn't need to suck up to the Ice Pill Palace. The Ice Pill Palace was thinking too highly of themselves. This young man is humiliating us. Jianghu was embarrassed because he was the one who had slandered Lin Ling. But he quickly smiled coldly and said, taking out so many treasures just to show off? Unfortunately, this is an elixir competition, not a competition of wealth. His words made people feel that he was trying to show off, as if he didn't want to lose face. Of course, there was a reason behind it. This was an elixir competition, not a treasure competition. So, the crowd looked at Lin Ling again and shook their heads. The young man had countless treasures, but he seemed to have forgotten the most important thing, which was the alchemy furnace. Without the alchemy furnace, what could the young man use to refine elixirs? Even if he has the alchemy furnace, can it compare to my 9-hole dragon furnace? Plus, with his level of attainment, he can't control a powerful alchemy furnace. Jianghu smiled faintly and said, he can't escape defeat. Beside him, Elder Wu wasn't surprised by the result. She took a sip of tea and was about to announce the result. But at this moment, the square became silent. Countless pairs of eyes stared at the young man in the square. Flames bloomed and formed a mysterious seal in midair. That seal was ancient and as big as a millstone. Its entire body was engraved with complex patterns of flames. It was extremely mysterious. However, this mysterious seal gave off an extremely familiar feeling. It was the alchemy method without a furnace. In the past, Hall Master Mo's alchemy technique made him famous in the Stone Saint country. He was able to refine pills without the help of a pill furnace, and that mysterious seal was the melody of ice. However, in the youth's hands, it had transformed into a melody of fire. Boom! A thunderous roar resounded in the hearts of everyone in the square. The square was dead silent. How does he know Nian Chen's alchemy technique? Elder Wu's pupils constricted and her aged right hand clenched subconsciously. The teacup that she had yet to put into her mouth shattered with a loud crack. She did not seem to notice the boiling hot tea spilling onto her hand. It was said that the alchemy technique came from the 100 territories. This meant that Emo Nianchen was the only one in the entire Cloud territory who knew how to concoct pills. Now that Emo Nianchen had left, there was no one to guide the young man, but the young man was able to demonstrate the technique that Emo Nianchen was so proud of. That's impossible. I've seen Master use this alchemy method before, but I couldn't learn it at all. How did he learn it? Jianghu kept shaking his head. He couldn't believe his eyes. This young man isn't as useless as I thought. Everyone in the square was shocked. Not only did this youth not tarnish his mother's name, but he even made his mother's halo even more dazzling. Rise! At this moment, a low voice was heard. Under everyone's gaze, the young man raised his hands and all the herbs on the table flew into the mysterious seal in midair. Then, he began to refine them. It's him. The shock in the crowd's hearts hadn't disappeared yet, but they were shocked again. Previously, Jianghu had used the 18 spirit tempering techniques to refine 30 spiritual herbs at the same time. But now, the young man was refining all the herbs. There were almost 100 of them. Could it be that the young man's soul power was able to refine hundreds of spiritual herbs at the same time? This is Master's 99 spirit tempering techniques. As Mo Nianqian's disciple, Jianghu was very familiar with the mysterious spirit tempering techniques. But what he found unbelievable was that the young man had never seen his mother before. How did he learn his mother's technique? First, it was the alchemy technique without a furnace. Then, it was the 99 spirit tempering techniques. He couldn't figure it out at all. He didn't know that he had only taught Mo Nianqian a few times, but Lin Ling had seen his mother refine pills countless times. How could they be compared? At this moment, the square was dead silent. Everyone's attention was on the young man. His hands are so fast. I think I can see Hallmaster Mo refining pills. In everyone's eyes, Lin Ling's hands were as smooth as flowing water. It was pleasing to the eye. From time to time, he would refine a herb. At this moment, he was just like Mo Nianqian. So similar, so similar. The crowd was in a daze. Lin Ling is indeed senior sister's son. Heavenly concubine also smiled. Everyone thought that Lin Ling wasn't fit to be Mo Nianqian's son. But at this moment, Lin Ling at least proved that today was his stage. He, Lin Ling, didn't embarrass Mo Nianqian. His flames are very strange. It seems to have two colors. The time he takes to refine the herbs is shorter than Elder Zhang's. But what kind of pill is he refining? The crowd seemed to have forgotten to breathe as they stared ahead. Their words made Jianghu's face turn ugly. They were both refining. The young man had refined 100 herbs while he, Jianghu, had refined 30. But the young man's speed was faster. At this moment, it was clear who was stronger and who was weaker. The funny thing was that not long ago, Jianghu was proud of his pill furnace in front of the young man. How ironic. However, Jianghu did not know what kind of elixir Lin Ling was refining. After all, the combination of over 100 types of spirit herbs and the refinement made people guess that Lin Ling was refining the heavenly crystal elixir. However, with the bone-forging ginkgo, people guessed that Lin Ling was refining a bone-forging elixir. Maybe he's deliberately mystifying things. He only knows the first half of the pill refining technique, but not the second half. So he's trying to please the crowd by refining all the herbs. Jianghu said coldly. Even now, he still didn't believe that Lin Ling's alchemy skills were better than his. But just as he finished speaking, the mysterious seal in front of him began to refine hundreds of herbs. 3 unformed pills gradually appeared. 3 types. Everyone saw clearly that the young man was refining 3 types at the same time. What? Jianghu roared. That young man was very ambitious and terrifying. He was arrogant enough to refine 3 types of pills at the same time. Was he trying to slap him in the face? Impossible, he'll fail. Elder Wu muttered to herself. She frowned. The young man wasn't just slapping Jianghu's face, he was slapping her face and everyone in the ice palace. Rumble. At this moment, a deafening sound came from the front. The mysterious fire melody swayed as if it couldn't suppress the mysterious power of the 3 types of pills. It was about to explode. Sure enough, refining 3 types of pills at the same time. The heat isn't enough. He's playing with fire. Elder Wu said coldly with a tone of disdain. That young man was arrogant and he was going to have a taste of his own medicine. The higher the grade of the pill, the stricter the requirements for the heat. It was said that in ancient times, when those earth-shattering divine pills descended, the refining method was even stricter and the flame needed to be divine fire. Chapter 436. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios 3 elixirs at the same time, serves him right. The melody of fire is about to collapse. His fire isn't strong enough. Jianghu sneered and felt relieved. Previously, the youth was very scary and kept on displaying his mysterious techniques, which made Jianghu afraid that he would lose. Fortunately, the youth overestimated himself and wanted to show off. Ultimately, it was all for naught. Explode. After taking a closer look, Jianghu suddenly muttered to himself. Boom. As expected, under his voice, the mysterious melody of fire couldn't suppress the elixir's power and finally exploded. Countless flames blossomed and turned the entire plaza into a volcano. No one saw that when the melody of fire was about to explode, a mysterious green flame surged out and spiraled in midair like a demonic dragon. It formed a mysterious runic seal. It was the melody of fire. This melody of fire was even more terrifying than the previous two. It was a pity that no one saw it. Everyone only saw the flames in the plaza and the thick smoke. Could he have been killed by the flames? Jianghu's eyes were filled with schadenfreude. Lin Ling. Not far away, the heavenly concubine's beautiful eyes were flickering. She was extremely worried. She knew that this was a crucial moment as it concerned Lin Ling and his father's reputation. It also concerned her senior sister's judgment. Lin Ling will never embarrass senior sister. Soon enough, the heavenly concubine was determined. She believed that if the youth could create a miracle in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, he could do the same in the Stone Saint Kingdom. The youth would never let senior sister down. At this moment, in the plaza, the thick smoke was billowing. The flames gradually dispersed, and a slender figure gradually appeared in the plaza. Everyone swallowed their saliva. The youth actually didn't die. You are still alive. You are considered lucky. Next time, please look at yourself clearly. Don't try to show off and risk your life. If you die, how am I going to answer to Nianchen? Seeing the youth's blurry figure appear, Elder Wu muttered to himself and finally felt relieved. On the side, Jianghu shook his head and said indifferently, everything that you did previously was very dazzling. A pity that it was all in vain. All of this is very ironic. Release the elixir. Right at this moment, a low voice echoed. The billowing thick smoke quietly dispersed, and the slender figure became clearer. Under everyone's gazes, the young man's face was calm and tranquil. A mysterious seal floated in front of him. It was the melody of fire, but at this moment, the melody of fire seemed even more terrifying. It was formed by a strange green flame dragon. The flaming dragon seemed to be alive as it roared and emitted an ancient aura. If the melody of fire was compared to a pill furnace, then the green flame dragon would be the pill fire and the green flame dragon would be the king body world purifying demonic flame. At this moment, Jianghu's 9-hole dragon flame furnace was extremely small compared to it. Of course, the most terrifying, the flaming dragon. Flaming Studios. Full flaming. FL flaming. The is to the flaming. To the swish tote. This moment, the medicinal pill at the dragon's tail flew out, emitting a white light. Endless spiritual energy pervaded the air like water. Heaven flynflies is fulto FL to be to the heaven to be had FL flies to FL flies FL. This pill is very expensive. The crowd's faces stiffened. The young man had humiliated them with his pills. Did they have the right to laugh at the young man's greed for the benefits of the Ice Palace? Release the pill. The calm voice spoke again. A silver medicinal pill slowly floated out from the dragon's body. On the surface, the medicinal pill looked a bit ordinary. However, this was only the beginning. In the next moment, ripples began to blossom. There were a total of 6 ripples. This was a 6th-grade medicinal pill. He succeeded. Everyone's hearts trembled. To refine 3 types of pills in one go, and to even successfully refine a 6th-grade pill, this youth was no longer weaker than Elder Jiang. Chi. However, at this moment, the dark clouds in the sky roiled over, and an unexpected event occurred. A bolt of lightning that was thick as a finger descended from the sky and smashed heavily onto the silver medicinal pill. Rumble. In mid-air, lightning snakes slithered around. The silver pill let out a dragon's roar. Endless lightning wrapped around the pill, causing a silver lightning dragon to swim out of the pill. Then, it circled around the pill before slowly disappearing into the pill. 6th grade bone forging silver dragon pill. Heaven rank, heaven rank. Looking at this scene with dumbfounded expressions, the crowd felt as though they saw the birth of a miracle. It was rumored that once an elixir reached the 6th grade, it would produce a heaven tier grade. It would then attract the baptism of the heaven and earth's thunder calamity, cleansing the body of the ordinary elixir and turning it into a heaven elixir. 6th grade heaven tier elixirs were extremely rare. As an alchemist, Jianghu was the clearest about all of this. He opened his mouth wide and was in a daze. They were both bone-forging elixirs, but his 6th grade bone-forging green gold pill was only at the mystic tier. However, this youth was refining a heaven tier elixir. How could his elixir be compared? Completely incomparable? Plop. He sat down weakly and still couldn't believe his eyes. He had lost to that youth. That youth was so young, but how could he refine such a terrifying elixir? Of course, if he knew that in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, even Feng Moshui and He Yen Shan had to consult Lin Ling, he would definitely believe his own eyes. Release the elixir. The 3rd elixir flew out. This elixir wasn't at the heaven tier grade, but it had 7 elixir patterns on the surface. This meant that this elixir was a 7th grade elixir, and it landed in the hands of the heavenly concubine. 3 elixirs. One was priceless, one was at the 6th grade of the heaven tier, and the other was at the 7th grade. The most terrifying thing was that these 3 elixirs were refined by this youth at the same time. Who in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, the Stone Saint Kingdom, or even the Cloud region had such strength? Even Immortal in the past couldn't do it. Lost. The Ice Palace Hall had lost, and everyone had nothing to say. They were all sincerely convinced. In the past, my mother was your master, and I was your master's son. However, you didn't have any respect for me and kept on humiliating me. Is this how you respect your master? In the silence, Lin Ling slowly walked up from the plaza and stood in front of Jianghu. Jianghu's face turned pale, and he couldn't say a word. Kneel down. The calm voice with an unquestionable tone echoed out again. Jianghu's eyes narrowed. He wanted to kneel down to this youth. Pa! A slap landed on Jianghu's face. Jianghu's face stiffened, and he couldn't react in time. You said that my father and I were trash and not worthy of my mother. Now that you've lost to me, does that mean you're worse than trash? Lin Ling looked at Jianghu coldly. Furthermore, as a disciple, do you have the right to make such a decision? Jianghu raised his head and looked at Lin Ling. His eyes were filled with anger, but for some reason, when he looked into Lin Ling's eyes, he felt a sense of fear. It was as if the person standing in front of him wasn't this youth, but his master, Immortal. Kneel down. The cold voice echoed again, and the entire plaza fell silent. Immortal. The Ice Palace Hall Master of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. She was also the strongest existence in the Ice Palace Hall. She was the holy goddess that everyone worshipped.